From the Lodge Mahal in beautiful Round Rock, Texas, welcome to the Lodge Live. My name is Slick Rick, here in the bunker with not only my partner each and every week, Skull Mike, but we've got the great one, Mr. Mike Brady, who's going to join us, and we're going to have some fun today, a little 25-50. If you liked last night, you're going to love tonight. And Skull Mike, take it away. Tell us who's playing today.
Yeah, what's going on, Rick? Good to see you. I feel like I was just with you.
Yes.
And then I go to bed, I wake up, and then here you are again. We're like tied by our ankles or something.
Four times a week.
Big game tonight, 25-50. Let's go around the table. Brandon in the one seat. He played yesterday. He's in for $5K. Action Adam, as he will be called today after the show that he put on yesterday. He's in for $10K. He's back. Kiah, you know him from the 100-200 stream. He plays with us regularly. He's in for $10K as well. The T1000, a.k.a. JC, in for $10,000. High's back, in for $10,000. Ludo's back, in for $10,000. Gabe is back, in for $10,000. And then Pierre gets into the mix today, buying in for $15,000. Should be a good one this afternoon, Mr. Brady.
Yeah, it's great to be back. I'm excited to see some action. Curious to see exactly how much, it's not at the table yet, but how much Adam can sustain the, I like the word you put it, the way you put it, the show that he put on last night. Can he maintain that as he sits down at the table?
I don't know if any physical human being could maintain that, but let's see. Heads up to the first flop of the day, 9-8 deuce, couple of spades. Pair of eights for Kiah. Let us know how we're sounding, folks. We always like to hear. We got Pooba says Brady's mic was real low. I think we fixed it.
T1000 going for the bet with his nothing but a nice nothing. 2 overs and straight draw.
Yoga, many things.
Turn, a 9-ball.
It's going to make Ace-8 look just a little bit better.
That would be cool.
Kai's reaching for chips. He's going to go for a lead here. Against T1000 specific hand, that is really good. Now he's in a tough spot.
I can't remember. Maybe 11:30.
Kiah just got here from Oklahoma. Had a night at the casino last night.
I play 5 hour, and
And now he's here to play cards. Just
Now
can't get
he's-
enough.
Can't get enough.
play whole day, all day.
I can't.
We'll go over the chip values here after this hand. The river is the deuce of clubs, meaningless.
You got wine? Yeah. I'm gonna wait.
See if Kiah decides to go for some thin value here.
I don't want to mess with my mid.
No whiskey? 1,000.
He does go for it.
Just throws out a banana chip.
It's
$1,000.
quarter of the pot. Let's see if T1000 has some nefarious thoughts that he wants to put into the world.
This pot's at 5,000 already. We are off and running this afternoon from the Lodge in Round Rock. Thinking about making the play. T1000 loves pulling that trigger, but I don't know if he can do it here.
I haven't watched Kiah too much. Would you describe him as a folder?
Not really.
No. Sticky Kiah.
Depends on the day. He can really change gears rather quickly. Kiah, an experienced player, both on the cash streets as well
Wait,
as
is that a
tournaments.
call? He decided to call with Queen High. Wow.
Kiah, wow.
Really interesting call.
Putting Kiah on missed low spades.
Yeah, specifically missed low spades, maybe a lower missed straight draw.
Jack 10.
7 maybe.
Yep, exactly. Something like 6-7.
Let's talk about the chip valuations real quick. Yellow chips, we call them the bananas. They're $1,000. You'll see purple chips out there. Those are $500. Black chips are $100. Green chips $25. Red chips will be $5. And if you see the blue chips, they're $1, usually reserved for dealer tips. Michelle is in the box today. And we're going to get ready for hand number 2. We want to thank again Maestro Matt Sweeney for punching all the buttons today. And in the action tracker suit, Chase today. Thank you, Chase.
Maestro Matt, heck of a job he's done in his first week here at the Lodge. Really impressive stuff. I really can't imagine it not continuing to improve at a rapid pace as well, because the guy just knows all there is to know about this kind of stuff.
Absolutely. 310 in the live chat. We'll tell you the overtime number after this hand.
Not playing the Deuce 7 today. Deuce 7 is off. We're just playing straight up.
Pretty serious. Oh man.
All right, so last night's overtime number was 750. We easily hit that. That means how many likes do we get on or before 6:30 p.m. Central Time? That's 3 hours and 30 minutes from now. Skull Mike, on a Saturday, our first Saturday stream. What do you want to set it at, buddy?
Tell me again, remind me what was yesterday? Again?
750.
We hit that early.
We easily hit that. Had over 2,600 in the live
We'll
chat.
be generous. It'll be a slow raise, mini raise to an even 800.
All right, 800 is your overtime number on or before 6:30. If you want to give us a like, we'd appreciate it. If you haven't yet subscribed, do so. Hit the notification button, and every time we get on live, you will be notified, as I was just a few minutes ago.
James Norman, I was doing my best. Teddy Cage should be there.
225 is the raise from Kiah with ace-5 suited. JC T1000 with ace-10, and they're going to get involved again. And it's heads up once again between Kiah and T1000 for the second time in 3 hands.
Should we just do that back holding?
Oh.
Yeah, in that 6.
Yeah, 6 I don't even remember.
300 change.
Like the area you can see.
All right,
Rainy
heads up.
or rainy?
No, west streets, west.
Okay.
Yeah, west side.
How was it? Because I heard 6 is like kind of like.
There's 2 diamonds and an ace. Both players hit the ace, and Kiah with the flush draw.
Round 2 between these two gentlemen.
And then we move.
Starting to detect a pattern, but it goes check, check to the turn we go 9 of clubs.
At 1,200.
And Kai's going to wait no longer. Goes for about 3/4 pot at 1.2.
Nothing happened.
No, I'm just.
T1000 only with about 6.4 behind, so
I mean, not. Look.
he makes this call, and it should be interesting
There's the diamond.
on the
Kiah.
river. Nuts.
Deuce of diamonds.
How's my nuts taste?
At 2,300.
King Kai goes for 23, just a little over half pot.
Last time T1000 called with a queen high. This time he has a hand.
Makes that call rather quickly, and he sees the bad news. Ace high flush for the 3 seed. If you're scoring at home, those are 2 rounds to 0.
2 jabs to the jaw
Yeah,
from Kiah.
borderline cut on his face there in the 4 seed. He needs a good cut, man. He needs to regroup quickly. But it's early. Outwork everybody, the t-shirt says.
And we're going to test out
How much?
the table audio today. Let's turn it up and see if we can hear him good.
Did you get that?
No limit is like curse me though.
Okay.
No limit. Like I never see like running hot.
No, he's adding on 10K. All right, 10K behind T4, everybody. 100
T1000 has added on another 10K, so dusted off a few clips early, but reloading quickly, ready to battle.
Oh.
7-6, pretty hand for King Kai. Starting to heat up at T1000 with an even prettier Queen Jack of Diamonds.
It's no wonder these guys keep going head to head if they're getting hands that look like that.
Whew. Adam looks a little bit calmer today. Wants to get in the mix, but Brandon's going to get in there with 2 ladies. Plenty of queens out there.
Where's Doug?
New price to play.
I think yesterday you said 11, 12, 13.
100 to 500 to what's the new price here? Looks like 1.4.
Yeah, I think he'd be well. I'm surprised he doesn't play the both of them.
Good fold from Kiah. That would have been a speculative peel, to say the least. T1000 just does fold the Queen Jack suited. No flop for us on this hand.
So let's tell you about the new schedule for the Lodge live stream. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. We'll be on at 3 p.m. Central Time right here on YouTube. The Monday game will be a 2-5-10 2K cap. The Wednesday games usually will be a 5-10 25K cap game. And Fridays and Saturdays, and there's the Lodge cam, by the way. Fridays and Saturdays will be reserved for higher limit games. You will want to make a note right now in wherever you write down important information. Wednesday is going to be one heck of a stream. We will have Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi, Doug Polk, and DQ, along with Coins, along with Chase, along with many others. It'll be an incredible stream, all happening Wednesday, 3 p.m. Central.
What's up to you?
Okay.
Raise to 200?
200 is the raise for Q1000.
Are we doing it? Yes? Yeah. All right, they just put a mandatory straddle on, so.
Mandatory
So I'll
straddle.
remind you guys if it's not out there then.
Poobah in chat asked me to ask you, Skull, about
Everybody yes?
King Kai playing the wheel.
Yeah, I saw that. I chose not to answer it or even
Acknowledge it.
acknowledge it. Yes.
Well, I apologize for bringing it up now, though.
Yes. So
Call and call.
maybe I'll tell you in a little bit.
Okay, yeah, you chew on it.
Maybe we get a couple more people in the chat. I can tell that brutal, disgusting story. Where I flop top set.
I knew it was going to involve you, that's for sure.
2 diamonds.
That's all you need to know.
For King Kai. Another
Yeah.
diamond draw for Kai.
300.
I have seen that movie before, Skull.
Call.
And
Adam.
he,
speechless.
didn't he float you with 5
God,
high?
are we going there right now? We're going there. There's no turning back.
He
Rick-
floated
Rick
you with
just can't
5
stop.
high.
Going down this dark, dark road of bad memories and bad beats. Another jack here on the turn, King Kai with the flush draw. So I flopped top set.
100.
I don't know what the exact hand that Kai had. It was like 5-2 offsuit. I raised pre very large. I flop top set, and he needs a runner for the wheel. I raise, I c-bet large. He calls, hits one of his cards that he needs on the turn. I make it big again. He calls.
And by the way,
Of course.
when you say hits one of the cards he needs, he just has a straight draw now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just straight draw.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
That's it.
That's it. It was like, yeah, that's it. And it's a gut shot going to the river, and this pot's at close to 10K already. I make it, I don't know, 5K.
Big
He
blind.
calls, and it just hits it on the river. And all my money goes right down the drain and into the wallet of King Kai. So I hate the wheel, Brady. I hate the wheel every time I get ace 4, ace 3, whatever, 4-3. I think about it. I have nightmares. And I was just about getting over it. It's been a couple months, but thank you, Poobah, and thank you, Brady, for asking about it.
Want to
You're very welcome.
thank all of the blue wrenches in the chat tonight. Joe Pick, Kiah, Poobah, Sharon Barth, and the like. We want to thank all of y'all for helping maintain our chat. We have the best chat in the world.
Folks, hit that like button. This is our first Saturday at the early start time, so
Thank you.
a lot of people might not know that we're live right now. So if we get our like total up, it will pop into people's feeds and this chat will blow up. So do us a favor, hit that like button. 7-4 deuce Skittles,
100.
top pair for high. Bunch of overs for everybody else.
And call. Heads up.
And that's all King Kai needs to continue with backdoor diamonds. Maybe he can rep a deuce from the big blind, perhaps. Kai's very creative. Kai and high. Say that 10 times fast, Ray.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
I'll pass. King Kai also known for bringing the largest bowl of hot and sour soup ever seen on national TV.
And just as I suspected here, King Kai trying to tell the story of a deuce here.
High with the quick call, though. He is smelling something fishy.
Doesn't waste any time.
King or an 8. That's not it.
And it's going to be tough to bluff as King Kai here. Let's see if he decides to do it anyway.
Check.
He does give up. Wise move. High's going to have a lot of 7s after it's played out this way.
Kai and high, those boys play fast. These guys don't waste any time.
Got to respect it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's nice to see. We're going to get a lot of hands in this afternoon.
It's off, yeah.
443 of you in the live chat. Thanks for joining us. Where you're watching us from today? We always like to ask that early on.
Got some people in Europe watching. They love the early
All right,
start
100
time.
They do. Got a lot in the UK last
Sure
night.
they do.
Just getting it underway on a Saturday afternoon.
100 to stay, guys.
We'll tell you all about the Monster Monthly coming up this week, and right after that, the Lodge Championship Series. We'll talk a lot about that as we go.
Call. Heads up.
Heads up, Pierre and high.
Yeah, Pierre's been playing very well past couple of weeks.
King Deuce 4, couple of clubs. Pair of
Around
kings for
town,
Pierre.
I've seen him play plenty of hands perfectly. His bankroll is increasing, and he's not afraid to mix it up on the 25, 50, now 100 streets, especially on table 11 here in Round Rock.
Under the lights.
Rumor has it there are more lights coming, too.
Yes. Thank you, SZZ. We are glad to be back, too. This is our 4th stream of the week. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, we will be here. 3 p.m. Central.
Yes and no. Yeah,
It's got to be stressful to prepare for it,
Yeah.
like an exam or something. Like you have to study really hard.
it's kind of trying to get obsessed with it, but it's also terrifying.
Yeah, I would say.
Once that first trip was off the business, then you're like,
Yeah, I've had a few sets that were okay.
Race to 150.
Felt good about it.
Raise to 600.
Action Adam starting to wake up a little bit here. Makes it 600 with your typical premium Jack 4 offsuit. King Kai will not be bullied. He makes that call with the snowman.
Adam does love his offsuit 4s, as we saw last night.
No help for Jack 4.
Jack is good.
you have any sixes or eights?
Check. 500.
Is that water in Adam's cup? What do we think? I did see that there was a run to the liquor store earlier.
I did, too.
I'm going to give him till 5 o'clock. I think that's fair after yesterday's work. If I don't see any sips, bottles popped, beer cans open by 5 o'clock, I might have to go out there and
Double throttle
stir
on.
the pot a little bit, if that's okay with you guys.
Absolutely.
Please.
Boston's the best place to do that.
So this is a temporary stream table for us. As you know, we were down for just a little while, a few days.
To do what?
Skull and I were on vacation, but we're back. This will be a temporary table as we build our studio right next door. We are building a live stream studio that is going to be really amazing. So look for that in about 3 months, I would say, as we continue to bring you the best that we can, because you deserve it as Chatsville
A double throttle, yeah.
is the best.
Raise to 700.
T1000 with 7-9 of clubs raises it to 700. Everybody's still feeling their way. They might have seen the stream last night, Skull and Mike, and all the action that was happening. Everybody's taking it a little time, dipping their toe in the water
Yeah,
today.
it's hot outside. This game went very late last night. A lot of these same players were playing all day yesterday. But we're back. It's early. Only 20 minutes in, folks.
Thanks for saying that, River King. You know, we appreciate that, bud.
It's going to be hard
100 throttle, guys.
to keep that same level that we saw yesterday, but we're going to try.
Sounds like
And we got a decent recipe here of players still. Sit back, relax on your Saturday afternoon, kick your feet up. If you're traveling, we thank you for watching. Turn that volume up.
Raise to 400.
Maybe you got the grill going. It's that time of year, but I hope you are enjoying the poker content from the Lodge in Round Rock. We know you've heard of it before. We want to see you walk through these doors and say hello.
So the Lodge Championship Series, Mike Brady, let's talk a little bit about the inaugural event. Starts May the 4th, going through the 23rd of May, and it kicks off with, we've never had 4 different tournaments in one day ever here at the Lodge, and we're doing that on May 4th.
Amazing stuff. It's really exciting. One of them is a seniors event, so not exactly open to everyone. But
Rick
that's
can play,
also
yeah, Rick can play that.
I can play it.
that's also I think the reason we were able to squeeze in 4 in one day, because that one starts at 10 a.m. for obvious reasons.
Of course.
So it's kind of perfect.
They
So
got to get to bed and early, you know.
exactly. So thank you to all the seniors out there for liking to play early, because it's allowing us to put on 4 tournaments in one day, breaking a Lodge record.
Is it
Nice
a buffet
stuff.
dinner break or just regular dinner break there for that final table?
I think we're going to have to ask management about that one. I'm not sure.
Just making sure. I hope the food's soft.
But yeah, the Lodge Championship Series tournaments are phenomenal. I mean, we have 2 massive mystery bounties, including 1 mystery bounty that's a $1,600 buy-in that is going to have a 100K envelope. Imagine winning 100K from an envelope pull. Crazy stuff. Also, a more accessible $600 buy-in mystery bounty if you want to come out and play that. And then every weekend there is kind of what I like to think of as a mini major tournament or the main event. So there's like a 500K guarantee at one point. There's a 750K guarantee. I believe the buy-ins for those are 400 and 800 respectively. And then on the weekend of the 20th and the couple days before, we've got all the day ones for the 3K, 2 million guaranteed main event. So it's going to be a lot of action here at the Lodge. We're going to be filling all the tables we have currently, as well as some new tables that we're adding to the Lodge.
We're going home again. We're going back to the original Lodge. We leased the space. We now have that as well, and that'll be ready. 22 additional tables to fit everybody who wants to play.
The action's going to be great, so definitely come on over. If you need some accommodation, go to thelodgepokerclub.com/hotels. Lists all of our hotel deals in our area. You can get between 10 to 15% off on your stay in the area.
Yeah, and if you're coming from out, you'll be flying into Austin Bergstrom International Airport. It's about a 25-minute drive from the airport to the Lodge. Any hotel in North Austin or Round Rock, you will be fine in.
So here we see a C-bet out of high with the Queen-Jack on the 6-4-3 board. Ludo calls on the button with his ace of hearts, 2 overs. And now T1000 wakes up with a check raise with the 8s.
That's going to get through everybody. A nice raise by him, and he takes it down.
Very much so. Accomplishes some very nice protection there. There was essentially no good turn cards for him, other than exactly an 8. So, nice check raise, take it down. Very good result for him.
And, of course, the monthly monster, that's this Wednesday. We'll have our $600 buy-in, 500K guarantee. This is the 4th monthly monster that we've done. The first 2 went over $1 million in prize pool. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and every single one of the monsters someone has taken home. 6 figures or a little under 6 figures in the last one's case. And those first 2, the first place winners took home over 6 figures, and that was actually after a chop. So the prize pool can really get juiced, and you can really take home a arguably life-changing score from a $600 buy-in. So come on down and check it out. Even if you can't make it this month, it happens every month, the last weekend/week of the month.
2 flights Wednesday, noon and 6. 2 flights Thursday, Friday, Saturday, noon and 6. And then it all finishes up on Sunday.
That's right. And if you ever just want to see our tournament schedule in general, go to thelodgepokerclub.com and click tournaments. We've got our schedule there, updated regularly. And if you click one of the tournaments, you can see the structure, the prize pool, past winners in some cases, all the stuff you need to know. So go ahead and head over to thelodgepokerclub.com. Basically anything you need regarding the Lodge, anything you need to find out about, you can find on that website, thelodgepokerclub.com. Or you can always hit us up on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, etc.
100 straddle.
We will get back to you promptly. 3-bet take it down in the last hand.
Kathy, thank you for that comment. We will take it under advisement. We're still tweaking some things with the graphics.
Yeah, I remember a long time ago that they had cash plays that when you're playing poker.
We have increased the size of the cards from earlier this week, so hopefully y'all will notice that on the graphics, the size of the graphic cards.
Yeah, we didn't increase the size of the actual playing cards.
Exactly.
That would get a little dicey. Have you seen those like comically oversized cards?
Absolutely.
It would be fun to have one stream with those, but it might be hard to get the RFID into those cards. I mean, I'm not a tech guy, but as we see Brandon go for a small raise out of the small blind here, kind of unconventional. And now Adam is going for the 3-bet with Ace-King offsuit. Kiah's not going to be able to play that 4-2 of hearts. Now it's back to Brandon. Does he want to peel a flop with the 9-8 suited?
Out of position, a little difficult. I mean, Brandon played with Adam yesterday, so it's really hard to give Adam any credit. I mean, he's a lot tamer today. It looks like he's here ready for business. So that's got to be in the back of Brandon's mind. So he's going to call and at least C3 and see how he can maneuver. This is going to be tough to do on this board. Ooh. As Adam completely smashes it.
Expect Adam to go for a
What,
somewhat small bet here.
Yeah, 500. That's going to do it. I think that's going to shut down this action. Yeah.
The mayor of Chatsville makes his way into the building. Hello, Nick from Yuma. Always glad to have you.
He's not a mod, huh?
We've asked him before.
I think we got enough mods at the moment.
Okay, just making sure.
Mixin Poker. Well, how are we doing, sir?
Thank you very much.
Colton's here all the time. Nova Poker.
We're still deciding on whether we are going to be streaming any final tables. Has that decision been made, Mr. Brady?
There's one final table that we're certainly streaming, which is the final table, the final 6 specifically of the 3K main event. That's actually on Tuesday the 24th is going to be that one, so it's not a normal stream day for us, but it's going to be the final table of the biggest tournament ever ran at the Lodge. Maybe even in Texas. Don't quote me on that, though, because I'm not incredibly familiar with Texas poker tournament history. So that one will be streamed for sure. We may mix 1 or 2 others in, kind of depending on just how everything works out. There's a lot of variables to consider with streaming tournaments. So, you know, we're just going to play it by ear. And if we think something's going to be a good show for you and it's a tournament, we're gonna make sure we stream it.
150.
We realize a lot of y'all love the tournament poker. It's just tough sometimes with final tables. The one that's already set, a time is set, that's great for us, but some of these final tables, you just never know when they're going to hit. A6 tray, Skittles. Pair of 6s for Ludo.
Yeah, I've tried everything, but like being at the club all night and then not knowing nothing.
Yeah. No, I
Ludo
was
with a
against it
purr.
for a long time, but I finally said, you know what? I'm 50 years old. Fine.
No, I'm about to turn 41 next year.
Yeah.
I know like probably 12, 13 people personally who've done it. Every one of them is great.
Not one regrets it.
No, not one.
Big one?
Kai just gave away his age.
Surgery, you got your sleeve.
100 Strava, guys.
Oh, you did it a while back, right?
I know I'm about to go do it. I just did the. I
Oh,
was gonna
you
do
were
it.
He's
saying
up
you were about to do it.
6K.
Yeah, I actually, I did a deposit, everything for it, and then they had some like stuff at the border,
100
breakout
Strava,
stuff,
guys.
so we canceled. They gave me a refund because the hospital closed down for like 2 months.
Where are you doing it?
Tijuana.
Oh, in Tijuana?
Tijuana.
Been
Your
there.
neck of the woods, Brady.
My neck of the woods, indeed.
Yeah.
I actually lived just a city or two south of there for
And then
a little under a year,
San Diego,
right after
hospital in
the
morning,
poker Black Friday back in 2011.
and then they do the surgery, and then you stay one
I
night in the
technically lived in
hospital.
Mexico, but there was a Walmart and a Home Depot, and it's a little too touristy. I kind of feel like it
I
doesn't
knew a girl
count.
that did it, and she
We'll
she
count
was
it.
really
It
big.
counts.
Within like a couple of years, I couldn't recognize her.
Yeah.
She was a different person.
Hello, Mark. Good to
Two of
see
my
you
brothers
back.
actually play here.
Gonna go 3 ways to the flop
They
here.
One lost 190 pounds. And,
Adam with his classic
and in 1 year,
ham sandwich of a hand.
Top pair for the T1000. Top
Yeah,
pair
it
for
is.
Adam.
I'm like 165.
Yeah, that's like
Adam's gonna go for a bet, it looks like.
900.
just
About 2/3 of the pot.
you're like I try to do the diet things, try to take the pills, try to do the
Very healthy looking food behind T1000 here.
Looks good.
Yeah, he's been known to eat quite healthy. Ever since I've known him the past year and a half, he's
grab something to eat or on the way home grab something to eat.
always got something that
Sleep for like I sleep
I don't want to eat, but he's eating.
High gets out of the way with bottom pair, and we take a turn. It's the Jack of Hearts.
now it's messing with my sleep, so that's where I
Check.
Yeah, sleep.
Tough to imagine Adam going for another bet here, and he does check back.
probably 200.
And the river's a 5. Let's see if T1000 decides to go for a little bit of value here.
Compared to high school, it's like 180, 185. So I like to get like 2 TNs.
And check.
T1000's going to take this down with the 9 kicker.
This whole time I thought it was like 330, somewhere in there, because I never go to the doctor or anything. So when I had to go get
Overtime
my
number on or before 6:30 p.m. is 800, folks. 800 likes on or before 6:30.
Big blind,
We
please.
got plenty of time. We got 3 hours to make it there, but why don't we try to get
Never
there
mind. You already
quick?
had it.
Play sports.
I did play a lot of sports, a lot of baseball. I actually had a chance to play baseball.
BR2, really glad to hear that you're enjoying this start time. One of our big thoughts was people in Europe are going to be able to enjoy the live coverage a little bit more often this way. So I'm glad to see an example of that.
2 years ago was my last year.
Yeah, we've been noticing a lot more of that.
Like 1A and 2A schools, where
Don't just hit and run the stream, guys. You got to be a subscriber.
around that area where I'm at,
Raised to one.
Costs you nothing,
college.
means everything to us.
Call.
My lady Guadalupe
even go to
Couple pocket pairs here.
One of them.
Threes and nines, tens.
One league team. Within heat. A party and smoke weed and stuff.
that's all
King Kiah mulling over 9-8 off on the button. I believe he did call because the action's moved on.
Oh yeah. The 19-year-old.
Let's see 3.
Yeah, he was.
A lot of card sharing going on here. Could see some nasty flops.
They gave him a little contract, like 90,000 sign-on bonus, all this stuff. And
That is a nasty flop in one way. 2 players with an overpair.
Yeah, and these are 2 very aggressive players.
We definitely missed a sandwich bet there, guys.
No, I saw another 9 was out there. It could have been, you know, 3s and 10s, but we're warming up. Let it slide.
they don't understand some of the stuff.
Ludo does decide to call, I believe, with the 3s. Can't blame him too much, though Adam did bet into like 5 players, so. Oh, I'm sorry, I mixed that up. T1000 called, Ludo now folds the 3s. My mistake.
Teach a kid, like you take one kid and teach him for 10 years how to throw hard and fast, and he'll never bust 90 miles.
6 of spades on the turn.
Never play baseball. You get out there and he'll start chunking, and within a year,
Don't think Adam's going to slow down here.
it's just a build-up.
Neither do I.
1,000.
He's looking for the 9 of diamonds alone. Just the 9 of spades has already been played.
So this kid quit baseball for a year because he didn't like the coach. A little school up there in Bruce Lee.
Did a piece of meat grow onto T1000's plate? That wasn't there a moment ago. Am I crazy?
I agree.
Did that grow out of the plant?
Ooh, very
8
close to it.
8 of diamonds on the river.
Might slow down the action, connects with a lot of different things here. But again, these players don't like to slow down. I have no idea where that piece of meat came from. Such service here at the lodge.
T1000 mulling over a lead, it seems like. This would kind of be turning his hand into a bluff in a way, unless he goes for a very small bet. Okay, he goes very small, so he's kind of just trying to get value from really the exact type of hand that Adam has, maybe a 7. And now Adam's in kind of a gross spot.
He's just going to call it. No way he's folding. Folds.
Oh, he does fold.
Wow, it's a new Adam. A great laydown.
Yeah, that's a great laydown getting that price. I mean,
Yeah.
he's only got to be right something in the vicinity of 20% of the time to make that call profitable, and he still lets it go. So impressive stuff there, at least based on what his opponent had.
I would have made that call for sure.
It's hard to not call when the guy just flicks in, you know, a quarter of the pot.
Fletcher, good to have you in the chat.
100 straddle, guys.
566 in the live chat and growing. I think we had about 150 likes. We're about to hit 55,000 subscribers. We're at 54.9 in our race to 100,000 and beyond.
If we hit 100,000 this year, which I fully expect us to,
250.
I think we're going to have some fat giveaways for the chat. What do you guys think?
Well, you know, when we hit 12,500, we made a deal with Leibowitz, you know, to let us have a party to end all parties in DQ Suite in Vegas. And that was at 12,500. So I think if we get to 100,000, I think another party is in order.
And maybe even
for the people of Chatsville.
Yeah, indeed, exactly.
250, yes. And we're 4 away.
4 players to the
wait.
flop. I'm not sure what they have, but there are 4 of them. From the cards we can see, only Ludo has a pair.
King Kiah with the mystery hand right now.
Let's get some guesses in the chat. What does King Kiah have here, guys and gals?
Check.
What does he have? He's not betting.
I believe all he did was call a raise in the cutoff, so it's not. You don't have a ton of information.
Nobody else has a heart, so King Kiah, I think, has hearts. Maybe deuce 5 of hearts.
Ludo, last player, he does call with the 9. Let's see what Kiah has. Time for the reveal.
Right.
Ace 5 for the pure bluff.
Oh.
Nice spot there for Ludo. Picks it off.
Of course. You want me to hold it?
They are not playing the 7 deuce game. They did so yesterday, and it got incredibly juicy, but they decide today, at least for now,
Yes.
not to play it. That can always change.
Yeah, it costs right to see. The engine itself on a brand new credit union.
No one's even been dealt 7
very
deuce yet today.
Place they did a bunch of
I don't believe.
carburetor and all that stuff, you know, to match.
All right, 100 straddles on.
But they have put on the mandatory straddle, so every hand will be the 25, 50, 100.
Yeah, it's so
Okay.
find time to drive it. I've driven it for 1 day, so I don't had it transit for a while.
All right, 100 straddles on.
Yeah, maybe
Dottie,
it's
whatever.
It's like the kale Caesar, and then I added
a big deal. Like I'm looking online, like that's
I
what
was about to ask you. You always got the good stuff. I never find like
100 to stay.
healthy like.
I put on a jacket. He came in with 2 tickets to the gun show. He was in a Doug Polk tank top earlier today. I guess he got a little cold.
It's a little chilly out there. Scorching hot outside. That's why you got to be indoors playing poker.
So just
But
start over?
I had to
Am I
put
good?
my
You want me
little
to hold it?
sweatshirt on
Okay.
as
It's a
well.
burger place. It's they
Okay.
got solid burgers. They also have like
Here's a dealer when you say missed you.
So Wednesday, the same day that we start the Monster Monthly tournament,
All right,
train,
100
but I'm not
straddles.
sure how. I think
we
it's
will
just
have
I don't know.
a incredible stream.
They have it in
Brad
San
Owen,
Antonio,
Andrew Nemi,
right?
Doug Polk, along with
Maybe it's like a
DQ,
small-
Chase, Coins, and a host of characters.
100 to stay.
3 p.m. Central Time.
250.
That's Wednesday, the 27th. Coming up.
Course is a nice deal, huh? Course. Had Queens last time, now I got
250. Call. You give that a push.
Kylie, different buy-ins for different streams. Today, most players bought in for at least 10,000. Only one player bought in for 5. But our Monday stream is a 2K cap, so the most you could buy in for on Monday is 2K. So
Free
different
bet here
streams.
from Gabe, 1.3. Brandon rips it all you can eat, 4.8 it looks like total, maybe a little less.
All right.
But Gabe calls it here, so just like that, 1, 2, 3, 10K pot.
Guess Gabe's in the mood to gamble today, huh?
Way, way, way behind. How many times are we running it, boys? One
Oh, wait.
time, Max Payne. Oh,
Wait, is that Gabe's hand?
no, it's not Gabe's hand. It's Ace Queen, and that makes a lot of sense. So
Hand do you want?
my apologies.
You pick.
Yeah, I guess the graphics are off, or is someone else? We'll see what happens in a second. But we do have. What we know for sure is it's Ace Queen against tens, and Brandon has tens.
Yes.
It's gonna take out some of the Ace Queen outs.
Yep. No more spades available. And 6s and 10s will
take
take
that
it
one
down.
down.
So at least we know Gabe is not involved in that pod. So that would have been quite curious.
C1.
Every now and then, the action tracker gets a little off, but we saw it there. He had Ace Queen, right?
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it situated.
If we can see the other side of the table, we'll know. Okay, so it was Gabe in with the Ace Queen. So I think the card tracker, what likely happened is it picked up someone else's
I
cards.
saw those flips.
Not too much you can do about that. The technology, you know, it's great. It's great, this RFID technology, but it ain't perfect. Well,
The 10's won, and the 10 shouldn't be Queen. It's King 9, right? King
it would have beat either of them.
King 9 can't be 10s. Neither can Ace Queen, apparently, so
Huh?
the stack
Added
sizes will
on
be
5,
accurate.
Just added on 5,000.
That's good.
That made me a push. But it was exciting.
On to the next folks here on
Oh,
Saturday.
seat 7, seat 7.
Nice little double up there for
What did I say,
Brandon.
seat 8? Oh, my bad.
Like I said,
Seat 7.
620 in the live chat and growing.
Ludo?
This is for you.
Gabe? Gabe. Oh, thank you very much. Seat 7, because we're 8-handed? Yeah, okay. How much?
Rip to the worst person in chat of all time.
5,000.
Yeah.
We'll get it squared away.
Tell you what, our chat
Am
protects
I good to go?
the people of Chatsville.
I really do love how when there's one extremely unreasonable person, which it's the internet, and a
Right.
lot of people are watching,
Sure.
there's going to be some unreasonable people. The chat is just all over them. It is wonderful. It's
No
wonderful.
straddle after double up?
It's like hyenas on a dead, you know, something. I don't know. I'm not an
125.
anthropologist. That's not even the right thing. God dang it.
Murray just woke up from a nap and says, "What a treat!"
I knew I was going to be in here.
Naps. Beautiful things, naps.
Especially on a Saturday.
Little nap here, little poker there.
600.
On the button, Ludo. 3-bet to 600.
King, queen off.
Let me slide that button over. Thank you. $100 straddles on.
Anybody want to chalk off the series?
Maybe.
They have 100 times live.
The WPT thing? I think I was there last year.
They have a few guarantees early, like $200 buy-in for a 200,000 guarantee, 300,000 guarantee.
Great.
100 straddle guys.
100 straddle is on from Action Adam.
I think they decided a mandatory straddle.
Yeah, it's on all. It's going to be on all
Last year I was there,
afternoon.
it was like
Oh, it's mandatory.
Yeah.
half of their stuff had COVID.
25, 50,
I-
100
it was
we're
like a
playing
mess.
now,
It was
boys.
like
I did notice it was on a lot, so that actually explains a fair bit.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
It's weird how it just all disappeared. It's all gone down.
Alright, call heads up.
Ludo's from the LA area.
For the
Correct.
Don't know originally, but
whale
yes, he
money,
is.
towards the market.
Here comes the flop.
He's from France originally.
Ace 7-5.
Crazy political plots.
200.
Political virus.
200, that shuts it down. Adam cannot continue with king 3 off.
I don't know. I'm not privy enough to politics enough to make an assessment, but probably something to do with the Democrats and China.
Kai 5.7, Gabe down at the bottom 5.6.
100 straddle guys.
That's what losing a flip does to you, you know. You lose
Adam and
50
Gabe
bets.
kind of had a rough go yesterday, starting off at least. Gabe kind of rebounded.
I think those in power are trying to get by.
At least on stream.
Like even the Democrats are trying to.
Post stream, I believe he had a little bit of struggle bus action.
I couldn't believe how many people were dying to get into this game after the stream ended. A few people left, and 9 people said, "Let me in, let me in." Pretty incredible.
And like he called the Ukrainian people the Iranian people. That one time.
3 players.
Are you guys talking about Biden?
Gonna go 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah.
Couple connectors versus 3s.
No, you guys are good. I appreciate the help.
Assessment of Joe Biden, how he's like mentally declining. He's like, yeah, we're all getting dementia, but we're also all not.
Jack 7-4.
Check.
Gut shot
Yeah, we stepped on it.
for
300.
Pierre
That's the best one they could go.
and Ludo.
Ludo's got a hard as well. Definitely expect him to peel a small bet, but he does just let it go. Makes the somewhat tight decision.
Yeah, Ludo had a rough go yesterday too, stuck more than 10K, so perhaps ran a little hotter yesterday. Might be playing a little bit more aggressive today, but so far treading lightly.
Gut shots do look a lot sweeter when you're on an upswing.
Absolutely.
It was just you dealing?
Yeah.
You just kind of feel like it's always coming. And
Or
on a
it feels
downswing,
like at the very least you're gonna win the pot somehow, you know?
yeah,
You're gonna be able to bluff it on the river, whatever happens.
Yeah.
confidence is key.
When you're on a downswing, they're always bet and turn. You're never hitting the 8.
So every dealer changed.
Want to congratulate Sal Ritas. He was the winner of the $1,380 kiss from Doug Polk, 10% of his earnings on Wednesday stream. Sal Ritas.
I followed Sal's social media accounts, and he had quite the party last night. You thought Adam was drinking a lot yesterday. Sal puts Adam to shame.
And give you a $500 tip.
I think I saw him at the club, then he found his
No,
way
not at all.
to the lodge,
500.
put it all in with aces and lost. But quite the day for Sal, and we're going to be having more giveaways
He might.
in the future.
A little possessive. All right, heads up.
So we had a raise there. to, I believe, 150 from Ludo, then a re-raise to 500 from Gabe.
Ludo snap checks. Will Gabe fire in the C-bet? Looks like he will.
400.
Ludo ain't going anywhere with this top pair.
You were telling me, Brady, that Gabe likes to bluff.
Yeah, he ain't afraid of it, that's for sure. He,
But not
he
when
gets
the
in there.
7 game is on, because then it limits his bluffs.
Exactly. He actually does not like the do-7 game for that reason.
Check.
Do we have a double barrel in us?
Not much equity to speak of with Queen 9. He does decide to check back. So we get the 4 on the river.
Yeah.
Ludo's hand, in my opinion, certainly worth a value bet
Yeah,
here.
I like something along the lines of like 600 to 700, something small.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You're kind of targeting Gabe's ace highs, king highs that, you know, they could potentially call a river bet here. That said, it's kind of hard for Ludo to have a bluff. What did he call the flop with that isn't something? But it's possible. You know, maybe he peels the flop with something like Queen Jack of diamonds and now bluffs the river.
Bet 600 and takes it down. Gabe cannot call.
You are my big blind, please.
618 in the chat, folks. Who's a favor, hit that like button.
100 straddle.
Want to raise these numbers as we wind down the first hour of the stream. We're going to be here for multiple hours.
As Irie says, big night of poker tonight at the Lodge. Be there in a couple hours. We will see you. Make sure you say hello to Slick and Skull. And Mike, Brady, we'd love to say hello to you.
100 to stay, guys.
Being in crypto and having a big old like NFT collection and doing yoga and meditating, basically the most annoying person in the world.
250.
I have no idea.
Yoga, crypto, and what?
Yoga, you know, I have like NFTs now. I don't even know what they are, but I have them.
Oh.
And you got a hand.
Yeah, like pictures of
Oh.
shit.
Talking about NFTs, but the conversation needs to pause because I got a hand here.
I have 3 of them.
I got NFTs. I don't know what they are. I got Queen Jack. I don't really know what to do.
I think so, yeah.
He hits, ooh,
That's quite a flop for Queen Jack of spade, ain't it?
80% to a
The
royal.
King of Spades. One more, I don't think we have seen the Royal on stream ever.
It's tough to do.
It's hard to do.
King Kiah does have 2 pairs, so we're going to see some action here as we see Pierre go for the bet into the abyss with ace-3. In pretty rough shape with his hand.
1200.
I've been dealt 3 Royals at the Lodge.
Wow. I believe that is above expectation. Any in pot limit Omaha, though?
1.
Wow, so 2 in no limit. Even that is pretty crazy.
And I've had 6 Royals lifetime.
That definitely seems above average.
2 online.
Even so. Interesting developments here. So King Kiah raises with his 2 pair, which is, you know, 2 pair is a good hand, but on this board it isn't so powerful. And now we have T1000 who's sort of sitting in the middle with this big draw and middle pair. He does decide to just call. Definitely seems like re-raising himself could have been a possibility there.
Yeah, Pierre gets out of the way. Good on him folding that ace.
We're going to take a turn.
Ooh, there's the flush.
Now the open ended.
Dead to the 10 of diamonds is King Kai.
Look again.
See.
Both want a red, so I'm probably in trouble.
Looks like Kai's going for like a small bet. Kind of block here. Very small.
King Kai's table talk is always so fascinating. He loves talking, his thought process. So I was really hoping for a red card. It's black, so I'm probably in trouble. I'm probably dead. But here's $600.
Raise to 1700.
That's a very small raise in relation to the pot here.
17.
Red 10 out there.
Little vacuum in the background. They're just vacuuming the table. I think they're good.
Don't do it.
Red 10.
Don't do it.
Kiah does call.
Deuce of hearts, meaningless.
If I bet, you're going to raise, so I want to just call whatever you bet. I'll check.
He checks. He says, I'll call whatever you're going to bet. Let's see if he was telling the truth.
I'll tell you what hand you have when you check.
I'm not listening anymore.
T1000 puts out a nice bet.
4200.
4,200 into 7,200.
Kiah now sitting there with 2 pair. He's got to call 4,200 to win 11.4. But 2 pair on this board after he raised into so many players on the flop, and T1000 just cold called after having put no money in. It's just really, really hard to imagine T1000 with anything worse, really, than a flush. I mean, I guess a straight is possible, King Jack exactly, but it's hard to imagine T1000 not having a value hand here. I honestly can't think of one single
Ace 10, Ace 9, all have you beat as well. Surprised King Kiah even called the turn there.
It was a very small raise. I think that was a savvy play by T1000, kind of recognizing that King Kiah had a hand that wanted to bet, like a decent hand, but he bet small, so he's not super thrilled about his decent hand. So we raise, so T1000 raises small, kind of keeps Kiah in.
We said Kiah doesn't like to fold.
Yeah, you guys said he's sticky King Kiah.
He did tell T1000 he was going to call whatever he bet.
He folds. I think he just announced the fold. He'll show face up the 2 pair.
Gold fold from Kiah. Someone betting that he's bluffing. I guess they disagree with me that
It's gonna go to the camera.
he doesn't have any bluffs there.
I think bluff.
But we do have a side bet there.
Adam bets $100 that he's not bluffing. Adam seems to agree with me.
That's sure.
So are we tipping on our own, or are we doing a
We can just do whatever.
Thank you.
I've heard of like
We'll start on the next down. We'll do a.
I've heard of that, yeah.
But they down for
Well, no,
2 hours.
it's only going to be it's only
So we
going to
can
be 2
just
of
tip it
us.
for 2 hours.
Hunting will be as big as
2 hours tipper.
where you can actually use NFTs in the game and you can like earn real money. And make a
Well, full disclosure, I only have about an hour left.
So I think that's
Just
like
so
the
you guys-
feature of NFTs is like.
How about we all throw our quarter right now?
Sure.
So that's 200.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's
the game's called
200.
All right,
And
this is not action.
yeah, this is dealer tip.
They're deciding
Quarter for
to
dealer
tip
tip
the
the
dealer
rest of
right
the
now.
Does that sound good? Or?
What if I tip her better than that?
You guys
You
are-
tip on top.
Hold
You
on.
can tip on-
Hold
I'll
on.
offer
How
you,
about
yeah.
we do it after the hand? Okay. There we go. Hold on, we're still over here. Sorry about that. I appreciate it, guys.
Table being very nice to Michelle in the box. They wanted to all put a tip in, just not during the hand.
And she stopped him from doing so
She
to keep
did.
the game going.
To keep
That is a good dealer.
That is a very good dealer. 'Cause keep the game going.
Race to 700.
Very good.
Big ace domination here. Button versus small blind. Classic matchup. Kiah raises with the ace jack. T1000 re-raises with the ace queen. Don't expect Kiah to fold blackjack on the button. He does call.
Ed.
They play the cards or whatever. What's called?
Oh, Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Here comes the flop. Trey 6. Nobody did any part of that. T1000 dominating King Kiah right now.
Yeah, I feel like all those people that play those like Magic the Gathering.
So after the first 30 minutes, where King Kiah was holding over T1000, the tides have turned a little bit, Skull Mike.
And then we don't tip.
Yep, we're winding down the first hour of the show, so I guess
Thank
we
you,
can
guys.
call it even.
Thank you.
It's hard to dominate somebody at the poker
I
table
appreciate it very
forever.
much, guys. Thank you so much.
And T1000, a very strong player. He took a little break from poker, but he's back and he means business. He's capable of some big bluffs and some savvy value bets, so should be a good matchup between the 3 and the 4 seed all day long.
It was a good fold.
And into overtime once we hit it. Overtime number 800 likes, folks, so we are trending low on the like total. Do us a favor and smack that like button.
Never trust.
Let your friends know that we are live on air.
God, if I learn how to play tight one day,
He's always up to me. Yeah, he will fuck me up.
ooh, I'll fuck everybody up.
I
don't think I
agree.
can do it, though.
Princess of VPIP, Kiah. Michelle is one of the nicest person. One of the most positive people you could ever meet.
I put money in the pocket.
Jacks for action, Adam.
Big slick for King Kiah.
Uh-oh. Train wreck.
Turbulence ahead.
I think this pot might get somewhat big. I'm going to guess it gets to around 11,200 or so.
That would be all in for Adam, so let's see what the flop brings. Or even if we get to a flop, maybe Adam just wants to fire in a 4-bet right now.
Gabe forced to fold ace-9 suited in the big blind, or the straddle rather. Ooh,
Just calls.
Adam does just call.
Here we go.
Different Adam
300 change.
from Friday to Saturday. There's the ace.
Another ace-queen-10 two-spade flop. like we saw 2 ago.
Both players with a good spade in their hand.
Adam gets away quickly, so we didn't really want to see any overs there. But King Kai definitely did, and he takes it down. Picking that ace even after Gabe folded an ace, so fortunate for him. Who is this imposter and where is the real Adam?
All right, 100 to stay.
Mr. Yuma asks.
The 1215 is an 80.
210 likes after our first hour of the show is
Can I
in the
get players
books.
checks?
We need
How much you want?
590 more to get to overtime by 6:30. 2.5 hours to get there. We're going to get there.
Can I get players checks?
King Kai with the raise to 400 with ace queen. Ludo
9,000, seat 2.
just calls in the small blind with the ace 4 of clubs.
All right, heads up. Thank you, Anthony.
Action flop here. King Kiah with his middle pair and that gut shot to Broadway. Ludo, same gut shot to Broadway with the nut flush draw. Kiah's going to go for the bet. Looks like 1,100 into 950. Huge bet, especially with the type of hand he has. Usually when you have a type of middle pair hand and you go for a bet, you're going to go on the smaller side, but he's opting to go totally the opposite direction. Now Ludo's in a kind of fun spot. Kind of can't go wrong as long as he doesn't fold. Looks like he's going to just call.
Blank on the turn. King Kai slows down, goes check, check.
Quick check, check.
And now the queen still good here as Ludo has missed all his draws. Connects with a 4.
One of us is going to bluff it.
Sorry, what?
One of us is going to bluff, either you or me. You can take your shot or I'll take one shot on your.
Check.
King Kai will win. King Kai gets an unusual amount of aces in his hand.
He really does.
You notice what he just did there, too.
He
Didn't really want to see a bet there from Ludo.
Right.
Makes him check with that table talk there. Said one of us is going to bluff at this pot. Ludo checks and then snap check from Kai right behind. Not willing to bluff at it. Definitely had showdown value with his queen. It takes down a $3,000 pot.
9,000. And it's C2 9,000 behind everybody. It is in play. In hand.
Adam just added on 9,000, and that'll come to the table shortly in C2.
You switched to wine yet, Adam?
What's that?
Remember that the other day, Rick, when Victoria came to the table for the massage for Slops?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's
And then
white?
Slops got felted.
Before she could even start the massage. That was the worst
that's
bad
what I was
beat
thinking about
in
getting.
Lodge live stream history. The masseuse could not even start her massage because Slops had no money to pay her.
Queen's here for Gabe. Then you just see the massage chair just kind of roll off into the distance.
Well, he looked at her and said, "I'm sorry," and her face dropped.
Oh my God, that's
So
so sad.
funny.
Gabe 3-bets to 750 here.
DCF asks, are there going to be any satellites for the LCS main? Yes, there are, and there actually have been. For the past few weeks, on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, we've had either super satellites or mega satellites, varying buy-ins.
You said Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday? That's what you said?
That's right.
Well, that's today.
That is today. I
come
believe it's
on down.
I believe it's starting right now. So if you can get down to the lodge quickly, you can play the. I believe it's a 400 approximate dollar buy-in tournament where at 1 in every 8 people will get a seat to the main. You actually get paid in Lammers, so you can use the Lammers to buy into any tournament at the lodge. But you get 3,000 in Lammers, just enough for that LCS main. And then throughout the LCS, I believe there are 4 or 5 instances of satellites. If you go to thelodgepokerclub.com/LCS, you will see the schedule, and that has a couple instances of satellites
Are you talking about that
that
guy
you can come down and play.
And I'm quite sure there'll be a lot. There'll be a racehorse table.
Always is.
Can you guys explain that for people who aren't?
Racehorse table. Let's say everybody puts $200 in. Everybody gets dealt cards. The winner will receive all that money in Lammers if you have the winning hand.
Yeah, usually those racehorses are double board PLO as well.
Yes.
So there's 2 boards, 2 chances to win, unless you scoop, which is rare but possible.
What happens when you scoop?
When you scoop, that's when you win both boards, Brady.
Well, right, but do you win more of the racehorse?
Yes.
Is it like so? If you win one board, you get half?
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Got it. Okay.
And the great thing about that is it takes about 15 seconds. It looks like a craps table because everybody's standing up, cheering, hooting and hollering, and it's over in 15 seconds, and somebody's really happy.
He doesn't mean anything. He doesn't try and fight anybody. He just.
Doug Polk Poker in the chat. What's up, Doug?
He's all right guy, but
He says, "What's up, guys?" As expected.
Typical.
Predictable.
Hello, Mr. Polk.
Nice Saturday off for him. He crushed it yesterday. He's been on quite the tear this week after a notable, rough couple first months.
King Kiah again with an ace in his hand. I mean, it's uncanny how many times he has an ace in his hand.
Against the T1000 again one more time, and the ace-jack has him out-pipped.
I said if he bets up to 700, I'm calling.
Not too good of a hand.
Take it back.
Just win.
Can you take that deal? Thank you.
Yes, Poobah. They're called Texas Saddies. That's where the racehorse table.
Yeah, he walked in and was like, y'all scared, man. Y'all scared to play me. I was like, all right, how much you have? $1,600 there?
How much do you have in chips when you?
I don't know. He dumped a bunch of red chips on the table.
Oh. Yeah, so when he left here, he came straight back over there. And
Slick Rick Skull Mike and our special guest, Mr. Mike Brady, who will be joining us from time to time in the bunker whenever he is in town from the great city of San Diego. Ron
Any
Burgundy's
other
hometown.
visits planned for LCS time?
I'm loosely planning to come the second weekend of LCS. Can't remember the exact dates.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Hoping to make it. I've actually got an event I go to every year in Vegas, EDC, is the weekend of the main event. So unfortunately, I will not be here that weekend. That is.
See, every year you say.
This will be my ninth. This will be my ninth in a row.
Didn't it change locations this year?
Racetrack.
The racetrack?
No, always at the racetrack.
Always?
Since I've been going, at least. It used to be in LA. But for those who don't know, it is a music festival that goes from 6 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. So please, prayers for me.
Electric Daisy Carnival.
I'm getting a little too old, so please keep me in your thoughts, and I'll get through it.
King Jack 9, couple of diamonds. Both players with a jack.
Shout out to
Two
Elon
pair for
Bluestone,
Brandon.
friend of mine. DJ.
Yeah, I know him.
726 in the live chat. There's a 9 of spades.
What happened was he was playing at the club.
Brandon's going to win with his flop 2 pair.
His mom showed up because his baby
2
mom-
pair will take
Yes,
that one down. Action Adam treading lightly there.
And the security goes
Gets the showdown with jacks and nines, but that's no good.
No, it doesn't. Catch it back. Don't let him play here no more. And she tells me, Mr. Kyle, don't let him play there no more. I don't want to play no more. I said, well, I can't tell him not to, but I'll just tell him he can go home early or something. And,
4 o'clock, hour into the stream.
And he comes down here and wins a bunch of money. They're like, you're a team mom.
So far, the action favoring the left side of the table.
100 straddle.
Seats 6, 7, and 8 have some work to do.
It's good. It's a lot of action.
High's been pretty quiet as well.
I think on cap, so it's
Are the games public?
Yeah.
786 in the chat right
820
now.
now. It's all of a sudden.
I always seem to be behind
Spiraling.
you. You get much better numbers than me. I need your phone. Can we switch phones?
Yeah.
But for those of you who haven't, smash that like button. I'm not going to say how many we have because apparently my number's not going to be correct.
Raise to 300.
Gabe coming in with the raise with the ace-10 off.
text me sometime you have time you want to come
King
up.
Kiah in the
Let me
big
know.
blind.
Yeah, I think
Seems
I
to
remember
be
that.
a guy who likes to defend his big blind. Adam molded over with 7-3 for a moment there.
I haven't played a hand with you yet.
Oh, yeah.
Gabe, right? All right, Gabe.
Kiah seems like a really nice guy.
He is.
You're probably a better player.
Yeah,
and
he
you
is.
have a better hand than me.
Real nice.
But I'm gonna see if I can smart you on this. Because if I went with this hand, you fucked up. I'm not gonna win with this hand.
I'm not a fan of white, but
Kai always likes to talk down on his poker skills, but he's got plenty of experience. And you see Adam in the background opening that bottle of wine, so You know what that means, folks.
875, and that hits Kiah. Straight draw and a pair of 8s. There's 2 pair now for King Kiah. He just gets there.
250.
I messed up.
Gabe says I messed up. Can't win that hand.
Uh-huh.
And another pot goes to the 3 seat.
We'll be back on next on Monday, 3 p.m. Central. Then Wednesday is the big one, folks. You will not want to miss it. Brad Owen, Andrew Neely, Doug Polk, along with DQ, Chase, and Coins, and a few other stars. That'll be the Wednesday stream, 3 p.m. Central.
The guy that took your place busted 2 bullets, so maybe you got
Incredible day of poker then, but before that, we'll have the rest of today and a Monday stream.
I did take a shower this morning, though, so you're cool. That's cool. No sleep.
Thank you, Yonder, for those comments. I'm trying to get better.
250.
Cheers, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Looks like Adam just said cheers.
Pierre.
Which
Pierre's a wise guy. He watched the stream yesterday. If he's smart, it's time to start the drinking.
Yep. 1.
I mean, it was great.
It looks like a nice bottle of Chardonnay, perhaps Pinot Grigio.
I did see Adam this morning. He was looking better than you'd expect, but he was definitely someone who got very drunk last night. I knew that, but even had I not known that, I would have known that looking at him. So, I think he's got to take it a little slower just for physiological reasons today.
Makes total sense. He is human after all.
But, he might warm up, and that cup might be full before you know it.
I don't want to see him win a monster pot. Get the adrenaline flowing. When you scoop a big one, Rick, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, actually I do.
You do?
Yes, I've seen it on TV. Uh-oh, on the button. Action Adam raises to 300 with Queen 4. Here he goes, folks.
We saw him do this earlier with Queen 4. Maybe he's got a little connection with the Queen 4 off.
I would Jack 8 suited.
Similar to Helmuth. And Big's the Queen.
There's the Queen.
Now flush draw for high.
500.
Adam made a reference there after the flop, says I can't lose this one. Now a dicey turn card. High applying pressure, 500. How's Adam going to play this one?
Vietnamese people love baccarat. Yeah.
Makes the call. To the river we go with 1.7 in the middle.
9 outs for high.
Baccarat area.
I wonder how many lives it's destroyed.
That's not one of them.
You see them when they don't go there with like a couple $100.
High not scared to go for big bluffs. Not one to shut down. And he's going to go for like 1,300. Goes for full pot. And Adam snap fold, so the bluff gets through. Adam doesn't even consider a call there. As the flush gets there, a wet river card. Decides he's not beating much, but he did indeed have Jack high beat.
Thank you, Loom, for that nice comment. Appreciate you being part of the stream. Remember our overtime number today. There's the lodge cam. Look at that. Look at all those cash tables.
100 straddle.
Right here on a Saturday afternoon. Come on down to the lodge, exit 251 in Round Rock, Texas, off I-35. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a social club. You become a member, and you just pay $10 an hour for your cash play. And tournaments, it depends on which tournament it is. You pay a door fee and then your buy-in, but you do not pay an hourly fee for our tournaments. All this info can be found on our website, thelodgepokerclub.com. Don't know what Ludo's cards are. Little mystery hand here. Pierre has King 7 of diamonds. There's a 7 right in the window.
Jimmy Bluffett enters the chat.
Welcome aboard.
After sleeping all night, playing poker all evening.
5 or 7 minutes long or something. How long is it usually?
Sets are 3 minutes.
Deuce of clubs. Still don't know what Ludo has.
Wonder who had a bigger headache this morning, Jimmy Bluffett or Adam?
200.
Probably Adam.
It's probably Adam.
Jimmy likes his tequila and cigars. And who knows what else?
Ludo bet 200.
Yeah. Dude, he had some funny shit. Now,
Yes.
I watched him.
Thank you.
His
Keep him out.
he was teaching a class. And
Chris the Cop, welcome to the chat.
Talked to some
Legendary Chris the Cop
comedians coming up.
from Staten Island.
What you want to do? You know, I'm gonna go broke. Get the fuck out of here.
Aaron, dealer here, welcome. Thank you all for tuning in on this Saturday afternoon, folks. We love engaging with the chat
He's the funniest of it.
while watching the same game as you, as these 8 gentlemen here fight it out for all the moolah, the coin, the shekels.
It's just 800 people having a little conversation right now. Little friendly game.
Learn your family history.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really know, get to know your family and use that.
Last night, I believe we got it up as high as 23, 2,400 in the live chat.
100
I'm
to
not
stay,
sure.
guys.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm not like really good at.
Pierre here, first act after all those straddles. He opens the action to 250. Suited ace there for Brandon. Was that very tight fold with an ace-7 of clubs there.
Thank you.
Jerry Flood enters the live chat. Says, great job, Rick and Mike. I miss playing at the lodge. We miss you too, Jerry.
5-10 years, I think I would.
Good guy.
100 straddle bomb.
Was a lodge fixture until he had to move away.
Did he move to like Oklahoma? He didn't
I
move to
believe
Dallas?
North Texas. And you know,
I mean, we're not that far from there, Rick, so
you can still
it's
come.
about time they come back for a visit. I mean, you're such a nice guy and all, but you gotta give your friends a little grief.
I'd like to hear from Miss Joan once in a while.
100 to stay.
I'm a little worried about Miss Joan.
Raise to 250.
Haven't heard from her recently. I must check in.
One of the only people ever to get a standing ovation as she made her last exit from the lodge.
Wow.
Yes.
That didn't happen for Naked James.
It's tough to get poker players to stand up.
Yes. Language, please. Language. That was her famous. She would sit there. People would be cussing. Language, please. Language. See what this flop is. Everybody has something going on. There's a 10 ball. I like that.
I got all my friends and my family needed jobs and stuff like that. I gave them jobs because I was making more money in poker. So long story short, to me, shit, I can pay them to keep going, keep going. So like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, when I was able to help my legal game,
600.
I came out and opened a little club, and then my lawn service helped fund it because when you first open it, you're not making shit. Yeah. You have to have at least 2 tables, 10 hours.
High's going to take that one down.
Pumping money into it.
Yeah, to make the so I'm just feeling myself, so I decided
100 straddle.
It is
Feel
a
bad for
mandatory
Michelle
straddle.
that she needs to announce 100 straddle every time.
Yeah, it's a mandatory straddle.
Just make it a 25, 50, 100 game, and that solves that, right?
There you go.
I could be wrong, but I feel like there was 1 or 2 hands where people raised to like 175 pre-flop, in which case...
Is that recent?
Yeah, like if I
Does
remember...
one person not have it on? I feel like everyone here has it on, though.
I'm really not sure,
That flash.
but I could have sworn.
Interesting.
Maybe someone in the chat can do a quick investigation and rewind real quick.
When I ask myself, like, the
100
question,
straddle.
like, if money wasn't an issue, what would I be doing? It's confident.
525.
525 with a very wheel-like 3-5 for Kai.
But I mean, I've been playing
Takes it
poker
down. That's his hand.
Thank you.
Secret sauce.
It's tough to walk away when it's like the last years have really been beneficial. Like, I'm starting to see like
Kai's involved mid-conversation with half the table. Looks down at 5-3 offsuit. Usually your normal human would just kind of send that into the muck. He's like, nah, I'm going to fire in a raise here and still go on with my conversation. No big deal. It's called multitasking.
That's what they give away the slot machines, illegal slot machines. And they're doing pretty good. And the poker, even if the slot machines get put down,
100 straddle.
poker is doing really well for me. I could quit and go do something else, but
300.
I don't know what I want to do right now.
T1000 taking this low-suited gapper for a ride. Raises to 300.
800.
800.
Ludo doing the same with the same suit. Fires in a raise.
Yes.
Yeah, relatively small re-raise here in position from Ludo.
Back to you.
Brandon forced to fold 6s in the big blind, and
Yeah.
T1000 gets out of the way as well.
Hands in the cookie jar, does not want to go deeper, decides to exit. And we don't even see 3.
I've also kind of like
100
myself
straddle.
into a little bit of a corner with my lifestyle, with bills and car payments.
828 in the chat, folks. Overtime number is 800. Everybody does their part. We will do ours and keep those cameras rolling. Because you know, as the day goes on and the sun sets, the action just heats on up.
The bills for a while.
Got about 259 likes so far.
100 to stay, guys.
Not enough, Rick. Rookie
They're in
numbers.
the pristine assets that are.
Mark in the chat asks, when is Skull Mike or Slick Rick going to play on the stream again? I think you might have a potential answer for that, Skull.
I'll be playing sporadically. I don't have a set time. I was thinking about maybe getting in the mix on Monday, but we do have a full lineup, potentially.
They build
But I've been known to get on in there from time to time.
revolutionary that it brings in.
As everybody knows, this is our first week back from a little shutdown period, so I just want to make sure things are running smoothly here in the booth with our new technology. Don't want to leave the team shorthanded, but you know I got that itch in my belly, or as Doug said yesterday, the itch by his balls to get out there on the felt.
I think that was a feeling he had in his balls.
Not an itch?
Which I guess an itch is just a more specific feeling. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So you'll see me soon.
So we're getting it
You
right around.
probably won't be seeing me soon, unless it's a special edition
What is it?
of a lower limit game
This time? Yeah.
with Norman Chad and Lon McCarran.
Nice to see Norman hop into the chat yesterday.
I love
That
that.
was pretty cool.
Well, he's our friend.
Yeah, Norman's a cool guy.
I remember, well, he was in the bunker. I said, hey, Norman, when I come out to the World Series, can I come in your bunker for the World Series? He said, probably not. At least he was honest.
I don't think he has the strings to pull. No offense to Norman, of course, but I don't think he's the one pulling the strings when it comes to that.
Pump the brakes, Rick.
I thought I was in. We bought a barbecue. That should get us something.
Easy. Easy.
Ace 10 versus Ace Queen here. Ludo and Brandon going at it. There's the queen.
Decent board for Ludo to put in a bet. He does go for a very small bet, about a quarter of the pot. Against such a small bet, Brandon's got to think about raising, but he does just call.
And then after the first year, rent rose over 20%.
King ball on the turn, really nice card for Ludo to continue betting. He's going to have a lot of King X hands that bet the flop that are now going to want to go for value, and then this hand that he actually has, Ace 10, has a lot of equity. One other kind of granular thing, he's got that 10 of clubs, which is an important card for drawing here. By having that 10 of clubs, it makes it just that much less likely that Brandon has a hand that can call here, something like Jack 10 of clubs. But Brandon has Ace Queen, so he's going to call. Oh, and there's that Jack. Ludo now with the Broadway straight. That does bring the flush in, and Brandon has the Ace of clubs, so there's kind of some small factors at play here besides just the straight versus middle pair. Ludo more than likely going to put in a bet here. This hand is not really strong enough to check raise when a flush comes in. Looks like he's mulling over what size.
750.
He's going for about half pot. Quickly shoots a look over to Brandon as he's putting in the bet. I'm not a live tell guy, but I would bet that means something.
Brandon trends to play on the tighter side, but like you mentioned, does hold the Ace of clubs here, so that could be in the back of his mind.
Actually could potentially be a hand he'd want to raise with. It might just be too good, though. I personally would lean towards just calling it more than likely, but he does fold.
Definitely could raise there with holding that card. It would not have worked.
Yeah, it would definitely wouldn't have worked in this instance, but Ace-Queen is kind of just a really nice hand to bluff with because you have a queen, so it's less likely your opponent has pocket queens, something like that. And the Ace of clubs is obviously even more important. Makes it impossible for your opponent to have the nut flush.
Yeah, could have seen really all options in play there. A flat, a raise, or a fold. Could have made a case for either.
One of those classic spots.
Yeah, interesting
It
spot.
would be good for Doug to analyze that one. We'd know what he'd say. All three options seem good.
At some frequency.
At some frequency. I'll tell you one thing, the chat loves that. The chat loves a not definitive answer about what the correct play is. Don't you, chat?
Ace-8 off for Brandon here, late position. He's going to try and charge this dead money.
250.
250 to go.
Adam's got a hand he wants to play. Oh, it's just King 9. He really perked up when he saw that raise. I kind of thought he had something stronger, but I guess King 9 for Adam is actually kind of a sweet hand.
What kind of hand does Adam have there, Rick?
K9, woof.
I was expecting a little louder woof.
K9, woof.
There you go.
There you go.
Speaking of the K9 woof, High puts in the squeeze with the King 9, and it gets through.
It's everywhere.
Well done. It's a really nice hand to squeeze with, in my opinion.
Gotta like High. Cumulative winnings, King Kiah leading the way, 5,200, Brandon 4,800, T1,000 up 3,000, High 1,700. Everyone else is losing. Pierre just a little bit, but Gabe currently and Action Adam throwing the party down 7,000, 6,600 respectively.
The Chicago boys not faring so well on the Lodge Live so far. Adam and Gabe, both Chicago cash game players. At least they have been.
How did Gabe wind up yesterday? I don't remember that.
On stream, he was up a little, and then they played off stream, and I believe he lost. He'll probably be mad at me for saying that because he was excited to have at least one on stream. That was his kind of silver lining. Though that said, really Gabe's big takeaway from last night was that hand where he folded trip 10s against Doug's worst trip 10s, where Doug value bet on the river. Flush did come in, but Doug value bets on the river. With trip 10s with a king kicker, Gabe thought about it for a while and folded 3 10s with an ace kicker, and Gabe is going to be kicking himself about that one for a while. That
hand with Doug, and then the hand he folded, and he almost talked himself into a call against Adam's big all-in.
That one with Doug really turned the tables for the rest of the evening there, because Doug ended up on a heater, and Gabe started to trend down right after that hand. So a very key hand in the session. Unfortunate for Gabe, did not go his way, but he's back here battling on a Saturday.
I mean, you got to get back on the horse. As we see Jack 10 versus Ace Queen here. Ace Queen now hits two pair, and a flush draw. Kind of more of a PLO hand. I don't know if he's playing the wrong game. King Kiah.
T1000 does play a lot of PLO. He'll be in the lineup for our 5,100 PLO game on May 7th, folks. So if you are a fan of the 4-card game, T1000 knows how to maneuver those streets.
5,100 PLO?
5,100 PLO with Dylan Wiseman.
Upswing coach Dylan Wiseman and recent U.S. Poker Open winner.
Boots will be in that lineup, so buckle your seatbelts, folks. We have plenty on the horizon, not just the LCS, but 5,100 PLO will be happening on May 7th.
No. Please don't.
Wow.
Please don't.
T1000 now thinking about a value bet on the river. Very loose call on the turn from King Kiah here with just a gut shot and that pair of jacks. T1000 looks like he's reaching. Oh, he's going relatively small. Looks like about 2,700.
2,800.
2,800. Pretty small bet into the $7,700 pot. King Kiah's got to call 2,800 to win 10,500, but he's just got a pair of jacks. Good pot odds, not such a good hand. King Kiah seems upset that the conversation was cut short by this hand.
How do you say I know I'm on what you make?
Oh.
He does make the call.
There.
Show the foot.
200
Not him.
While we wait for the next hand real quick, guys, I want to quickly mention to the chat, I'm really excited about something coming to Upswing Poker this Monday. Brand new advanced course called Elite Cash Game Exploits. I will tell you, there's not much more of an appropriate game to talk about it in than one like this. This course is all about figuring out what your opponents are doing and making the exact counter plays that you have to make to take advantage of them and win as much money as possible. It's called Elite Cash Game Exploits. It's taught by Yuri Peleg, an amazing high-stakes player and coach. Check that out on Upswing Poker this Monday. It's going to be phenomenal. If you want a little taste of his content, see if his coaching style is for you, go over to the Upswing Poker YouTube channel, youtube.com/upswingpoker. Check out the last 4 videos. They're all from Yuri. You can see if it's for you. I watched some of
he's an Israeli, huh?
He is Israeli. I'll tell you, last time I came to Austin, I watched 5 hours of his content. It was pre-edited content, just like the raw footage. On the flight, I watched 5 hours of the content. I watched it at 2x speed, hence the ability to watch that much. It was the most I've learned about poker strategy in an amount of time since the very beginning for me, when I was like learning that Queen 6 offsuit is not a good hand, you know? That was more valuable for sure, learning Queen 6 offsuit is not a good hand. But since then, that was like, 13 years ago, I have not learned more in such a small period of time.
So you crushed the tables that trip, right?
I actually did, yeah. But that said,
just making sure.
That said, most of my winnings came from winning double board PLO bomb pots, which the course does not cover. So I don't want
that course coming out.
It's out.
We did put out an article for what it's worth.
Dylan wrote an article about that.
Yeah, very helpful.
Yes.
That's over on Upswing Poker too. If you Google double board PLO bomb pot tips, you'll find them.
That's funny.
Texas regs hate that article. They don't want you to play well.
Brady, I've been meaning to ask you. I need to get a login for Upswing. Insider login.
I got you.
I could do some studying, see what's up there, the new articles. So when you're not here in the booth, we can discuss these with the fine folks at Chatsville.
Sounds good.
And Rick could use some studying.
I do. I've tried everything but practicing lessons.
But he reads at like
trial and error, huh?
Exactly.
But a lot of error.
Exactly. And every now and then I get lucky.
Chicago boys go into battle here. Gabe turning this pair of 8s into a bluff on this flush completing river. Adam had a very strong hand on the flop with ace-jack. It's kind of shriveled up as this 2 overcards come out on the turn and river and a flush completes.
These two went after each other all day long yesterday. Kind of the first hand that we're seeing them getting involved in heads up right now.
Yeah, these guys are friends, you would think. I don't know how you treat your friends at the poker table, but most people don't aggressively go after their friends. These two kind of do.
That's funny. Yeah, they went after it last night.
You also may have seen some slow rolls if you were watching last night. They like to slow roll each other as well. And he does get the fold. Let's see if Gabe shows the 3. Of course. Gabe does show the 3. Adam didn't even have to see the 3. Adam does not even have to see the 3 to start smiling. As Gabe is just peeling up a card, he knows.
Already knows.
He's like, oh god, if he's showing me 1 card, that was a bluff.
Gabe and Pierre on the bottom of the VPIP scale. King Kiah and T1000, of course, up on top. Where's the chat thing? Where's Adam going to finish on the VPIP scale? Let me see those percentages in the chat. Currently right now sitting at 37%.
Last night he was at around 65.
Where will our boy Adam finish? I'm going to get us started.
What do you say, I have 9s?
Anthony Chester hops in the chat, the tournament director extraordinaire here at the Lodge Mahal.
Whatever, I'm all right.
And then you went on you call.
Hello, Anthony.
There was an ace. You run it twice, and like, and the river on the second board was a 9, so everybody thought that was a chop. Because he showed his jack, and then you said you had 9s, right? And we see there's an ace, and then the river was a 9. But then you had ace king, so you took both. Sounds like me.
Here's the flop.
I think it's one.
Ace 8-4, couple hearts, pair of aces for Gabe, straight draw for King Kiah, pair of 8s for High.
You chopped the second, yeah.
You
chopped the second,
1100. Yo! Bet from Gabe.
Is there liquor around?
King Kiah pretty likely to get out of the way with 7-6, though he is sticky King Kiah, as Rick said earlier. Now it's on High, who has a pretty interesting decision. I mean, middle pair against a check raise isn't so great, but he does have a backdoor flush draw, but he does let it go. Unfortunate for Gabe.
It's one of the options. They're all pretty strong.
to real alcohol. Yeah.
Thanks, Alex.
I think High's working on a junior mohawk right now. Maybe a new hairstyle. Perhaps Doug has influenced High to get all that extra hair product going. See, does this qualify as mini mohawk? Thoughts? No? Am I looking a little too deep into it?
That might
The
be
early stages?
Yeah, it could be like the sprouts of a mohawk. You know,
That's all we need.
you got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I was 18.
You don't just get rock star status right off the bat.
Just like not knowing
One person who could definitely not grow a mohawk is Ludo.
We used to pregame with peach vodka. Before going to the club, we just all down like a bottle.
Nick from Yuma asked, does Upswing Poker offer a course on chat game exploits instead of a cash game?
It's a good question.
Not yet. You know, we should probably get on the speech play course.
That'd be a top seller.
Oh. Heads up.
It would be funny. We just have to find the right person to teach it. Who would be a good person to teach
Adam?
that? That's a good one. Yeah, Adam could be good. His speech game was good last night. But chat, who would we get to teach a chat game course? A course that teaches you how to do like table talk and all that kind
Scott
of.
Seaver.
Ooh, Scott Seaver is good at it. That's a good one. Will Kassouf would be a good joke answer.
Yeah, he could have a little cameo. Maybe a little Scotty Wynn.
Wow, Scotty Wynn.
Scotty lives in Oklahoma. We got to get him to walk through these doors.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Your call, baby. That's all over. Close?
No. No. You're not close.
I mean, I knew
You
who
call
you were
baby,
doing.
it's all over. We need to work on our Scotties.
You know who does a good Scotty when it's our good friend Daniel Negreanu?
Yeah, he does.
He does.
He does.
Don't know him, but I call him my good friend.
Well, you've probably seen him on TV a lot.
I
He probably
have.
feels like a good friend.
I have.
Just like people watching the stream probably think of you as a good friend in a similar way. You know?
Exactly. What do you think? Let me ask you this, Mike. What do you think about the helmet situation and how he continues to apologize, always on camera, to his social media community after he does something a little over the top? He's 55, 56 years old. He continues to make mistakes and thinks it's okay to just apologize. Your thoughts?
My personal take is I'm kind of generally fed up with Phil Hellmuth. I know he is kind of a view getter. Like when he's on stuff, he has a big name. A lot of people, especially casual poker fans, like to tune in. Personally, I'm repelled by content that has Phil Hellmuth in it because I know what I'm going to see. It's really lame. My first WSOP tournament was actually with Phil Hellmuth. He sat down on my right about 2 hours late. No cameras were on him. He broke out all the lines. He talked trash to some guy across the table saying he's so stupid he can't spell poker. Like literally stuff he said from TV.
Right.
Overall, like, I mean, I don't think he's necessarily like a bad guy. I just think something about playing this game gets him in this kind of emotionalized state where he just can't control some of the stuff that comes out of his mouth. And I personally don't really enjoy watching it.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I will say good about Phil Hellmuth is it's pretty amazing how much the guy cares after 35 plus years of grinding poker. I got desensitized to poker after 4 or 5 years. I started getting beats and barely blinking. This guy still loses his mind when something bad happens to him in like a $1,000 tournament.
Right.
Which that part of it is commendable. I guess that's kind of both sides of the coin. Is you have one side of the coin where he flips out and says all these inappropriate things. The other side is, wow, he actually cares and is really, giving it his all these years down the line. So, that's just me. What do you guys think, chat? Phil Hellmuth. Is it okay that he just apologizes when he has his little antics?
He did say he was going to shake that gentleman's hand.
He did.
No matter after match. I didn't see him shake on camera.
Yeah, I mean, during his apologies, he went out during the match with Dan Shack. They were in the middle of their match, and he.
Oh, well, that was the next day.
Yes, the next day.
That's probably because he got a bunch of heat on the internet for not shaking his hand.
Yeah.
Right. I'll watch it.
Shaking someone's hand the next day. Come on. That counts as a no shake.
It does count as a no shake.
Threes for the T1000 here. Can Brandon spike an ace or a queen? No, he cannot.
straight
Jack
shot.
for Broadway.
All I do is meditate.
Not the best flop for a pair of threes. And it goes check, check, check all the way home to the turn we go. 7 of hearts. Now open-ender here for Kiah. And he's going to get after it. He says, nobody wants this pot. I might as well take my stab now. 6 high like a boss. Good enough. Wins himself 1.3.
I do agree, Jimmy, that poker needs characters. I definitely agree with that statement. My only thing that I would bring to the table is this is like the 4th thing that he's had to apologize this year on, and it's like it's the same thing. So at some point, does your apology really mean anything, or is it just who you are? And if it is who you are, that's fine. But don't apologize.
I kind of like watching Phil. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do. I don't hold it against anyone who does.
Michelin restaurant.
Jesus. You really get all set up.
Oh, yeah.
In moderation.
Did you go
Can't,
I'm like, well, I'm not.
can't watch it
I'm not
consistently.
So I went by myself.
I also like really watching Ali Msirovic, and he's been under a lot of heat lately.
This lady comes up to me.
But there's no denying his skill.
Hell yeah.
She's 48.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Amen.
So I took her to dinner.
And then, of course, there's the shaman,
What a stud.
and the psychic,
300 more.
and the frog poison that we all love. Probably want to get our hands on some frog poison on a Saturday, but it's not something you find on your local supermarket shelves.
No.
Unless, Rick, you have a secret stash somewhere, do you?
I do not. No free secret stash of frog poison. You know, hey, everybody can have an opinion. I'm not an expert. I understand that. I'm a poker enthusiast. I love the game, so I can, my opinion could mean nothing to you, and I get that. King 8-7. Pair of 6s for T1000 in the lead.
I needed
King Kiah looking for a 6.
I'm sure she appreciates it.
Now a 6. Will not work for him. He's looking for a 9 or a 7. Ace of hearts.
800.
T1000 is going to win with 2 pair.
Or will he? Kai's the
If he
one
stays
firing
in.
out $800 here. Makes this a very tough call for a pair of 6s, but the T1000 has the calling chips in his hand. Looks to be leaning to a call and makes the call, the correct call. Good on him. That's going to give him a little momentum here, start feeling good about his poker mind.
You know, if you call every time, eventually you're going to be right.
Nice hand from JC there.
I'm going to keep 50 out for yours.
They just opened a new poker.
861 in the live chat. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday afternoon. 4:38 Central Time. We'll be on, could be as late as 8 p.m. Central, depending on you, chat, if we get to 600.
600, you say?
I'm sorry, 800 likes on or before 6:30.
There you go.
100.
That's been around for like 6 years.
Raise to 300.
Yeah, well, that's
Call.
Gabe raced to 300 with the 10s. Brandon, little suited wheel. Skull Mike's favorite.
All right. 3 play.
Calls in the cutoff.
Wow, you're just going to keep needling me all day long, Brady, are we?
Twisting the knife. Action Adam defends his button with 4-3 offsuit. More wheel cards. And we get the 9-6-3. Adam with an open-ender, but it's one of those nasty open-enders where if you hit the top part of it, there's a 1-card straight that beats you.
Check.
Gabe goes for the check on this board, which is definitely a reasonable play with an overpair against 2 callers in position.
Call.
The 2 callers are very often going to have these types of cards, so you got to play pretty defensively in Gabe's spot. And he does just check and call a $400 bet from Adam. Adam's got a fair bit of outs against these 10s, and that's one of them. One card straight on the board, in addition to Adam having that low end of the straight. Adam goes for the check back.
Little sneaky check back there. Giving Gabe a free card does not connect with an 8. Does have a lot of showdown value here. Let's see.
Nice.
Wouldn't mind a check here from Gabe. Absolutely. Adam's going to go for a bet, and he's going to get paid, I would believe.
I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Might go for an overbet, something along the lines of 2.1. We saw a lot of that from him yesterday, but instead going for, looks like, just a little value.
Pimping, not simping, man.
Someone asked, what's the bad beat at the lodge? We don't take money off the table here at the lodge. So there's no bad beat. Every dollar at our cash game tables stays on the table until that person decides to leave.
Like they just. Like,
No drop, no bad beat.
Is she on? She's like 22, right?
No explanation.
And one of the lowest hourly rates in the industry here in Texas, $10 an hour.
25. Yeah.
That's the best thing.
Gabe doesn't like it, but he's not going to be able to get away here for
I feel
$1,200.
like Austin dating seems very.
Definitely a new Adam today, an hour and 40 into the stream. Comp Pool Collected has not gotten out of line, but this line a little bit fishy, and it's going to get him paid as Gabe makes the call. And Adam
Clear slow roll here. We have a slow roll attempt.
Like he's playing for a week, and then like 2 hours before.
Yeah.
And like this place takes months to get reservations.
Is the Roosevelt room? Is that
I have to say,
Yeah, Roosevelt.
I've seen these guys slow roll each other a lot.
For like a day before.
It's really nice to see it on the split screen at the lodge. It's phenomenal. These are the kind of guys who, even if you're just playing like some card game on the kitchen table, they'll still try to slow roll each other every single hand, you know?
Yeah, slow rolls never die amongst friends. Although I slow rolled Rick one time, and he literally cried like a little schoolgirl for about 2 months, Brady. About 2 months. It was a home game. It was for maybe like $20. So don't slow roll Slick Rick if you.
I would never slow roll
I'm
him.
just not a fan. I guess that's just me, but I understand the appeal amongst friends.
Oh, it's amongst friends. It's
Yes.
always amongst friends, of course.
Call.
Obvious bluff.
Call. Call. Raise to 850.
904 in the live chat, raised to 850 from high with Queen 10 suited.
James, I don't know about Lodge Houston, but I know that Houston's not that far away. So you better make it on over here to Round Rock for the LCS. No excuses. Play cards like a champion, and we're going multi-way here. It's high. 3 bets to 850. Trying to thin down that field. Ludo with the best hand gets out of the way, folds his ace-jack.
Pierre makes the call with Jack 9 suited.
Call.
Adam comes along. Pots are brewing. King Kai won't be able to resist this. It's only 600 more. Of course he calls.
Eric Chen said ace-10 should 3-bet or fold. I have to say I agree. Ace-10, not the kind of hand you want to be calling knowing that it's going to be a 4 or 5-way pot. Not exactly one of those premium multi-way hands. What does a premium multi-way hand look like to you, Skull?
Aces.
That's it. That's just a premium hand in all spots. If I were to answer, I would say suited,
8-7
connected,
diamonds.
or the kind of nut suits, like an ace-5 suited. That would make a little bit more sense. Ace-10 off, not what you want in a multi-way pot.
Yeah, never quite really know where you're at. Can get yourself into a lot of trouble. So absolutely. I
And
agree
as
with
we
you.
say that, we see him hit the best hand on the turn.
Check.
So what do we know?
You get lucky from time to time in this game. It's possible. Hearts there, still dangerous. Also a straight draw for Pierre.
And King
And
Kiah.
King Kai.
Yeah,
So-
King Kiah's got a sneaky double gutter here, 9
Double
or a
gutter.
5.
22.
Big bet from Pierre. 2,200. Those banana chips are $1,000 each, folks.
Kai looks to be leaning towards sticking around here, carving out calling chips. Still players to act. And he does indeed make that call, so this pot is ballooning, 8.8 now in the middle.
Can't blame him. A lot of good hands out there.
Action on the T1000 with the best hand currently, but taking his time here, deciding what his opponents are holding, what type of course of action he wants to take on this river. Does he want to apply pressure now and try and take it down? Likely thinking he doesn't have the best hand, so that would be quite dangerous. Nobody holding a king, and he lays it down, so the best hand goes bye-bye.
Yeah, to my mind, that is a good play, though, of course, in this exact instance.
But that goes more aligning into our thoughts that we were talking about the ace-10 pre-flop. That's why you get into sticky spots there. You have the best hand sometimes, but you're currently, you're never quite sure, and you end up folding there. So maybe if you thin down the field with a 3 or 4 bet pre-flop, it would be much easier to maneuver a hand such as this, but instead he folds Jack of clubs, and Pierre connects with his Jack, although he didn't need it.
He does decide to just check with his showdown value. He was definitely mulling over maybe an all-in bluff there.
Kai's never checking here with 8 high and 9,000 in the middle. Carves out how much? Says it's like 2,300, so it goes for quarter pot or so. 23 on the head. And now Pierre.
Going to be a very tough call for Pierre here.
Lot in this pot. Perhaps a little confused why Kai didn't rip it all in. Stack the pot ratio. Only had about 5,000 behind. So could have jammed there. That would have made a lot of sense with a strong holding. Perhaps trying to disguise and go for just a little bit of value. Wants to get like a call me type of bet at 2.3, and perhaps Pierre will recognize that. Tricky, tricky bet here.
Yeah, it's one of those bluffs that's really, really trying to look like a value bet. To the point where now Pierre's thinking, well, crap, I mean, I can beat a bluff, but would he really bluff for this small?
Holding hearts of his own, so unlikely that Kai has hearts as well. That might be in the back of his mind.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for Kai to be bluffing. I mean, 8-7 is one hand that comes to mind, but how many others are there really?
Kai's range is so wide, though. He could have any two.
Could have like 5-7, 5-3, right?
Pierre knows that. Pierre knows that, and for this price, you might just have to look him on up. But he's taking his time.
1 second.
A lengthy hand here. A lot's going on in this hand. Pretty interesting stuff.
Eric Chen in the chat says Pierre's going to call. Emmanuel Scott says he's going to fold. Who's going to be right?
Folding or calling, chat?
That's why I say this is tough. And he lays it down.
That's it.
And King Kai wins with 8 high.
Well played indeed.
He's going to drag a roughly 9K pot.
And he needed that one.
He really did.
You must have had a bad
Ooh, so 8.
Oh, fuck me.
And he shows the 8.
Oh, God.
Wow.
No. I like all the fucking
All right,
nuts.
small blind, big blind, straddle.
The groans.
I have one 10.
I have 10.
10 queen.
I have 10.
10 queen.
Queen, queen.
You
Gold
beat me?
in there.
You're gonna see later.
Oh, that's
There's the V pips on the screen.
You don't have king. You don't
Action Adam
100 straddle.
cut down a little bit. He's at about a third of what he was yet last night, 38%. King Kiah leading the way with 54%,
top pair, bro.
which should probably not surprise you given that you just saw that 8-7 offsuit.
Then you had 8 and 9.
I think I had 8-7.
100
Double
to
bill.
stay, guys.
I couldn't check and win.
8, 7, yeah.
Kai's explaining
5 or 9.
what he did, and
8, 7 makes
all Pierre can do is nod and say, yeah, should have called.
On you, Kai.
Oh,
Raise to 700.
gave
321 likes, folks. We need to increase that if we want to go into overtime today. We've got another hour and 40 minutes before we have to make that decision, whether we go into overtime or not. So we need to get to 800 likes. Smash that like button, please.
Yeah, behind schedule and close to 1,000 in the chat, so it's a fair line, folks. If you want to watch more poker today, do your part. King Kiah waking up with Big Slick, Ace Queen for Brandon. So this game starting to get juicy.
10? 10? No, he said he had Jack on. He had a Jack on deck.
No, I'll call it. He did not have king yet.
I showed that 8 of hearts.
Yeah, exactly.
King was heart too, so there's no way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was awesome. King was a heart out there.
Yeah, it would have had him.
Big Slick versus Ace Queen here. Michelle will give us the flop. 9-5-4. Skittles.
Yeah. Check.
What's your name? My name. Brandon. Brandon, nice to meet you.
8 of hearts on the turn.
Okay. Check. Check. All right, hold it. Okay, good to go. Look. Okay.
Brandon looking for the 1 queen in the deck that's remaining.
Flop graphics there are a little off, as you guys can see. It's a 9-5-4 flop, 8 of hearts turn.
Yeah.
Those damn RFID cards not doing their jobs.
Okay. Slight pause, guys.
Gotta love that camera angle with the blue felt and the cards.
I love the blue felt, I gotta say.
We had to put Round Rock, Texas on the felt because our #1 question we always got, where is the lodge? Well, Round Rock, Texas, the largest suburb of Austin, Texas. Austin, located in the middle of Texas, the 10th largest city in the United States. If you want to get here, fly into Austin Bergstrom International Airport. Once you get to the airport, tell them you want to go to the lodge. If you're taking a cab or an Uber, it's about 25 minutes from the airport, depending on traffic.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
It's funny, that is our #1 question, the Round Rock, Texas. Like, where is it? And yet, we still get that question a lot. Even with it right on the felt.
Yep.
But hey, at least the logo is facing the right way. Huh, chat? I know you love that. I know that was bothering a lot of you. I'll say it was bothering me a little bit too.
It was tilting to some people.
It was fundamentally bad design, I have to say. No, you know, the people at the lodge do a wonderful job at essentially everything they do, but whoever fell to the tables did make a mistake. I know they had some logic to it, but yeah, they did make a mistake. Kid Poker, you missed the V-pip.
Are we still straddling?
King Kiah is leading the way. Adam's at about 38%. Those are the highlights.
Slick Rick, Skull Mike, and Mr. Mike Brady
What's that? Student? Okay. All right, good.
joining us in the bunker tonight. Having some fun. He'll be a regular guest of the bunker.
Yeah, gonna try to come into Austin at least a few times a year to this wonderful place. Bob Hope asks, what about lodging and pricing? Not sure what you mean. I assume you're talking about pricing for lodging. Well, if you go to thelodgepokerclub.com/hotels, you'll see a bunch of options where we have 10 to 15% discounted rates for our members. You just have to buy through the links, or book through the links on that site.
Yeah, we're putting a new deck in play because I think a couple of cards were causing some error readers. So yeah, check out where you can stay. But if you don't like any of those recommendations, you're not going to hurt our feelings. Just look for a hotel. I would say in North Austin or Round Rock area, any one of the 100+ hotels that you find in the North Austin or Round Rock will be just fine to get you to the lodge, Mahal, and we'd love to have you. It's going to be a crazy month in May. It'll really start with the end of our 4th monthly Monster 500K tournament, which begins this Wednesday. 8 flights, 2 flights a day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It ends on Sunday. I believe that's the 1st, if I'm not mistaken, of May. And then 3 days later, the inaugural Lodge Championship Series.
Oh, yeah,
we have
C8 is
tournaments over a span of 20 days. We're giving away
The player next
over
to me,
$5 million in guarantees, including the main event, which is a $3,000 buy-in, and we're guaranteeing $2 million in that prize pool. But 2 mystery bounty tournaments, a senior event, all sorts of a PLO event,
Tag team event.
tag team event.
Multiple mystery bounties.
Yes.
A lot of big no limit hold'em tournaments, just small buy-in, big guarantees. If you want to see the whole schedule, head on over to thelodgepokerclub.com/LCS. You can also just go to the link in the description of this video. It says like see our tournament schedule here. That'll also have all the tournaments. And you can also see the structure sheets and everything else you'd want to know about the tournament, how long the levels are, all the rules. It's going to be a great series. Definitely try to come out for at least one weekend or week or whatever you can do. It's going to be great action.
Yeah, and obviously, Poker Llama, Airbnbs are also an option. Fletcher Park, you're not going to hurt our feelings if you don't use one of the hotels on our web link, for sure. That's just as a bonus to you guys that we put together some deals. You don't have to use those. Fletcher, thank you for those kind words. We have worked hard on the stream. Remember, this is a temporary stream for us. We are building our own studio next door. So we're only going to get better. The best is yet to come for this great stream.
Should probably get yellow. I should probably get yellow.
Pocket 10s for T1000, pocket queens for Ludo.
This pot's going to get big fast, and it kind of already has. Ludo with the 4-bet to 4,000. T1000 is in position here, so normally that would incentivize him to call a little bit more than if he were out of position. That said, Ludo only has 4,700 behind. He's committed nearly half his stack here.
We love you.
So T1000 could make a tight and really savvy fold here, potentially. And he does do it. Great fold from T1000, getting away from the 5th best possible hand pre-flop.
Wow.
Very nice fold. Overall, I think if I had to critique Ludo on that play, the 4-bet was just a little too big. It just seems like something that cannot be a bluff or light in any way. It's basically either ace-king or a hand better than 10s.
Right.
Kind of made T1000's life a little bit too easy there. With a smaller 4-bet, T1000 would have been in a tougher spot. So that would be my preferred action from Ludo there. But in the moment, it's very possible I would make it a similar size myself.
We are playing 2550 with a mandatory straddle on. It's really playing 2550 100.
King Kiah in there with the 5-3, showing us why he's got that highest VPIP at the table.
He loves the 5-3. He's played it numerous times already tonight. Honestly, I believe that's what he had when he beat Skull in that wheel hand. When Skull flopped a set of aces.
I just accidentally put myself in timeout. Whoops. That's okay.
It is 4:34.
We're still 25 minutes?
Yeah, it's only been 3 minutes.
Nice.
Coming up on the 5 o'clock hour here. We've been on for 2 hours here. We plan to go till the 8 o'clock hour, but that's up to you folks. If we can get to the overtime number
I don't know, you got your line over there.
of 800 likes on it before 6:30. We've got another hour and a half.
Yeah, just for you guys. I'm gonna get you
Just for
guys.
you guys.
Pierre's gonna watch.
Sure, I'll drink it.
I mean, I just want a couple of beers. I'm not.
I'm not. I gotta drive back.
No,
I'll do both guys with JC.
no, yeah, you guys could do one, I guess. Can we get? Do you guys do this? Chip runner, guys, right?
Huh?
Call it chip runner.
Action Adam
Yeah.
calls 250 with 8-6 offsuit.
With a check dart.
Yeah, check there.
Can I get a floor to the stream?
Sure, yeah. You want me to not check dark? You hate it?
No, it's okay.
I'll check in the light.
Well, what about check dark too?
Checking the light, Adam says.
Check. Is there any way we can get someone to run to get alcohol?
I'm not bluffing after hearing check dark.
Check.
I'm down low.
Can we get someone to run to get alcohol for them?
Oh,
Another 6 trips for Action Adam.
If I can go for them when I get up when Kevin pushes. 500?
He's pushing you 5 years.
Yeah, I can go for you
Do you
guys.
know the year?
So, yeah, if you guys want her to run over the
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll
I
go
don't,
for you
I
guys.
don't mind.
I'm on break when I get up, so I'll go for you guys.
What do you?
Just get a list
And
of what you want.
Action Adam's going to win
It's gonna be
that
one
pot.
5
We'll go on to the next one.
Tito's and Topo Chico.
Liquor Run was requested, Sharon Barth.
Alright, small bag, big blind. Are we still doing straddle?
White claws or anything?
We're still doing
Are
straddle.
we still on straddle?
White claws?
Yes, Mark from Connecticut. The local time here in
Are we still on straddle? guys?
Round Rock, Texas, 5 p.m. That's the local time. We are on Central Time. So wherever you are in the world,
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one optional.
it's 5 o'clock somewhere. But it's 5 o'clock here in Round Rock, Texas.
Kevin, you seen Democratic and Republican?
Not your Tuesday. Yeah, when I get up, I'll run over for you guys.
As long as we don't stop straddling when it's super stuff.
300.
Michelle just says she's going to go for a run after she gets out
No,
of
she
the
could
box.
go on the alcohol run.
Hi, man.
Such surface here.
Yes.
You got me thinking.
Deal the cards, then deal
I
the
need to go
booze.
meditate now. For like 15 minutes.
Alex Cook says he would totally make a booze run for the stream table if he was here. Well, get on down here, Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
talk-
need
talk
T
is cheap.
players like you.
It's all process.
Check.
King 9-4.
Does it go full?
350.
Pair of 9s for
I don't know.
high.
I thought you.
Dude, someone watch the stream. This guy's
No,
full of it.
I like the
It sounds
pain.
like
I
4
like the
different
pain.
hands.
High's going to win that pot.
7-8, he's like king 8, he's got
I just had a chance.
it's pretty honest for the most part.
yeah, 7-8.
7-8 makes
the
more
most
sense than
believable.
king 8. But he could have anything.
We're still talking about that bluff that Kai got
What if I
through.
had the hard draw?
He didn't show both cards. He only showed one. So
Hard draw or no hard draw?
Jack high.
Yes, we've had numerous ladies on our live streams, and they're always invited. We will definitely have
Well, I'm glad we
ladies on the live stream for sure. We've
Yeah.
had many ladies nights, but
I actually prefer when the ladies hit me up on social as opposed to
100 just
all
eight.
the men. So if there's any
I don't blame
ladies
you.
out there that want to play some high stakes, you know where to reach me.
You complaining about getting ace king?
You talk to sweaty poker guys all the time.
I don't play that often, so I'm
All the time.
It's nice to occasionally get
Absolutely.
a nice message from someone who doesn't smell like old raisins.
1100.
Yes. Pretty, long hair. You know what I'm saying.
I think we've had 5 or 6 ladies night alone, and then we've had numerous ladies that have played on the stream regardless of if it's ladies night.
Yo, older brother.
Alright, 100 straddle.
Y'all are brothers? Yeah.
Small one. 100 straddle, guys.
No, they don't even look alike.
They get the same nose, same eye.
But that could be just same race, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
New
Whatever it
stream
is.
times, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. You can find us 3 p.m. Central Time. We will go live
Alright.
on a 30-minute delay, so technically it's a 30-minute delay live.
Hello.
It's live to us. Skull and I and Mike are seeing the action as you see it
250.
30 minutes after it happened. Pocket 8s for Pierre.
Thank you, man.
Been a while since we've seen some flop sets.
You guys want to do a sandwich bet? King 10 or 8s? Hurry, Mike. Too late. No
Caught
bet.
me off guard. You gotta have. It's gotta be pocket pair versus pocket pair.
I like when it's a pure flip, though, no?
350.
Well, you get more chances if one of the king or the 10 come along.
Yeah, there's
But
more
you have
winners.
to pick one card.
Yeah.
Oh, you just pick one card.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just the sandwich bet would be
Alright,
the
guys,
8s
that is
comes,
my
it's an
time.
8.
Got
Right.
7 coming
Oh,
in.
I was just thinking which hand like wins.
I'll
Yeah.
go
That's
get
fine,
a piece of
too.
pen and a paper
But
and
you guys actually
I'll
do it a
get
good way
list and I'll go run
because,
for you guys.
like we just saw,
Rick's cheap.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
doesn't want to lose too many bets
that
in one
that
stream.
that too, but also a hand like we just saw, King 10 didn't even get all its chances to hit its king or a 10 because the 8s bet the flop, King 10 folded. So it's kind of not fair, actually, come to think of it. But are these sandwich bets supposed to be fair?
Ignoring me.
I feel like
when
it's
I
about
make them,
getting an
I
edge.
try and have a little edge for myself. So.
I mean, that's just
I wasn't feeling very good about last night's sandwich bet.
But it counts, and you owe me one, so thank you. I'll take that probably on Monday, Rick.
I just didn't like that.
We could do it. I mean,
You're doing a
That
2
was
hour
such a lame
we could do the
bet.
first card.
Doing 3.
That you accepted and lost.
Tell Step. Yeah, I hear
I got
There's 200 from them.
talked into that.
Yeah, I hear you. I was trying to communicate with you guys.
I will pay my
You
bet,
guys were ignoring me.
as I always do.
Travels on.
Chips McGee says all I can say. Come October, I'm coming, and I'm making people see what I'm repping. All right, Chips McGee, we'll see you in October.
I mean, let's 2 more, right? Yeah. 24.
Yeah, just no problem.
Oh, yeah, it's boring.
They want to.
They have like block and terror.
750 milliliter Tito's.
Kiah with the loose raise.
We don't need big.
The 8-6 offsuit on the button. High calls in the big blind with King 10 offsuit, and Ludo comes along as well with that pretty looking 8-7 suited.
If I go out, it's like
3 ways to the flop. Not too much of anything for anyone. High with the gut shot.
Final table Kev is in the box. We wave goodbye to Michelle. Fantastic job, Michelle. And now she's going on a liquor run. I think she bit off a little bit more than she can chew with this liquor run because she's getting a lot of bottles being ordered.
She's going to need a cart.
She's going to need a cart
No white claw?
and some help.
Too much alcohol. Should I cancel them without?
Actually,
It's fine.
Are you taking the alcohol straight? You get juice.
we got some cranberry and topo, and if they don't have topo, they have
Yeah,
soda.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Too much.
You know what we could do? We put it in the fridge.
Lodge does not close, Buck. We're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The only time we've closed on July 4th once. We've closed on Christmas. Pretty much open the rest of the times.
We were closed during that tornado, weren't we?
I don't know. I was not here.
I thought there was or maybe it wasn't the
Ice
tornado.
storm.
The ice storm.
Yes.
Right.
The ice will get tornadoes. We keep playing.
Yes.
Yeah, we play through the tornadoes here.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not playing outside.
Go through
It's not
the
like
list
that.
of the girls
You ever see
now.
that
Ooh,
WPT footage from years ago where they had like a final table outside?
Yes.
And like
super windy.
And it was perfect that Ike Haxton was at that final
Yes.
table because he had his long hair back then, and it was just like
Right off the
flowing in the
beach.
wind,
Yeah.
like a frickin' shampoo commercial or something.
Head and shoulder.
Exactly.
Pocket jacks for high. 3 bets to 1.8. King high, big slick. Not going anywhere.
What did she say when she saw that? I don't know like how much she knows about poker.
She was just, you know,
you playing behind?
concerned. I told her I just need a break.
Okay.
I was just
6 or so.
too much straight.
Yeah, I remember that.
King Kiah does just call with Ace King. Doesn't want to get it all in for this many blinds, which is very reasonable, and he does get a dream flop for Ace King after calling a re-raise. Ace 5-3. Only one exact hand that High can have that has him beat, realistically, which would be the Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Hearts. Wait.
2,800.
Okay, so that's not an actual
Player
all-in by
check,
High.
stream.
Okay, he bet 1,200 High.
You already know I'm going, bro.
Kai, I believe, raised.
No. Game.
28.
Like, you already know I'm going, bro. I need more chips. I'm not rebounding.
Shoot, ask for water.
Okay, so it's a bet by 12, bet to 1,200 from High, raised to 2,800 from King Kiah.
If you take all my chips, I'm not rebounding. I'm just letting you know.
Looks like High's going to make a pretty loose peel here. I mean, it is a small raise, so it's not totally unreasonable. He's also got the Jack of Clubs.
Yeah, pretty gross spot, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that makes it such a nice raise from Kiah, like, it's in the great size. Like, a hand like High's is like, ooh, do I really want to fold for just 1,600?
Is it Jack or King?
And it goes check, check on the turn.
Is it 9? Ace King.
Kiah seemed to be worried about Ace Queen there.
Goes check, check after that flop action.
Yeah.
And that pot was at 9.4, so a nice pot there for King Kai.
I don't think he was going to be able to get that last 6,600 from high anyway. But that said, I am surprised to not see Kiah go for any value on the Turner River there. I think that queen was not the card he wanted to see.
Are you guys playing 100 every time?
Final table, Kevin joins us.
Mandatory for 25 minutes.
All right. All right.
So I gather he deals the final tables?
Yep. And Kev's just an awesome dealer. You got to be a good dealer to deal the big bucks, those big tournaments. But he doesn't always deal the final tables, but we just kind of crowned him final table Kev.
Well, we had a Dealer Olympics on our stream.
He did not win.
He came in second. Frank won.
5,000 CD.
Another great dealer. We've
Frank
got some of the
usually works
greatest
in the
dealers in
morning,
the
so
country.
he's not working during stream hours usually.
I done it by myself a couple times.
A6-4.
Oh, yeah, I got a couple of like
A little bit of an action killer there with that ace on board, but nonetheless, Brandon c-bets, and he takes it down.
6.
Good call.
5,000.
You try to do that. See, try to
5's right here.
especially like super
Oh,
things. Take away like
I know it's confusing. Chase, are you going with C6 or C5 on your
Looks like a pink chip is in play now. That's $5,000. That's
C6 on
sitting right in front of T1000 stack there.
number 4 for 200?
Seat number 4. Yellow chips 1,000. Purple chips 500. Black chips 100. Green chips 25.
Like on the
If you
graphic.
see a red chip out there, it's worth $5. There you see that beautiful bubble gum.
It's a handsome chip, huh?
It is. I love the colors of the watch chips.
Raising it up to 600 with that 5-4 spades from T1000. Last time I was in the booth, well, not last night, but last trip, I did a little poker riddle to the chat.
Yes,
You guys think?
remember it.
You guys think I could do one more real quick?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so this one isn't as much of a riddle, but I'd like to just more of a trivia question. Let's see how the chat does. What hand has the best chance of beating pocket aces in just a normal, say, all-in confrontation? All 5 cards are going to get run out. What hand or hands has the best chance?
So we're talking crackers here. Put it in the chat. What hand has the best chance to beat pocket aces? Do not answer, Skull Mike. Let the people think themselves. Skull Mike's ready. Ooh. Pick me, sir. Pick me.
I have noticed he does like to answer the questions. You were definitely the guy in school who, if you knew the answer, you were quickly.
Like day 1B, day 1C.
Call 1.
But the lodges are nice. They have.
You're getting a lot of 7-8s, 6-7s, 8-9s.
The prices for the tournaments are
Getting a lot of answers here, Mr. Brady. 4-5 suited, says Adam.
Good stuff from the chat. I see a Jack-10 suited in there. I like where your head's at, but it's not quite right. I guess the way Jack-10 suited's close, but the way the boards run out, sometimes when Jack-10 suited hits 2-pair and stuff like that, aces ends up making like a straight and stuff like that. So you actually want to have cards that don't really connect with the aces at all, don't really matter. That's another reason why 4-5 suited, I believe, is not quite as high too. But a lot of people got it pretty much right.
You guys want to
It's
gamble up for the
6-5 suited, 7-6 suited, 8-7 suited, and I believe 9-8 suited. They all have roughly the same chance, which is it's something like 23%, approximately. Don't hold me to that.
Good crackers. It's always whatever calls my aces is the answer.
That's a good answer too. If I had to put one hand, I believe it's 6-5 suited that has the most. But don't quote me on that. It's all those suited connectors have roughly the same amount.
And the last time you asked a question, it had something to do with what hand can you flop the nuts and have no chance of winning?
No, it's not quite. So you mind if I repeat it?
Yes.
Okay, so it was 2 hands are all in on the turn. what are the two hands and the board so that the hand that is ahead has no chance of winning the pot.
Straddles on for
Okay.
So there's 4 cards on the board, 1-on-1,
If it's not that, it's the next card. Or sure.
and the hand that's ahead has no chance of winning.
Anybody wants a couple hundred on the side?
I'll just spit that one out quick because I did cover it on the last stream a few months ago.
You're drinking too? All right, so we have
That's a good question.
600 pot.
We're going to have to call this corner time with Mike Brady.
I'm going to have to learn more riddles.
Yes.
But anyway, the answer that I know of for that one is
You have good credit.
4-4-3-3 board. A 4-4-3-3 board, and the two hands are 7-2 and 5-6 on a 4-4-3-3 board. So the 7-2 is ahead with 7 high, but no matter what the river is, 6-5 is either going to win or it's going to be a chop.
No, you paid it.
I paid the next and I
There are a few other answers that the chat is throwing in there involving like complicated boards.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this, but you definitely lost the...
Not the most practical poker knowledge, by the way, guys. I would not retain this if you can. If you can forget this immediately, definitely do it.
I like it.
My head hurts for sure on that last one. That one's tough.
I don't know. We should have specified. I don't think we're meant to split $100.
But if it was the opposite, then you'd be betting against yourself.
1,000 people in the live chat. Thanks for joining
you
us
have to lose it.
on a Saturday afternoon.
Well, Marty Jannetty's got a good one. What's the minimum nuts on any run out with any 2 cards?
What do you need me to sign up for?
It's got to be a set, but I don't know which set off the top of my head.
What's the set like? I'll wait. These guys are way cooler. I can do it.
6.
But these guys are cool here. I'm learning a lot.
I think it's pocket queens on like queen 8-7 2-3. That's my guess. I could be off.
I'm not sure.
Thank you, Joe Griff. So the plan for the lodge is we are going to be adding 22 more tables. We already have 60 tables in the Lodge Mahal. The original lodge is just around the corner in our shopping center. Just walk down the hallway and you hit the original lodge. We decided we wanted it back. We loved it so much, we wanted it back. So we're going to put 22 tables there.
We all put 200 on.
So we'll have a total of 82. And then the middle room between the old lodge and the Lodge Mahal, we said, well, we can't have the old lodge and the new lodge without having the middle space. So we bought that too. That'll have probably 7 or 8 tables in it, and our large live stream studio. We'll have 90 tables when it's all said and done.
You were correct there, Brady. It was queen.
Heck yeah.
Y'all bet on the flop, right?
Well, nothing gets by Iron Mike Brady.
He takes that side. I take him. You take the middle.
Sorry if I was a little loud there, everyone. I guess my mic was a little close to my face.
and
I
I
just
think
got a concerned text from my fiance saying I was a little too loud.
The other side is one.
Wow.
She misses
Yeah,
you.
no, we do a high card.
It's all low.
Tunes into the stream,
Ace is
let
high.
me know that
Ace is high.
I'm too loud.
When I go
Calm
home,
down a little bit.
Congratulations. What is Jennifer? Congratulations, Jennifer.
when I go home, Nina tells me that she turned on to the stream. She hit the like button,
Yeah, whatever you guys do.
and then she leaves.
Well, she gets to see you at night. Right?
So you're this.
She hears enough.
Yeah.
He's the turn. So if we don't see a turn, he loses automatically.
That sounds like a bad deal for him.
Rules are rules. I'm like a team.
And when I get home, I rewatch the stream, and my wife said, "Is that you on the TV?"
One if you like it, two if you don't.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I want to get an expensive like
6.
It's not a joke, it's improv.
That's still in order. Is that in order yet?
That's it.
9's for high.
The high card.
Yeah. Deuce. Come on, second.
Made it 600 to go.
You're in the lead.
And we'll wrap it if.
400.
Yes, chop, I guess.
Come on, come on, come on.
He's in the lead.
I'm the chat.
I'll tell you what. Yeah.
For me, it's coffee alcohol. Yeah. I know this one guy.
We're doing high card, and he was turn.
With some really hard
800.
Gabe was
and club soda.
Hi, continuing to tell a story here on the turn makes it 800.
Yeah, he was.
Tough spot here for queen 10. Really no business continuing.
He would do some kind of like crazy, like dance. He'd do all kinds of wild stuff. But his go-to drink
And he lays it down.
Let's go.
Subtract 200.
I don't know. I have payout.
Oh, you good.
And add 600. See.
No.
Don't think I've ever seen High in a bad mood.
I don't
ever.
think so.
Dude will lose a 10K pot. Nice hand. Big smile.
This is what poker is all about. High is a great player. He's happy when he comes. He's happy when he leaves, regardless of, like you said, win or lose. He's enjoying the game. Nobody likes to lose, obviously.
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen, of
100 to
course.
go. 100's on. Raise to 400.
Yeah, next time we can speak
Adam
out.
coming in with a 4x raise.
So we can have our cards on the and we can play them.
Call 400.
always looking for ways to improve the stream.
Yeah, 'cause it's odd for everybody to come this way. Usually everybody plays both left side. You know, this way.
Monotone 763.
So
All
you're
puppy
the hand with the
feeds.
Dexter is just-
Yeah.
300. Fold.
Adam gets the bet.
Wrong color.
Fold.
Right color, wrong suit.
Are you from Austin?
I went to college here actually, but I was born in San Antonio.
100's on.
You living now?
San Antonio. I just drove up from
Play
North San
rounders?
Antonio at least. Oh, I mean, I have before. It's just kind of a crappy place in my opinion.
You know Chaz?
Yeah, he's always playing like the 1-2-5 on the game.
Yeah.
Like
And he'll
I'll
do the,
play
private
sometimes
big ones.
5-5, but they never have more than 5-5 there.
He doesn't have a 5-10 game with DQ?
Oh, that's right. I haven't played
Hello,
that game.
Mixon. Good to see you the other night.
Do you want to?
Look forward to having you back real soon on the stream.
Are you friends with Big Dad?
700.
Okay.
I just I haven't played poker in a year or two, so
Okay.
I've been kind of just I would randomly go at like 10 p.m. and play Big O, and just play like at night, just for like a few hours, and then I get bored after 3 hours.
Yeah, I was saying
You're really good at
time. If you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Adam puts in the re-raise here and takes it down pre-flop.
More to do, or more poker. I mean.
What are you doing? Sam?
Oh, actually, lately I've just been trying to focus on like managing my
just catching
portfolio,
up?
trading and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Crypto or stocks?
Crypto.
Enjoy listening to the table talk here.
Dogecoin. Trying to figure out which. Actually, Chihuahua coin is the one that I stick in. My goal is to
Chihuahua coin. You have any of that, Rick?
I do not.
Might need to ask Doug about
Austin
that.
got me in Gallet early.
I have a feeling I know what he'd
I
say.
have some notes on this.
Yeah, he was shilling the nose.
Shit coin.
Is it Mush?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
He's not a
He's the one
fan,
that
let's
got
put
me
it that
there.
way.
You got a note too? Hell yeah. Yeah, I paid like 17 grand for mine.
Now you got it
It
early.
took him like 30 seconds.
Now it's
to
worth
convince
like
me.
over 100 grand.
Easy peasy
Yeah.
says he just found this on his
So-
recommended.
Is that-
Welcome to the
that
party,
means
sir.
all the founding nodes are sold
What's
out.
up?
No,
Easy.
if
Hit
the
that like button,
business
subscribe to the
sell,
channel. We stream
probably
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
marketplace,
Starts at 3 Central.
All day, man.
And we go for however long you guys want us to go, really. If you help us reach our overtime like goal, we will go for longer.
Now there's a fantastic message from Poobah. We meet our customers more than halfway. T1000 up 10 grand. I know his mother's out there watching, and she's pretty proud of T1000.
Or the dark mode where you can see in the dark.
Do you think she calls him T1000?
The node?
Don't think so.
But she liked the name.
She did like the name.
It was mother approved.
300.
Put a bunch of us in.
Real name JC.
From Austin.
It'd be sweet if she mixed one in at the next family gathering.
With XRP and
Sure, it will happen.
Well, I love it because, you know, we give nicknames to a lot of people, right? Poobah being one of them. And people call him Poobah. They, you know,
somebody
hey, Pooh. What's up, Poobah? You know, no more Joe.
Right? Torch the name. Take
know.
the nickname. As we see Kiah open and Ludo re-race on the button with 8-7 suited, looking to isolate against King Kiah. Gets what he wants, and he gets the flop that he wants. 7 high. He actually checks back on this board, though, which I don't love. 8-7 on 7-5-3 really needs a lot of protection. There are not a lot of good turn cards. I mean, he got one of the best possible turn cards being the 2 of diamonds, and yet it still completes a flush draw. Easy call now, though. As King Kiah bluffs with his jack of diamonds flush draw.
Gotta fade a lot of rivers, though. Let's see if Ludo can hold. He does.
Like 5 or 10K.
Kai's still going to tell a story here. That's river. Was that 1,500 or so? Maybe a squeak more? No, 1,500.
This would be, I think, a pretty blunder of a fold here. I mean, King Kiah's range is going to be very wide. He's going to have a lot of, like, 1 diamond hands, like the one he has. And you check back the flop with top pair, so you can't really fold.
And Ludo sniffs it out, makes the correct call. Well played.
Wow.
Works out for him.
Yeah, that check on the flop absolutely worked out. Gave King Kiah just enough of the board to get him to start firing. And he wins a nice little 6K pot, which is to pair of 7s. Well played, Ludo.
And on cue, T1000's mother, Sarah Groddick, says, I'm breathing now, after one of those exciting hands. Actually, I call him by his birth name. I did the labor. I got to name him. There you go.
But we're just saying that T1000 might slip out at the next Thanksgiving. It might just slip out one time. But of course, Mom calls JC.
Here comes the liquor delivery.
It's a very strong argument, by the way, that she made.
Yes, very strong.
She did the labor.
She did all
she
the
gets
hard
to name it. Yeah, that's.
Sure.
I can say nothing to that. Argument 1.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take a little.
And right on cue, the Tito's and Cranberry. Welcome to the table, Tito's Cranberry.
Tito's Cam,
Raise it up 500.
located in Austin, Texas, made right here.
Not a sponsor of the show, but
Not a
damn well
sponsor.
should be.
It's made in Austin?
Yep. Tito Beveridge is his name. Actually, his last name is Beveridge.
Get the hell out of here.
True story.
Is this like a Chris Moneymaker type
No,
deal?
this is not.
Or like when you name a baby Jeeves and he ends up being a butler.
I should put it in the fridge in there.
Tito Beveridge is his name.
And what's your name? Rick Commentator?
I'm doing that right now.
Rick Radio.
Rick Radio has a nice ring
I
to
think it
it.
does, yeah.
Somebody wants?
He's coming.
Adam with the best hands. Ace on the board, 3 undercards. It checks around again. He's got a lot to fade. Ooh, that's a set. Adam more than likely going to bet and get no action here.
Oh wow, nice man.
If he knew the cards, he would definitely check to King Kiah and hope he puts in a bluff, but that's not how poker works. You don't know your opponent's cards.
They're not going to get paid off.
If I have a lighter,
Even with his little quarter pot bet.
Brutal.
Just wants it so bad.
bro. I never seen that before. Oh, I could have used that. I guess.
Yeah, this one that's better than the liar.
Cheers.
Somebody want glass?
Got the beer out, the White Claws. No
Modelo.
I did see the Chi-Town Cat. He's out there grinding the 1-2 tables, rubbing his belly. Maybe he provided the White Claw.
Okay. No problem.
Only the right side of the table is drinking. The left side still keeping it chill.
15 seconds?
No.
Sounds good.
Everybody in? Everybody in?
Wait, what? 20 seconds.
Win a pot, $1,000 or more. I have 15 seconds of drinking.
How do you drink for 15 seconds?
Doesn't have to be fast.
What if you're drinking vodka?
Oh, then it's just like a sip. Like if you're drinking beer, you better.
Shocker. Adam trying to create the poker drinking game. Win a hand $1,000 or more, take a sip.
At first he said drink for 15 seconds, which is very different from a sip.
Here goes.
15 seconds?
What if you're drinking vodka? Then you just take a sip.
15 seconds? Like even a beer, that's a whole beer.
10-9 deuce, couple of
Thank you,
spades.
JC.
Ludo,
You're welcome. Cheers.
spade drop.
Here with the 2 overs and a gutter ball. He's not going to want to go anywhere, but it does check around, so no one has the option to go anywhere. second flush draw added to the turn. No one has it, though.
525.
Kiah comes to life with just 5 high. Betting 525 into these 3 other players. Ludo looks like he's going to fold his low flush draw. Shame to waste a hand like that, but it is a tough spot with players behind. Pier does peel with the king high. And I think Kiah's going to win this pot. Can't imagine him not betting with 5-4. Pier could get frisky, though. King high could be the best hand, and it is. But he decides to let it go. King Kiah gives a little look of disapproval, almost as if he's disappointed that he didn't get called on the river.
No, I bet 525 hoping he raised right there.
Ooh, and he continues the story, knowing that it's going to come out in a half an hour.
Just giggling inside himself, saying, oh, I hope you raised me.
Yeah, that's so small because I wanted you to raise. Maybe he was going to re-raise, though. Who knows? Maybe he means it.
That's why poker is a sick game. Always telling a story.
His name's
Farmer?
Matt, right?
Yeah, we got some.
Farmer.
We went to Soto.
You guys have fun?
Yeah, we just, I met his wife. He met my girlfriend.
Nice.
Yeah, little couples.
Just dinner?
Yeah, just dinner. Yeah, they have babies.
Right,
so
make
they
it
have to
400.
No girlfriend wife swap?
Well,
It came up, but
It came up.
no comment.
oh shit. That's the story we want to hear.
Yeah.
And they won. 400.
That's right.
That was one of the funniest moments of
All right,
last
game.
night. You kept seeing, you know, in an all-in situation, all-in call situation on the stream, we asked both players to put their cards
It was like
face
9:30.
up.
It was, all right, we're going out, guys? It was like, oh,
And Adam last night refused to give up his cards, and then once he did, his hand just kept coming into the picture frame,
To
trying
grab
to
it
grab
back,
the
yeah.
cards. That was
Was pocket
classic.
sevens, was it not?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was so classic. His hand just kept coming into the.
He just wanted to hold on to those 7s so bad.
Yes.
And as soon as he let him go, he hit a 7 versus queens.
Exactly.
Ace here for both players.
That was so funny.
That was phenomenal.
1,000.
Not the prettiest of kickers for either Gabe or Kai.
5.
It's going to be a chop.
Or is it?
Shit, chip. I don't love him.
Gabe considering a value bet now.
I'll call.
Call.
Kai with a snap call. Makes that call even before the chips hit the felt.
Yeah, I don't even know if you can call that a snap call. It was like a pre-call?
Yeah.
Whatever you make it, I'm not folding. So.
You got to chop a bigger pot.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Hey, when I had a home game, you know, we take a rake, take a percentage. It'd be, like a chop, definitely gonna be a chop, whatever. And I'm like, 400. Like, why do you bet it to be a chop? Like, this is what I bet. And then the smart ones are like, because he gets a bigger rake, duh. Why do you?
Kai with a little secret there for rake games.
Straight up.
What the?
It's like a $100 pot.
Feels like that should have been redacted.
Yeah, it's 15 cap, 10%.
That's one way to make pots
I'm like,
bigger.
Indeed.
$100.
Play in the
Like, you
game
said
and
chop,
bet when it's a
you
chop.
fold. I call, make sure you get your rake ready.
100 to go.
Lorenzo, a.k.a. Lamborenzo, joins the chat. What's up, Nerdballer TV?
300.
Gabe's got 7s now.
1,000.
He's going to raise to 300. Pier right behind him with ace-queen suited. He's going to re-raise.
Yeah,
As he
9
should.
right there. 9. I'm good at 16.
Now Gabe gets to decide if he wants to peel a flop out of position with 7s. He should generally be doing that here, and he does. They're pretty deep. Great flop for 7s. When it comes to flops that don't contain a 7, that's about as good as it's going to get. Flop is 4, 5, 6.
750.
Here goes for the small bet. Gabe could definitely do either raise or call here. I think this deep raising is a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I like the flat. We do it better.
That said, if Pier has an overpair, what's he going to do? Re-raise? I mean, this board's pretty scary for him, too, in that situation. But he does just call. Now let's see the turn, and that's a 7. Interesting board here. Pier now drawing dead to a chop. 4 cards to a straight.
Unlikely Pierre has a lot of 8s or 3s here, so.
Gabe's going to come to life with a lead here. Very, very savvy play. This card is much better for his range. Gabe's going to have the 4s, 5s, 7s, 8s, 3s. Some hands like 7-8 as well. Pierre can pretty much have an overpair at best, so it makes a lot of sense for Gabe to lead out there. Don't let Pierre check back. He does take it down. Yeah. Would have been really interesting to see what Pierre did if he had something like queens there. Unfortunately, he didn't. Well played from Gabe there. I hate that feeling when you're in position against someone, you bet, they call. The turn of the river comes, and then they don't check quickly. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like, wait a second, are you gonna lead into me?
Yeah, if you're hoping to see a free one, and then nope, you're expecting that check, doesn't happen.
I hate that.
Sorry.
Even just the tank.
Action's not on you, sir. Sorry. You play at my speed, my rules, my bet sizing. Pocket queens now for Pierre. You asked for him to have queens, and it appears, Mr. Brady.
I gotta start doing that more. Yeah. I could maybe create some action on this
Really
stream.
be interesting to see what Pierre does if he has queens here. And here it is.
Nice little action flop for these 3 particular hands. T1000 has a gutter. Ludo has a pair, and if he were to hit 2 pair, T1000 would make straight. And then Pierre, of course, has his overpair.
So you're asking for a 7 on this turn.
Let's say, well,
just ask for it. You asked for Pierre to have queens.
I would rather not waste the juju because I kind of figured T1000 was going to get out of the way. Let's see a brick turn. I think a 7 is not as interesting. Let's see like a 4 diamonds on the or 4 spades on the turn.
I wanted to see the 7, even though he wasn't in the hand. I just wanted to see it. Instead, it's the king of clubs.
You see Ludo's outs in the top right of the screen. He would have 5, but those 2 great out cards are ones that were folded by other players. So he's really only got 3 outs with all the information we have.
Pierre not worried about this king at all. Still firing. 2.4, applying pressure to Ludo's stack. Going to be hard for Ludo to continue here. Plenty of rivers, or he's going to hate.
He's also got that 7 of diamonds, which is not ideal, because a lot of the hands that Pierre would be bluffing with would be something like 7-8 of diamonds.
Exactly, and he lays it down.
He does make a good laydown. Really nice overbet from Pierre there, not being afraid of that king, recognizing that that was a very dynamic board, a lot of different draws, and if he's going to bet, he should generally be doing so for a very large size. Well played from Pierre.
Folks, the monthly monsters happening this Wednesday. 8 flights, noon and 6 p.m. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then it'll all finish up on Sunday. This is our 4th Monster Monthly of the year. We'll be doing 10 of them. The first 2 went over $1 million in guaranteed. All of them are guaranteed $500K guaranteed. We'll take a break for 3 days and go right into the inaugural Lodge Championship Series on May the 4th through the 23rd. We're giving away over $5 million in guarantees, tournaments for everyone in all buy-ins, from as high as $5,000 for the high roller to as low as I think 200 is maybe the lowest tournament. Actually, the nightly turbo may be even lower. I don't know.
$200 buy-in, 5K guaranteed.
Okay,
yeah.
There you go.
But by the way, I just want to point out, as we see Adam, by the way, raised there with 9-4 suited and game called with 9-3 off. Pretty funny. But anyway, the nightly turbo is named the nightly turbo, but it is not nightly. I know that's confusing. Initially, there were more turbos. We cut back on them. Just check the schedule. It's the pinned message in the chat. Or if you're watching this in the future, go to thelodgepokerclub.com/LCS.
Spend the month of May with us. It'll be fun.
Or even just a little piece of it.
A little piece, as much as you want.
So many good tournaments to play. A lot of big re-entries.
And you know what the great tournaments bring, Mike Brady?
Tell me more.
They bring great cash games, follow great tournament series.
Damn right.
And that's what we will have right here. So whether you like cash and don't want to play any of the tournaments, or you just like tournaments, this is the place to be.
King Kiah getting ambitious. 6-3 offsuit. 4x, over a 4x re-raise with 6-3. Adam with the Jack-10 suited. Definitely going to be tempting to call here, but that is a big re-raise.
I'll bet.
He does call.
I gotta take the call.
Come on, man.
I think it's pretty likely.
I'll tell you what, my 500 to your 100. We don't have a thing.
I don't come crazy. We're on the same
Great.
Oh my goodness.
Whew, that is action.
What a flop, folks, here. Kai smashes it. Overs and the flush draw for Adam. I just fell off my chair a little bit. And here we go. Little Hollywood for King Kai.
Pair board on the turn could slow it down a little bit in terms of at least Adam being willing to put in money. Obviously, Kai's hand is still an absolute monster.
9.2. Perhaps don't see Adam folding.
Show me one, I'll show you one. Can you get cash in, bro?
No, I know.
I don't see why not.
I know we do.
It may help you or it may hurt you. I
I
don't know.
don't think it could help me in this spot.
I promise you.
But this one,
You could show them both if you want.
You show me one.
Show me ball.
the one this
I'll tell you what, if you show me
Yeah,
one,
different.
if you show me one, I'll make sure you one. That's how friend I'm gonna be right now. If you show me one, I'll make sure you both, but I'll at least show you one.
Let me think about it. I'm not sure I'm good enough to hold this turn. Not that I should.
Well, you got a chance right now. Show me one, I'll make sure you both, but I'll show you this one. No?
Makes the call.
Thank you for the kind offer.
Hit a king. One time.
Check.
Snap check. Adam has whiffed.
2,000.
And quick fold there. Interesting.
My God.
Shows the table. They just flopped the entire universe.
Daddy Dev with the $20 super chat. 3 words. Under the lights. That's all he wants to say. Daddy Dev, you've come strong with the super
I like
chats.
the.
There's the lodge cam. Look at all those
No, you said it.
smiling faces. All those are cash games right now. Going on a late Saturday afternoon, early evening.
Kai's our guy, but all the action that Adam has provided these past 24 hours, he deserved a diamond there, but poker gods, no justice.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree.
Just ends up there with Jack High, has to snap fold that river. A little bit sad. Wanted to see him win a big one, get the juices flowing, but instead he's going to have to grind, earn it the hard way, and he's raising the action here. Ace-7 of clubs.
So I think the straddle's not on here, right? Let's see.
Yeah, they've taken it off. It's not mandatory anymore.
Okay. Because I would be shocked if Adam raised to 200 with a $100 straddle.
There you go, exactly. I guess Brandon in the 1 seat's the one that objected, if I had to guess.
It's a long way out, but it's exciting to have like a new
Ludo holding the lead with the 7-4 here. He fades the ace.
Check. Ace-7 high. Ace-7 high.
Pair of 4s takes it for Ludo.
This one, you?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Is that another one? I thought that was.
Gentlemen, I have to say, today is one of those days that I can only describe as a great day. I woke up this morning at 7:30 a.m., went and played a rousing round of disc golf at one of the many amazing disc golf courses here in Austin.
It's expensive.
Got some delicious lunch at an Asian fusion restaurant called 1816,
Off
or maybe
Riverside.
1618.
Off
It's numbers though.
Riverside, yeah.
And now I'm here at the lodge commentating on a 25-50 game with 2 of my good friends.
I must
Skull
commend
Mike.
you on
There
that
you
West
go.
Coast time that you're on. Waking up at 7:15, which is really, what, 5:15 your time? That's commendable.
How long does a round of disc golf take?
That's the first hurdle.
Today it took me about 2 hours 15 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, pretty quick.
Which one did you go to?
Roy G. Guerrero. Yeah, it's a nice place. There's some unhoused encampments on holes 16, 17, and 18, so that's not ideal.
Rick
I have
asked
to-
like he plays disc golf himself.
In my neighborhood, we have a disc golf course.
When's the last time you've been there?
Never.
I rest my case.
It's a great game.
I'm old school. I call it frisbee.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right. Frisbee is what I played as a kid.
Well, frisbee golf doesn't have a good ring to it.
It doesn't make sound quite as serious.
People are crazy for disc golf in Austin. Lots of stores just selling the. How many discs do you carry in your bag?
About 20.
Oh my goodness.
Serious?
Kind of embarrassing, yeah.
20? What, does one have like more curve than the other?
Exactly
Different
right.
type of feel?
Some of them don't go as far. Some of them go farther. Some of them curve more to the left. Some of them curve more to the right.
Holy shit, 20 frisbees. I'd be one. I'd just be one.
That's
It's
fair.
like Happy Gilmore with his hockey stick putter. I'd just bring one and sink it every time.
That easy, huh?
Plus, I'm weak. Can't carry 20 things at once. Just one.
That's impressive. 20.
Gary C joins the chat. Hello, Gary. A little bit late, but we'll still accept you into the chat. Make sure you hit that like button, folks. Getting a little bit hairy for overtime. If you want more poker, you know what to do.
Ooh, shout out to Rich Alsop in the chat. All-time MSPT money leader. Gracing us with his presence here in the Lodge Live.
300.
Yes, we're definitely playing this week, Rich. Back in San Diego.
What's up, Rich?
I don't know why. I just give away $200.
Fantastic.
Rich can't make a visit to Round Rock, Austin area?
He's coming out for LCS.
Okay. There you go.
Should I let you know? Maybe he can pop on the stream?
If Rich wants in,
Absolutely.
he knows how to reach me. And that goes for anybody else. Follow those instructions on the scroll.
Beautiful picture just was given to me of the old lodge. Carpeting has been installed, ready for tables to be placed. 22 more tables coming your way.
Mr. Brady, do you know what the official, will we be marketing 90 table room on Atlas? Have you considered that yet? Do you know?
What do you mean?
On Poker
It
Atlas.
says 60 right now
Yeah,
for the lodge.
what will be the new count when the construction is finished?
Is it 90?
I think it's going to be close to right around 90.
I mean, we're going to have to count them, right?
Even if it's 89, we might just have to build another table. So maybe here
Maybe
in the
we could-
bunker,
maybe we
table
could-
90 right here.
Maybe we can get like a mini poker table and just put it in there so it's technically 100, or rather 90.
Well, you know what?
100.
Let's
Yeah,
put
let's
10
get 11.
small-
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. 11 small tables to make a 100 table room. We can sit Rick there by himself at the kitty table.
By the way, Rich says he wants a 2550 PLO live stream.
We're doing a 50-100 PLO stream, and that's on May 7th. So that game's currently filled, but we might have some casualties. So you're more than welcome to get on the list, Rich, if you're going to be here during that time. And we will probably have some more 25-50 PLO streams in the future. Ace-Queen for all, except for the King-10 of Pierre. 3 bets to 100 here. Action Adam just stuffs it, and everybody else is going to lay it down.
Beautiful result with Ace-Queen, getting Ace-Queen to fold.
Yes, exactly
And
what you
King-10
want.
for that matter. King-10's got heaps of equity against Ace-Queen.
Poobah says when the studio opens, it will be 90. For May 1st, it'll be 82. There you go. Straight from the Poobah's mouth.
I do like the 10 little baby tables.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Gotta get the triple digits.
Here, I'll let you try to get unstuck.
Scotland wanders into the chat.
Maybe
Hello,
you can
Scotland.
disguise or decorate the toilets. Little mini tables in there with an opening, you know, to do your business. There's more bathrooms, I'm just saying.
It could just
Try
be
to-
when the lid is down, it's like felt. Felt in a rail.
Sounds fancy. Sounds very, very fancy.
It would be a nice touch, I gotta say.
I don't want felt anywhere near the men's bathroom.
We're gonna have to refelt it frequently.
Using my one time right now.
4 players.
Yes, on Wednesday, if you're a fan of Brad Owen, he will be on our stream along with Andrew Nemi, Doug Polk,
On one time.
and along with DQ, Coins.
Heck of a game that's gonna be.
Yes. I believe you said, who was the Coins and
DQ?
Shay?
Did you already say DQ?
Yes, we said DQ.
DQ, Coins, and Chase.
Chase. I knew it was Chase. I just didn't want to say it without.
Chase is going to be making his Lodge stream debut. And he's going to be a fan favorite, enjoying his time playing at the Lodge on the outer tables, been coming here a lot frequently.
And Coins, who made his Lodge stream debut
Coming back the following
this
week,
week.
that's what you love to see.
Yep.
King for both players here. Dicey spot for high.
Yeah, this was kind of interesting how this one played out. Ludo, he was the raiser pre-flop, but then he checked the flop, which is a smart play multi-way. He played very defensively, as he should. So he checks, then high bets into the I believe 3 players on the turn, and then Ludo raised with the king-queen. So he checked the flop as the pre-flop raiser, then raised versus turn bet. And now he's very, very savvy value bet on this river with king-queen. This is a really sharp way for him to get a decent amount of money into this pot without
Don't think High's making this call, though. So, I mean, he's really not beating much.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine
Tough to
Ludo.
put Ludo on a flush draw here. Like
Yeah, because he checked the flop.
Right.
Why check the flop and then raise the turn with
right,
spades?
doesn't make sense.
Maybe like 5-4 of spades specifically, because you turn the straight
Perhaps,
drop
and
too.
High's reaching for chips here. High doesn't like the fold, but he's been playing pretty passive today. And
He does have the toppest of pairs.
but against a raise, especially multi-way pot, top pair doesn't seem so good, especially when your kicker's a 5. But he makes the call, and he's going to pay Ludo off. Well played, Ludo.
Yeah, High says, wow, he did not expect to see that hand specifically. I think if I had to guess at what High was thinking there, he just really could not put Ludo on a value hand that made sense. He's like, well, he's not raising 1 pair, so he probably discounted that. And he's like, okay, what 2 pair or set does he have? Pocket 2 specifically? So I think it was kind of a, I think this guy lacks value raises here, so I'm going to call that. The problem is, I think he also lacks bluffs. So tough spot for High. I mean, checking the turn is another option for him. Not betting with a king with a weak kicker to 3 players. You know, that's also would have been a fine approach.
Thought he had the best hand, I'm sure, but then got told that he didn't after that raise from Ludo on the turn. He just couldn't get away from it on the river, but
King Kiah leading the way in cumulative winnings, up 10K. He said he needed it after last night's challenge at the casino, he said. Didn't have a very good night at the casino, so he said he needed to win today.
slots. Do you play slots at the casino, Rick?
Never.
Never? With the capital N?
Well, I've played, in my life, I've probably put $100 in my life, and I've been to Vegas probably 100 times.
That's essentially 0.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe $100 total.
I went with my grandma to the casino once, and I played some slots with her because that's kind of her thing. And I actually hit a little jackpot for like $800, and I was like, all right, lifetime winner in slots, GTFO.
Wow.
I put $100 in slots on my trip to Vegas about 2 weeks ago. Quickly lost it and was really upset. Said slots suck.
I do not blame you.
I was gonna say,
so here,
when's your turn
this is a
to
pretty
solve?
interesting spot. So Adam raised someone else's, Adam 3-bet someone else's raised pre-flop. High cold called in the big blind with jacks. Doesn't get a good flop for his jacks. Now Adam tells the story on the flop. Let's see if he continues. He doesn't. Certainly would have worked if he continued to fire. Almost certainly. I should never be so certain.
It's Kai's phone at the table.
Oh, that makes sense.
Everybody looking around. Is your phone ringing?
Jax is going to take this one down.
Hi, I feel like, Rick, I feel like you'd really like those penny slots, though. That could be like right up your alley. Start YouTubing it, start a
Believe it
channel.
or not, I used to be a blackjack tape player back in the day. Believe it or not, only poker now. We tried Lambarenzo's
Didn't work at the craps
system at the craps table,
Yeah,
and that did not work.
That's false.
Skull Mike and I said, oh, we're going to try. We saw Lambarenzo, all of his Instagram posts, every 10 minutes wins 10 grand at the craps table. How hard can it be, right? Skull Mike and I go, it's pretty hard.
Yeah, quickly lost. Pissed off again. Vegas has been a little rough for me lately. Every trip to Vegas, I'm leaving with less money.
Call 100.
Including the poker tables.
Raising 400.
Poker tables are tough out there these days.
I like to think I can maneuver through the through the Vegas streets.
Certainly not trying to imply that you can, but why navigate through ripping rapids when you can?
I like challenging myself.
That's very fair.
You know,
and
game
that's
selection's key in this game, but I'm not scared of anybody at the table. I'll play with the best of them.
I think a mix of both is probably the way to go. Game select most of the time.
He's playing good.
Challenge yourself a lot of the time.
Played some PLO with Mr. Nini and Arya, and I don't really play much PLO, but I held my own for sure. Got involved in one monster pod, and it didn't go my way, and that was the session.
That's how PLO goes.
That's how it goes. Shout out to Victoria, giving the T1000 a little neck rub down. She makes the cut today on stream, doesn't have to worry about him getting felted. Hope I didn't just jinx him, but I think he's safe with a stack like that right now.
Andrew Nemi pops into the live chat. We will be seeing Andrew this week. Safe travels, my friend.
Andrew laying around here in the weeds. I did give him some run good, though. He ran it up quite nicely in the 2 hours or so that we were playing side by side.
I have to say, that's a very, very nice can of White Claw Gabe has there. I don't know what it is about that can that I like so much.
It's sponsored.
It's just really nice. Something about it. 7 Deuce game not on. Pierre has it, though. He got to check. King Kiah, open limped in the hijack with the Queen 2 of clubs. Gabe completed. And we've got one of those pots that no one seems to want to win. Pierre does hit a 2 on the turn.
100.
He does bet 100.
A friend from
Kiah also has that too.
I think he lives in Ohio now.
What's the name of his ball? On accident. Gotcha.
Oh, my mistake. Kiah bet the 100 after Pierre checked.
That's it.
And Pierre called.
Yeah.
But you were in Florida and you moved here, right?
Check on the river. Kiah's going to win with that superior kicker.
I listened, and then I started listening, and then I lost it, and I couldn't find it in the middle. I think I listened the first 20 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
I wanted to listen to your story.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Is it like... Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Straddle's on
find
here.
it if I grab my phone. I'll find it.
Okay, cool.
In a little bit, yeah.
I can't remember from the YouTube or podcast. I think it was a podcast.
Yeah, he asked me to. That was the first time doing anything like that. Are you from Texas? Or?
No, I live in LA, but I'm from France.
Okay.
But I live in LA now.
What do you do in LA?
I have a
100 to go.
small business, small franchise.
Nice.
325.
I'm glad
I was gonna let Wade you work from Texas.
Luda, right?
Yes.
I'm glad he just said
I was gonna let
his
you work from
background
Texas.
and where he's from and where he lives now, because I was wondering where his accent was from. It's very elegant.
Yes.
Yep. Yep,
You have
I knew
small
he was
business
from
in LA?
France. Neck of the woods. Pierre, also European from Italy.
I was in banking for a long time.
I was wondering where he was
I got
from, too.
bored. Got bored of banking? Yeah. Is it a crypto business or is it... No, it's a clean
887
clothing,
here.
cleaning, professional
King's
cleaning.
still way in the lead here.
Gotcha. That's coming up big right now. Even in
Extremely
Texas,
jealous of C4's massage right now. T1000.
are getting cleaning businesses.
True story, I got a massage
Demand
in
is
the
crazy,
bunker
but
yesterday.
the issue
First
is
30
finding
minutes of the stream.
It's really hard.
It's possible, Mr. Brady.
I didn't realize.
Out there that are selling
With
the
3 in
contract
here, it
to
might
you,
be a
sorry,
little
and
tight,
they
but
bet
when it's
Yeah.
a 2-man crew,
or from where I'm at,
I'm thinking about coming to play a session on Monday just to get a massage.
they
buck
How much are
50
they
a
now?
minute.
Yeah, I mean, $1.50 a minute is tough to beat.
Try and find Christina. Pro tip.
Good tip. Good tip.
But they're paying good. I mean,
Or Lexa, of course, who runs the business.
They're all great.
100 to go.
Pro tip.
Straddle's on. Raise. Make it 300. Cool.
Wow, the can looks even better now. God, that can. Something about it. As we see, Ludo calls that $300 raise from T1000, who has a mystery hand.
And so you find somebody with the drive that wants to have their own business, and you open something and let them be, you do all the finances, get them set up. They have to run it, and they have to be the employee, but they also get to be the owner after a while. A couple things I set up, like a detailing business. I couldn't find anybody to do the mobile detailing. So I found a couple guys and said, look, do you want your own business? I'll set
T1000
you
with
up.
a mystery
You have
holding
business,
here.
everything gets
Open
percentage,
ender for Ludo.
X amount after so long. And so
Action Adam can't really get any momentum today.
So sorry, maybe. Go ahead. I can't.
Yeah,
I
he has
cannot
not
work
been
with
running
that.
great
Give me
today.
1 second.
Yesterday, I don't think you could blame running bad too much.
Nope, had nothing to do with how good he was running yesterday.
But today,
My business.
he's not running the best. Missed that flush draw on like a 10K pot. Right there, I mean, he's even if he just wins. If he hits that flush draw, essentially.
Exactly.
There were a couple other spots, I can't remember exactly, but you know, wasn't really his fault. He did have a few like loose opens, but none of those have really panned out to be particularly bad for him.
Did slow roll Gabe though in one hand,
Which really, the session can't be a loss when you get a slow roll in. I think it convinced Gabe too, because Gabe flipped his hand. I mean, I know Gabe was at least suspicious even as flipping his hand.
always got to be suspicious if that thing's happening consistently between buddies. Never can get your guard down.
You can never trust your friends. That's what they say, right?
Sad, right? It doesn't seem right.
Folks, we are at the 6 o'clock hour. We need 210 more likes in the next 30 minutes to get us to overtime.
Whenever Adam really does want to get after it, though, it's like with Queen 3, Queen 4 off. He's done this like 3-4 times today. There must be some type of story. And he connects with the Queen here, but Kiah has nothing to continue with except for some backdoor diamonds, but going to give Adam the benefit of the doubt and lays it down.
Because finding employees, you said you can't find any employees. But if there's a bigger end, instead of having, at the end of the week, I'm going to get a check for $500 or $600, well, at the end of 2 months, it's my business, and then the sky's the limit. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now.
Kiah explaining his business ventures. Good table talk there.
Just trying to put the money back in rotation.
Your biggest tournaments were?
Probably here, the 100,000 or 80,000.
Yep, Straddle's on for 100.
Straddle is on for 100. T1000 puts it on over to high. Looks down at ace-5 suited. Makes the call. Ludo gets out of the way.
It was a chop four-way.
Right, it's making 400.
400 now from Gabe with king-5 of spades.
400.
Here also was.
I had to talk to
Did I say 4,000?
I think he said 3D.
I don't know. 400. 400.
I might
No, he was
T1000 folds his 910. Back over to high. Makes the call with ace-5 suited.
Wanted $500 more than what he's getting.
There's the ace.
Both players with the wheel draw.
So who's the next one out?
300.
It's a pretty good flop for high, you know. Top pair and the wheel draw. Certainly he'll come along, and he does.
Check.
Game slows down on the turn.
You'd be amazed how much money's coming through some of those.
I like that decision.
Those things.
Quarter at a time.
Yeah, I mean,
Check.
it's
Let's see what Gabe does here.
small.
Okay, he could definitely go for a bet here.
Check.
He does
I
give
will
up.
win this.
Wise move. I don't think Kai's ever folding an ace, barring some sort of really big overbet from Gabe there.
Oh, I don't want to think this one is
Seat 9, adding on
Found it.
5,000.
okay. This one's sloppy.
Seat 9 adding on 5,000. That would be Pierre. So he's looking to make moves here late. Also really hasn't had much to work with today.
Yeah. I think he's like a gamer. Does like game and then he likes poker. Yeah, I know.
Currently sitting at 515 likes, folks. Got to get on your horse. 1,000 people in the chat. Come on now.
You don't play with any of that stuff.
12 years ago, 13 years ago.
You're the big one.
I've got one room that I made.
That was on
Hunter's
Spotify?
on first round.
What's that?
That was Spotify? On Spotify?
Yeah, I think he has it on Spotify.
It does nothing. You don't do anything. And they can play from their phone and do whatever they want. And right now, it's pretty incredible.
Brandon picks up a hand he wants to play. Ace, King of Hearts.
I play that one.
I like it as well. Kiah's also got a hand he wants to play. Not quite as pretty, but almost as connected. Out flops the ace king.
County and all them start doing taxes. They want to find their way, their piece.
525.
Blank on the turn, and Kiah springs to life.
Yeah,
A bet
that's
of about
gonna do it.
2/3.
Do it for Brandon.
Kiah shows the 8.
You got it.
My mom
Thank you.
My mom texted me, don't fall for Adam's drinking games.
What is there to fall for?
Mama T1000
He's always looking at
sending notes.
I don't know.
Coaching, it sounds like.
One player to a
Scouting.
hand is the rule, no?
Yeah, Adam's going,
Half
wait
hour
a second, I've
delay.
been on my best behavior today? He has. It's like two different people, honestly. Not that he was bad yesterday. He was just a lot more active, and look, he was
She's like, yeah, you
having
should've done
fun,
that
let's
there.
just put it that way. But it's like he's a different person today.
We love both Adams.
Yes.
Great.
Great
Make it
either way.
600.
Listen, anytime a roller coaster goes really high, it's got to come back down. You know, it can't stay up there forever.
Makes a lot of sense.
The people got to go home. The theme park's got to close.
Preach. Wise words with Mr. Brady. On that way up, though, oh so fun.
Oh, so
On the peak, looking down at the world, thinking you can
What are you doing? She's like, oh, I
gather them all,
And I'm like,
and it just goes downhill real fast. I was always that front row type of roller coaster
of course
guy
if
at
you
the
can get
amusement
it.
park.
Good work if you can get it, of course.
I'd wait sometimes or get the special pass. I was lucky that I was tall enough to get on those rides because it was hairy for a little while.
In your own room.
Rick never went on any roller coasters, probably scared of breaking the
Yeah.
machine.
Happened at your house.
Crazy. I'm not a roller coaster guy. I
get mad at her. She doesn't know better, but she's like, well, how much did I lose?
definitely not that feeling when you're about to take the drop in your front seat. You can't see anything except straight ahead.
Just gotta pray, Rick, that all will be well.
So in this hand, by the way, Gabe double straddled
They're like, she was winning at first.
200.
What about now?
Adam raised to 600 from the cutoff with 10-8. Gabe called in the big blind, check on the flop, and Adam now is calling with his gutter. It's a 6. That's a 9. Adam's got a lot of cards that are almost in a row, but no straight.
This side has been giving me.
See what Gabe decides to do. He is going to bet.
14.
Adam has almost the nut low here. 8-2. It's worse, but pretty bad hand. Let's see if he has something nasty in mind.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, he looked a little too dejected
Yeah.
to have a bluff raise.
Thought
in
about
there.
it. Always nice catch.
He always says nice catch
Nice
to
catch,
Gabe every
Whether he has it or not. Nice catch.
He had 10-8. What could he have caught?
Okay, who's showing you? 4 hearts, 3 diamonds. Is one not working? You're bringing out a 4 hearts. All right.
Okay, so Gabe had the 4-3 there. Last second reveal for 2 pair.
You'd be pre on the turn. You got there
Slick Rick, Skull Mike, and Mike Brady joining us today. And possibly Monday, if he's still in town, he's more than welcome to hop in the bunker, especially since there's a possibility, a remote possibility, but a possibility Skull might be
You doing heated power?
Yeah, we need to keep a mic in the booth. That's the key
on
here.
the felt.
We need to make sure mics are represented. It's a great name. I know you agree, Skull.
Fantastic name.
Phenomenal name. And we need to make sure one's
So
in here.
great that there's always at least 12 in the same room.
Exactly. That's the nice thing about it.
Right.
All right, had a short break there. While we fixed that 4 of hearts, it was broken.
Does the chat want me to get involved on Monday? Let's see what the chat thinks. Should I get out there and mix it up on table 11?
Under the
Your
lights.
idea, your husband's. Okay.
Well, he was like, all right, we're done with it.
All right, you get a getting a welcome.
What's that number for overtime, by the way? Is that like number?
800.
Probably the first one of the day.
It's actually not looking great.
Yeah, it's not. Kind of.
Jasbo wants to see some poker from me, so it's Jimmy.
Yeah, we're sitting at 5:30. We need 270 likes in the next 22 minutes to get us to overtime. Should be a no-brainer slam dunk middle school layup with 944 watching. But stranger things have happened.
Notorious TJ enters the chat.
Call 100. 400.
Small game, Jimmy. Can't buy a piece for a small game, but maybe for some future tournaments we could have a discussion.
I had it at less than 5.
Raised to
I sold it
16.
at the 87 cents or 254. Sold a lot of it. Made some money on it. Oh, how much did that
Played that swing trick.
1600.
Gabe here 3-betting with the 8-6 of hearts.
And Kiah found a hand he doesn't like. 9-5 suited is kind of, I mean, he seems to like those connectors and everything, but 9-5 suited is not connected enough, you know?
I think right now it's at like
6 R.
Yeah.
Gabe
says
mucks,
that, yeah.
Gabe mucks the hand that he 3-bet squeezed with, and it reveals a
If you
6.
wanna buy
That is
splitters, then
pretty funny.
You can make Dogecoin like a way to tip, and then maybe pay people for the content and other means of exchange, and that can bring a lot of adoption to it. And also, if you have like solar panels on your house, then for your unused electricity, like they would pay in Dogecoin for your electricity.
Price of poker's going down. 25.50 for this hand. No straddle.
300.
Brandon just calls 50 under the gun, and T1000.
Once you
Oh,
buy
sorry,
a
that's
Tesla
Kiah. He
Once
just
you buy
jumps
a
forward.
Tesla
300 from
Roadster,
Kiah.
it's cybertruck's the Dogecoin, then it's game.
Yeah, here you go.
T1000 calls in position. Gabe's gonna call, and we got a party. It's gonna be 5 ways to flop. Oh, whoa, Brandon folded.
All right, kid.
That
I'm due,
shocks
man.
me.
I want a hand long time.
Top 2 for T1000 here.
Brandon would have had that flush draw if he had called that 250.
525.
Just like the day started between Kai and the T1000, that looks like it's going to continue like such here at 6:10 in the early evening as the other pocket pairs exit.
Blank City on the turn. Does add a second flush draw. Kinkai goes for the check, and this could start getting expensive for him. T1000 getting massage, so you know he's going to be making optimal
That's
decisions.
just size up, kind of like the 16 to 1800 range here.
1750.
Yep, he agrees. Larger bet size definitely makes more sense on such a dynamic board.
Quick call from Kai, doesn't really think it over
I don't know how you can mess
too
with
long.
it. I'm gonna make this one better, but I'm gonna try.
Pocket 5s would have got there, but they have head for the hills long ago. So T1000 in good shape to win a nice size pot. Maybe something go with the long 3000 half pot. Go for a little value after this table talk from Kai. But T1000 usually likes hefty bets, but let's see if he can size down, target a weak queen or perhaps a jack and get that call. So 2.6 to 3,000 is what I would want to see. I think he's going to go a little larger than that.
Definitely wants to make it look like a bluff, I suppose, in this situation. Let's see what he decides to do. Reaching for greens, which is an odd start. Okay, there we go. Looks like it's going to be 4 or 5.
5,500.
Yeah, about pot.
5,500.
Definitely merits to both bet sizes, going smaller, like Skull said, around half pot. Merits to this bet size as well. The merits being a lot of draws missed, so there are a lot of potential bluffs in T1000's range. Perhaps counterintuitively, when you have a lot more potential bluffs in your range, you actually usually want to bet bigger because you want your opponent to have worse pot odds. If you bet small when you have a lot of bluffs in your range, you actually make it kind of easy for them. They just get to call knowing you have a lot of potential bluffs.
Kai's thinking about making this call too. Looks to be leaning towards making the call. So T1000 about to make the maximum, it seems.
Pot would creep over 16,000 if he were to call here.
Lays it down.
Does make the fold, cuts it out and folds. That actually takes a lot of discipline, I have to say.
Yeah, he thought that one through.
The cut out and fold. I don't think, personally, I've ever had the discipline to cut out the call and then not put it in.
I do it plenty of times.
You do it?
Yeah.
Such a pro. I just never had that in me. If I reach for the chips, they're probably going in there.
Sometimes it helps people think. Sometimes people just want to evaluate their stack, especially playing this deep, kind of see how much they have behind there, what happens if I win or lose this pot, where am I going to be at, what percentage of it, of my stack is it. Sometimes carving it out helps them ease the mind.
What time is the stream?
What you need? Call 100.
Sorry. Oh, shit, yeah.
I think Kiah calls about a half pot bet there, though. Along with 3K lines, I think he finds the call button. I would say so. But can't fault the T1000, aka JC, for making it 5.5 for all the reasons that you stated, Mr. Brady.
Yeah, I can't imagine Kiah folding with first like a 3K bet. It's really hard to imagine. 3 bananas?
Thank you.
What could that possibly cost? $10?
3 players.
You did the math. You well, there's inflation at the grocery store, so you never quite know these days. You can't be far off, though. 985 Skittles. Overs and the open-ender for King Kiah. Pair of 5s for high. And now a flush draw for him.
400.
Go along with a gut shot that he already had. And the sad fan comes in with a $99 super chat. And I'm not going to fall for any of that BS. The sad fan is definitely a new DQ account. So nice try, DQ. That's a snap call by me. You trying to fool me. I haven't even read the message, but I see the Doug Polk icon here. And it says, first you get rid of your joke of the night, then you kill our soundboard. Now you're bringing a guest person into the booth who thinks we actually want to hear about poker. Where is our sandwich bets? Our fun bickering? Where is our old school lodge live? DQ, first off, thank you for that super chat. Second off, Mr. Brady, very highly qualified.
Well, it's not about qualifications here. It's about content. And he does not want to hear about poker on a poker stream.
We mix it in.
Listen, I get it. I get it.
We mix
There's
it
enough poker on the poker stream already. There's no reason for us to talk about it.
DQ, we love you. We'll see you soon. I guess Wednesday.
Oh, now he quickly snaps into his other account. It was a great try, DQ. You're not going to fool me.
He said, nope, I'm just here.
I love the tell of making it $99.99 like he has
I
been
knew
too.
instantly, under a second. You can't bluff me, DQ, but we do appreciate that super chat. And nobody whines about the soundboard and joke of the night like DQ does, but he's a real fan, and we appreciate him for watching since the beginning. And he's going to be on the felt on Wednesday, folks, with the big 3, as we like to call them. Doug, Andrew, and Brad, along with Coins and Chase. You're not going to want to miss that stream live on Wednesday, 3 p.m. Speaking of 3s, pocket 3s for King Kiah.
3 players.
He's really claiming it's not him. So who knows?
You're so gullible, Rick.
He just happened to chime in right when he said that. No, it's not me.
Oh, he just stumbles in at the same time. Shocker.
It's probably not him.
Oh, God love DQ.
Look at this flop for high.
Raised to 15.
I don't think he's going to get any more action, though, after he raises on up right now.
That's it.
It's not there. It's probably over there. Put some in the fridge. Yeah.
King Kiah comes along. We're seeing a turn card, 6 of spades. High's hand improves.
King Kiah with the old 1-outer. See if he wants to put in 2,000 and chase it.
Goodness. King Kiah spiraling a little bit here late.
Anyone in the chat, have you ever been 1-outered? Has anyone ever had 1 out
No,
against you?
Never happened.
It's never happened?
Happens every single day, and I go home sad. Gives you nightmares. You think you're going to get a great night's sleep, but then you're just thinking about that miserable 8 of clubs that fell from the sky, from another galaxy. It's brutal. speaking of $99 super chats, one from DQ. What is wine without cheese? And Mike is super cheesy. Super cheesy indeed, but that's why you love me. Ace-5 of diamonds for high, so table tilting a little bit, finally towards the right side. Beers are starting to flow. Gentlemen might be on their second round. Adam's still drinking the wine, though.
He's drinking wine?
He's drinking wine in that cup. Or it could be scissor, as the kids say.
Option raised to 500.
We'll call it wine.
T1000 raised it up out of the straddle here.
You have definitely opened up the one outer bad beat stories, Mike Brady. We're getting them left and right.
A lot of people aren't saying one outer, specifically one outer stories though.
Oh, okay.
They're just using it as like a jumping off point to tell a kind of unrelated bad beat story, which I get it. I get it. We all want to tell our bad beat stories. We want people to feel bad for us because we feel bad for ourselves.
Another ace for high. Neither player with the heart in their hand. If DQ would have been here on time today, he might have heard a joke that might have slipped through the cracks from you, Mr. Slicky Ricardo.
It slipped through. You know, old habits die hard. Hey, folks, this is serious, though. I want to talk to you about something real serious. With 10 minutes left to go, we are about 230 likes away from overtime. And I don't know what to tell you. I think now is the time for everybody to exit out, hit the like button, and then come right back in. And let's see if we can get, we have 963 of you in the chat. If you really want to see more poker tonight, we have 9 minutes to go to get us there. Love to see it.
You guys even opened that yet?
No, we're waiting for ice to be made.
They're making it?
Yeah.
And the boys are discussing about that bottle of Tito's that has been unopened yet because they're waiting for a little bit of
Ooh,
ice.
they're going to be waiting a while. That ice machine sometimes isn't
We're gonna
perfect.
Do, topo,
it is
lime,
nice to have an ice
topo
machine,
lime and,
but some, you know,
cranberry.
sometimes it doesn't make a lot of ice.
I want to see
Splash of cranberry.
some monster ice cubes and that bottle be crushed, which will likely be in overtime if we
Yes.
get there.
Queen 10-4, couple spades.
And if you have that.
Pocket sevens for King Kiah leading the way.
You know what I was about to say. Don't girls have to drink that sometimes?
Cranberry juice.
Yeah, when there's like some.
What are you on your period?
King Kiah.
No, it's like some infection, right? God. No, girls get some type of infection.
Listen real close.
Forget
No
about
action.
Finally, plus
Somebody.
What was that?
I don't know. I heard it was like a ghost of Cricket's past.
Yeah, you have to drink probably.
Is the ice ready yet?
Some type of infection.
V-Pip, King Kiah sitting at 56%. Pierre
See, I know.
at the bottom, a very respectable 18% tonight. Let's see where Action Adam is. He's at 41%.
It's from Departed.
Yeah, Departed.
When Leonardo DiCaprio was like, I'll just take the cranberry juice. The guy's like,
I don't remember that
fucking
scene.
period?
I love that movie too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Then
He's like,
he
you're on the
beats
fucking
the
period,
fuck out of
and he
him.
beats the fuck
Yeah.
out of him.
Right.
And then, Jack Nicholson's like, what are you, on your period?
Yeah.
It is kind of like a basic.
Oh, we jumped up to 631. We were
He's going to bring him.
Basic bitch.
Yeah. And now it's
Down the stretch.
169
you guys need. Well, he's
with
over
7 minutes left.
there. 2, Anthony, 2.
And then a third cup to mix it.
Yell for it.
Good call. Those teas, Mr. Brady, are pretty tasty. Those little brisk teas that anybody can just hop in and pull one out of the refrigerator.
I love that fridge.
Yes.
Big fridge at the lodge in case you haven't been here.
Jack of diamonds on the turn. Gabe now Moves ahead with his jack.
Action Adam has the only flush draw. And it's worth a call for him, just the 10 of diamonds.
G Monkey's in the chat. Probably fresh from a softball game with their two little kitties. Shout out to Cameron and Luke if they're watching some early evening poker.
I saw a great picture of the Stein family at Round Rock Express game the other day. I love seeing that.
Thought about going to that baseball game on Thursday with my puppy.
Oh, it was dog day?
You're allowed to bring your dogs. And then I decided it's probably a terrible idea. So I just played poker at the lodge instead. What? Oh.
Our slow roll
The
count.
drink cam is real.
Wow, the drink
The ice has been made. Ice cam. The maestro Matt Sweeney on top of it on the 1s and 2s. Tito has been open, folks. So you know what that means. Let's get to overtime once and for all. My goodness, because it's about to get off the rails. We get to overtime. I'll go bring that bottle. I'll put it right in front of the 2-seat and see if he wants to have a drink with me. But only if we get to overtime. No other way that's possible.
By the way, for those of you keeping track at home, that was the 3rd slow roll between Adam and Gabe tonight. That was actually a savvy play from Gabe, too. He check-called the river and said to Adam, "You're good," after Adam said ace high.
Oh, my goodness.
Which then forces Adam to show his hand rather than muck it, and then Gabe showed the winner. So that's some advanced slow roll tactics for those of you following along at home. Please don't do it to strangers. You might get punched in the face.
Yes. King Kai's going to pull down another pot.
A little strong.
Ooh. T1000 made himself a nice little
Yeah, that's clear.
drink with Tito's and cranberry.
That's a lot of it strong from what I can see.
There you go. Nice camera. The drink camera tonight is on point.
No, I don't drink with
T1000 playing poker, getting a massage, drinking Tito's. How could life get any better
No, I can rip beers
for
all
JC,
day.
otherwise known as T1000?
I think he's up like 4K or something too, right? Just to throw that on top of it.
375.
Chris the Cop wants to take Kevin Garnett and the Brooklyn Nets against the Celtics starting soon for a sandwich.
Right? That's what I was telling
Chris the Cop, let's
That's my apartment building. And
get you to the lodge and we'll do a sandwich bet at the lodge.
Which one is yours?
the one with the green neon
I'd love to meet you.
light.
Which floor?
The top.
With the crane on top.
You can see my unit. I have the wraparound balcony, the top one, like the first one on the very top.
When the crane, where's the
small
crane?
one?
Oh, the smaller one. Okay.
Next to the neon green, top floor. So the end units, the balconies wrap around like an L shape, and the balconies are huge. Balconies half the size of my apartment.
Jesus. What a dream, man.
Call. One.
My apartment's tiny, but you get a big balcony. So
Yeah.
it's like 630 square feet, and then the balcony's 315.
That's where the magic happens?
The balcony.
Hell yeah.
Right now, the total winnings, DQ, King Kai, I believe, is still in the lead, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have that graphic up here shortly. Slick Rick Skull Mike Brady in the bunker today. With 2 minutes left, I don't know if we're going to be able to hit the overtime number today. It happens sometimes.
Just let me know.
Yeah, we're at 6:55. We're about 145 short.
I want to see a flop. I don't know why.
She said, I have to chance it. King, king.
No king.
Pass the button, please.
Pier will win it. Button will move. And on to the next hand.
Of course. How much you playing?
Just a reminder about our new stream schedule.
Player
Monday,
check,
Wednesday,
stream.
Friday, Saturday,
Adding on
3
that.
p.m. Central. We will go on the air on YouTube. Love to have you join us each and every time.
Drinking games on us.
This Wednesday, huge game.
My mom warned me.
Brado and Antonini, Doug Polk, and
Yeah. Now he says coffee.
DQ will join us. Chase will join us. Coins will join us. It is going to be one heck of a stream. That's Wednesday at 3 p.m. You will not want to miss it.
Excuse me.
We're looking forward to that one. But before that, we've got the rest of the night and Monday stream.
400.
You know, everybody ever thinks it's my name. Does that say, Pierre.
Sarah says this has been a great stream. Special thanks to Rick and Mike, Sharon B, and all my other chat buddies. Sarah, you're always welcome. Even if your son is not playing on our stream, we hope you watch us. 3 ways to a flop. Ace 5-4. We'll draw for Action Adam.
400.
Pair of aces for high.
That's it.
Action Adam looking for the 3-ball. Does not come. Queen of hearts on the turn.
You know how the
Melvin says greetings from New Zealand.
monsters with nothing in it, just
High will take down the pot.
all right, guys. Buckle up.
Buckle up.
No, Doug is playing 3 p.m. on Wednesday. Doug, Andrew, Brad, all playing. I'm sure they'll step into the bunker at some point.
I haven't played that in a long time.
But no, Doug Polk will be playing on Wednesday's stream with Andrew Nemi and Brad Owen, along with DQ,
One of their
Coins,
friends
Chase,
is
and a few
also
others.
friend of mine.
There you go. T1000 is winning in the leader cumulative winnings, 12,100. He's having a big night, getting a massage, drinking Tito's, having his mom watch him.
Raise to 250. Raise to 900.
Gabe not picking the best time to 3-bet here. King 8 suited, reasonable hand choice, but he's up against 2 monsters as King Kiah wakes up with jacks in the straddle and Ludo's got queens. Now Kiah's gonna 4-bet. Ludo is gonna be in a spot here. Quickly ask how much Kiah's playing. The straddle is on here, so they're about 130 straddles deep.
Canton, hello from London. How are you? What is it, about 1 a.m. there, maybe? Close to 1 a.m.? 12:30? That would be my guess.
Charlie, we would love to. Shout out to Briggs. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
DQ with the $99 super chat. Last Wednesday, Doug spent most of the day with a VPIP below 10%. This Wednesday he will be commentating. No, he will not be commentating. He will be playing.
Whoa, Ludo just folded the queens.
Wow.
And then Gabe flops huge with King 8 after deciding to peel. It was quite a small re-raise from King Kiah, so Gabe did decide to peel.
Check.
And he just flops about as good as you can with King 8 suited.
Check.
Flopping the pair in the flush draw.
I'm pretty diehard.
7 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah.
What a fold, though, queens.
Yeah, really,
My
really tight
goodness.
fold. I mean, King Kiah is a pretty splashy player. Granted, he doesn't do a ton of like crazy re-raising pre-flop, but even so, to just get out of the way is really, really surprising. So we have a bet on the turn and a call. Let's see what the river brings. It's another ace. King Kiah, I would expect a check or a very small bet. I don't know why you'd do anything else, but maybe he wants to turn his hand into a bluff.
She's also a good teacher.
He does go for like a 3rd pot bet, it looks like, about 2,300. And a quick fold from Gabe.
And Kai shows the worst of the 3 hands that were in it at the beginning after the flop. When queens went out, and then he bluffed his way to the victory. Josh Greenberg says, Adam's brother here. Can you tell the dealer to get him better cards so he doesn't stink? Josh Greenberg. Josh, are you a poker player? We'd love to have you at the lodge someday.
Yeah, that was a fascinating hand with Kiah just accidentally bluffing two opponents. I mean, pre-flop, it's not like he thought he was bluffing, so that was definitely an accidental bluff, getting queens out of the way. And then in that river against Gabe, I think he was just kind of betting as kind of a blocky bet to make sure more didn't go in, and then he got Gabe to fold a better hand. Pretty crazy stuff. Action Adam.
It is.
Waking up with the monster, Jack 2 off.
Skull Mike ready to go fire.
And then some guys.
There's your VPIP percentages. King Kai 57%, Pierre at the bottom 17%. Action Adam sitting at 42 and T1000. JC at 34. High always active at 31. On to the next hand.
Have to say, I agree with you, Kiah. I mean, Gabe's river fold, a little more understandable than the queen's fold, but I can't get on board with either of them.
Every now and then, though, we have asked something like that when somebody's folded like that, and they said that's not what I had. It is, you can't rule out the possibility of an RFID mistake.
Now, I will say, though, to play devil's advocate to that, Ludo really did seem kind of pained, and like that's kind of consistent with queens.
I mean, it probably was. I'm just saying, you know, every now and then it could.
It's just take it with a small grain of salt, right? Yeah, I think that's a good caution.
Trips for Gabe. And Adam just tosses his call in. 4 of hearts. Adam looking for the 7 of hearts. That's the only thing that will help him now. Check, check.
No 7. Chicago boys are at it again. It's like these guys almost only play pots against each other.
Was that Luca?
I need a Dalat and
2,300.
Bet and a quick call from Adam. Gabe's going to win a pot from him.
3 aces.
What did you say, man?
It's like we're in a way behind situation.
How do you say queen in French? Dumb. That's what I said. Yeah. I said dumb. Maybe I said it.
Hello, Joe Volpe. Good to see you in the chat. There's your cumulative winnings. Wow, Action Adam throwing the party today. Down 18,700.
Double straddle 200.
Devin Miller asks, is Adam up or down, including yesterday? Just got here. Yes, it's very apparent you just got here because including yesterday, Adam's down about 60-something K on these 2 streams. Has not gone well for the guy in seat 2 tonight.
Chris, 600.
Hopefully he'll be back. He seems like a great guy. I got a chance to talk with him yesterday and today, and loves the action, that is for sure.
You want to go out later?
Where do you want to go?
Maybe like a Michelin restaurant.
You treat me tonight.
You better show up.
Make plans.
I will show up. If you invite me to a Michelin restaurant, I will show up.
No, I think I'm going to go out drinking.
I think Skull Mike is going to head to the felt as one player just left, so maybe in about 30 minutes we'll get a chance to see Skull Mike for a few hands before we sign off.
If I had a girlfriend, I think I would play all the poker.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be going out.
Oh, okay. Oh, instead of going
It would
out.
be either spending time with my girlfriend or playing poker.
Right. Yeah, I play a lot of poker, and then when I don't, I had girlfriends. So it's like, I don't want to.
Oh, I think you gotta keep it separate.
No, I got one.
We're going to listen to the table talk here for this hand.
Well, if it works, it really works.
So you don't party?
Cool.
If I go party?
You don't party because you have a girlfriend?
No, it's not because of that. It's because
Call one.
we both suck. Both like introverts and like we just. But yeah, we should.
Oh.
Actually, I'm going to a concert this week. Weirdly.
What concert?
It's not really a concert. It's like in a venue and they have like this Russian band.
4 players.
It's live music.
Live music, yeah.
King Kiah limps with the kings here.
It's a Russian band.
Setting the trap,
so
but it
we
doesn't
found
really
this,
work.
like,
No one
random
falls in.
But then we really like
Death metal?
It's like
Stop talking.
I don't got anything.
Shows the
King
Kings.
Kai over there.
Not much worse than winning a small, tiny pot
It's like underground.
with
Like,
pocket. I guess losing a big pot with pocket kings would suck worse.
music.
But you want to see something. Somebody put money in there when you got the big holdings.
I can't remember.
That's the risk you take when you go for the trap. I mean, he could have raised pre-flop, and Ludo certainly would have called, or sorry, not Ludo. Piers certainly would have called
I'll
out of the
look it
big
up.
blind with 8-7 suited.
It's,
Maybe he peels the flop heads up with his gut
it's
shot.
gonna be fun.
But then again, if someone were to have raised, Kiah would have been able to put in a fat re-raise and maybe win a big pot. So
You're
Yeah.
welcome to come.
upsides and downsides to
It's
most
sold
plays
out.
in this
I
game.
don't
You won't be
know.
able to get in.
Mike, how often do you
Maybe
play
can
out there in
tickets,
San Diego?
like, you know, like-
I don't really go to the casino too much. If there's like a tournament series in town, I'll occasionally go play a tournament. And then my thing is I like to play Sunday tournaments about twice a month. Just play 10 to 15 tournaments every Sunday that I play.
Nice.
That's the thing that gets my juices going these days. I used to play a lot of cash. I've played a lot of cash in my life. I was a heads-up cash game player for many years. But those days are mostly behind me. Now the only time I really play cash is when I'm here at the lodge, because it's a great place to play.
I thought he was coming from
Yeah, it's like 4 to get hit.
Pocket pair for Ludo and Adam. Neither one hits. Ace. It's going to slow some things down maybe for Ludo. No, it's not. He's going to continue.
Quick
Gonna
fold
win
from
this
Adam.
pot. So when did you start playing poker?
I started playing poker in 2009, I believe. My cousin, who actually came out with me to Austin for this trip, my cousin taught me how to play on his basement floor. He was 12, I was 16.
Oh, nice.
He taught me the basic rules. We had a debate over whether 3-pair was a hand. So, like, he taught me how to play, but, you know, he had a few things to learn himself. Then I started playing play money on party poker. Didn't even realize real money was a thing.
Right.
Didn't think it was legal. Eventually found out it was. That was, I mean, arguably the best thing that's ever happened to me, because poker has given me a lot, but it really changed my life a lot, getting into real money poker. And, you know, here I am, 13, 14 years later, poker career behind me, working for the best poker training company and working with the best poker room. So, yeah, I'm super thankful to that cousin. I'm going to have to buy him dinner while we're out here.
That's interesting.
Tuesday.
That's a great story.
26. Yeah, if you're like, oh, okay.
Here comes the flop trade. Jack to pair for high.
They're not famous yet, but their songs unknown.
Ludo going to continue his story.
Ludo has not been super active pre-flop this stream, but here he is getting in there from the cutoff at 6-5 off. So he does have that gear.
High says, I'm not going anywhere with 2-pair. Queen kicker. There's the king.
That's huge.
Ludo doesn't pick up any extra outs, so let's see if he decides to continue bluffing with total squad douche here. He is going to go for it. 525, very small bet. Not expect high to fold to that one, and he does not.
Good night, Chris the Cop. Thanks for being with us once again. 9 of clubs. Be well, my friend. Good luck to your Brooklyn Nets. Kevin Tarantula.
Check. Ludo does give up on the river.
There's the Lodge cam. A lot of cash games going on, and we're refelting a lot of the tables with the new logo. People are liking that new logo. You can see our new logo right in the bug in the bottom right corner of your live stream. That's the Lodge's clean new look.
Although, as you may have noticed, this stream table was printed before that new logo was implemented. So the stream table still has the original Lodge logo. Let's just call it an homage to the former logo, which served the Lodge extremely well.
Well, I was going to ask you that too. When was the first time you were told, "Hey, we're going to partner with the Lodge"? You know, and what were your initial thoughts? Did you hear about the Lodge?
Yeah.
Did you know about it?
I knew about Texas poker generally. The Lodge specifically.
You got too good of a read on me.
Maybe an inkling. Like, I heard a little bit here and there, not a ton though. I couldn't name any other rooms in Texas either. Just to be clear, like I didn't know. But if I had heard of one, it would have been the Lodge. And yeah, Doug told. Well, initially, Doug was talking about opening our own room.
Right.
And then, you know, that sounded fun. Kind of a long shot in my mind, but it sounded cool. Then he started talking about you guys and how great it was here, and you know he was talking to Jason,
right?
The now part owner of the Lodge, and initially I was just thinking, yeah, you know, this sounds great. I'm glad we're sort of fleshing out this lead, but there's no way this is going to happen.
Right.
It was almost too good to be true in a way. Like, are we really just going to be able to partner with an existing room and immediately help them be even better than they already are?
Right.
And somehow it just ended up happening. Like every single meeting we had about it, it was further along, and then eventually it was like, all right, we're signing the papers tomorrow, check your email. It was kind of unbelievable, and I'm still just like extremely thankful to be involved at all. But like that initial period, it was honestly surreal. Like and it still kind of is, but especially early, it was really surreal. Just like it didn't feel like it was ever going to happen because it was just such a big, amazing thing, and then it just did.
Yeah. Hand of Bruin here. Action Adam 3-bet with King 6, and he's going to take it down. Yeah, you know, opening your own room, obviously, look, the powers that you have with Doug, Andrew, Brad, you could have opened your own room, but the bottom line is the Lodge had a great thing going. I explain it this way. The Lodge had this huge bonfire brewing, and you guys, with your team, came along and just poured gasoline on the bonfire.
Exactly.
And it was such a perfect fit because the Lodge was killing it, but when you came aboard, your team, Doug, Andrew, Brad, all the people, you know, Thomas, you know, Jake, everybody, Mike, it's just such a perfect fit and took it to a level that, frankly, the Lodge, you know, all the people who are affiliated with the Lodge ownership are thrilled. So it's just a perfect partnership.
Yeah, I mean, we're totally on the same page. When it comes to starting our own room, like I shudder at the thought of having to do that, having to find a place, maybe do some sort of build. I mean, there's a bunch of building stuff involved. Hire dealers. This is stuff that
building is the easy part. To getting the staff.
Staffing, all these managerial aspects that we have zero experience as King Kiah flops a flush here.
Yes.
And a straight flush draw. Those are things that our team has no experience doing.
Right.
And the Lodge team has all the experience doing, and in my mind, the Lodge has their own all-star team here, you know, with the tournament director, Anthony, Anthony Chester, Joe Stracera as the poker room manager. I mean, just the dealers in general. The team is incredible. So we just got to come over here and be involved in that from the digital side. It's just perfect. So yeah, anyway, back to the hand.
Yeah.
King Kiah bets 2,300 with his flush. Adam has a hand that he could potentially call with. I mean, he's obviously drawing dead, but he does have a 5-high flush draw. He does have a straight draw.
Open ender, yeah.
He is going to peel drawing dead. He really does not want to hit.
3 of diamonds. All right, let's have a look.
Oh my gosh.
Got the right suit.
Don't be thinking it's sophisticated action car.
King Kai's going to win this, as Adam cannot call here. He folds. Yep, so we're happy and looking for the future. The future is bright. You know, so far, everything we've done together as the new ownership team has been first class. You know, it's always, if there was ever a question of, is it the right thing to do, or if it costs us money, I don't care. Is it the right thing to do? And that's the general question. Is it the right thing to do? Will it help us? Will it help the players? And just with this stream itself, you know, we've got cameras sitting high above this table right now that cost more than my first car did. You know, and it's just, we're investing.
Those cameras really are crazy expensive. And not to mention the fact that there's like a wait list to get these cameras. The camera game is crazy. Just the general equipment game is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, we're on like a wait list for some switchboard that we want.
Yeah.
We're on like a wait list for some cameras, I believe. Like, it's crazy. Like, everyone needs this kind of equipment, so we're like battling for it. I said this in chat earlier. It's like we're battling for this equipment. And we're going to keep battling, and we're going to get it, and the stream's going to continue to improve. But, I mean, I'm really happy with the product we have now, even. And, yeah, it's cool that it's just uphill from here. 3-bet from T1000. Adam's going to call in position. Relatively small re-raise from T1000 there. So, pretty easy call for Adam. Adam does hold up on the flop. What were you going to say there,
Haven't
sir?
seen many sets today on the flop. You know, we just haven't seen that action moment today. Some days are like that.
900.
900 is the bet from JC, and he's going to take it down.
Yeah, nice bet from him. Nice size.
There's Skull Mike right there. I think we'll see him in about 20 minutes.
Where's your reader at over there?
There's the V-pips.
Raise, making 275.
275 from King Kiah with 4-2 suited. Kiah loves those suited connections. 5-6 of clubs. And Gabe with the 5-6 offsuit come along. Oh, there's trips for King Kiah.
575.
575.
Not going to get a customer. I got a good poker tip for you, Rick.
What's that?
When you flop trips, make sure both of your opponents don't have 6-high.
Good tip there.
Keeps getting monsters.
Yes, so here's the plan for our stream. We are going to be building our own studio next door. The studio will ultimately have player lavalier mics. Each player will be mic'd. Right now we have pretty expensive mics over the table, boom mics, if you will, that is capturing the table talk. But remember, we're going to be in a studio, so we're going to be able to control the outside sound, and we're also going to mic the players. That's all coming. The best is yet to come for the live stream. So there you go, folks. If you're wanting player mics, you will get them.
Yeah.
Kiah is going to win this on the button. Moves over to Ludo.
Straddles on for 100.
Yeah. Control chaos.
Yeah.
The other one's just chaos. And what else in the other day, man?
I really like mine.
Yeah.
Small mine too. I like that 1-0.
Mike did not like me after the first one.
Did you play Verzon?
The 4-5. He came in for the season open, and we were talking about Baccarat actually, and they were talking about how the number 9 is lucky in Baccarat, and I had 4-5 in my hand.
325.
And it was his first hand in. He raced it like 1,000 or something crazy.
900.
And I had 200 in there, and I was like, I'll call. I said, just remember, number 9 is lucky. Anyways, flop was like king, queen, deuce. No, ace, queen, deuce. So he probably said, I called him down to try and, how much did it?
900.
I called him down to try and make a bluff on the, because he checked the flop kind of. So I called him down just to try and make a bluff later, but I ended up running straight. Oh, it was so nasty. But I didn't jam him hard, but it's up to you.
There you go. You just heard the story straight from King Kiah's mouth about the skull mic hand. Where King Kiah had 5-4. Skull Mike flopped a set of aces and lost the hand. Runner, runner, wheel.
Oh well, you're never folding.
Yeah, no.
So I saved money. Not playing with 7. Yeah, that one.
King Kiah wins another one.
Never folding at any point. Double gutter, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Michael. I'm just trying to relay some information
When do you head back to LA?
about the upcoming doings
You staying for this?
for this stream and the plans.
Yeah. Have you gone to Barton Springs yet?
No. Wait.
The community pool?
No, I heard about it.
Go tomorrow.
Huh?
Go
King
tomorrow.
Kiah picks up Ace Jack of Spades, one of my favorite hands. Races to 350. That's a huge raise, by the way. The straddle's not on. T1000, not deterred by the huge raise. He calls with 7s. High gets out of the way with 2s.
It stays like 65 degrees all year round. You bring like a blanket to lay on.
You can bring drink too?
No alcohol.
That's cool.
But yeah, it's a really, really nice. It's a really nice.
Pierre's gonna go for the re-raise here with King 10.
It'll make you fall in love with Austin. Yeah, you can sneak alcohol in.
Oh, you can sneak in.
Good night, Jimmy Bluffett. Thanks for hopping in today. We appreciate everything you do.
So the re-raise is to 1700. King Kiah has not folded. The graphics are incorrect there. He's still holding onto his hand, deciding whether or not to call.
Marco, I have a opening for available for you. 17, thank you.
He lets it go, it looks like. Now T1000 with 7s. No, you're not a nit, King Kiah. I would never call you that.
No, not King
Don't worry about
Kiah.
it. Am I surprised to see you fold that hand? Yes. Are you a nit? Absolutely not. When you raise big and then someone calls and someone re-raises, I mean, I kind of don't blame them for playing a little tighter. Still surprised, though. T1000 is thinking about it still with the 7s. This is a kind of an unorthodox spot, just given that the raise, the initial raise from King Kiah was so big.
17.
Up at 17?
Yep.
I believe T1000 was actually correct there. I think he did put in 100 too much. But anyway, King, Jack, 9 flop. Pierre takes the lead.
1200.
Goes for the small bet. T1000 likely has to be done with it.
Gabe, you're from Chicago?
Yeah, from Chicago as well.
What are you doing there?
Nothing really.
Nothing. The whole
Investments. Keep it broad.
I don't know if it was
They were talking about, T1000 was talking earlier about Barton Springs Pool. It's a spring-fed pool in downtown off of Barton Springs Road.
Is that Tito? Sorry to interrupt real quick, Rick. Is that Tito's empty?
It looks like it's close to empty.
Good job today, lads.
Yeah.
They have really been getting it done. Yeah. So anyway,
But
you were
yeah,
talking
but
about Barton Springs.
if you ever have Jennifer and you're here in Austin and want to go to a fun place, the spring-fed pool is 68 to 74 degrees year-round. So when it's 105 degrees out in the summertime, you hop in there and it's literally will take your breath away.
It's natural, right?
It's natural. It's spring-fed. So
What about AC?
it's an Austin original.
checking spades ahead.
But in a lot of people go in the wintertime because in the winter it feels warm as you're going in, but in the summer it literally will take your breath away.
That sounds wonderful.
Jump in.
I gotta say the Texas humidity,
Yes.
something I gotta get used to for
Yes.
sure. I've always been a desert guy,
Yes.
so I have dealt with extreme heat, but it's always dry.
Yep.
So walking right outside and immediately sweating, I gotta get used to that. And Barton Springs,
Yes.
that'll take my breath away. It sounds perfect.
Well, you're coming from one of the greatest weather destinations in the country.
Yeah.
What is the average temperature in San Diego year-round?
I mean, it's pretty rare to find a day, other than deep summer, that it's higher than like 80 and lower than like 55.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
That's
it's
like
tough to beat. We do get some very hot summers these days, but I mean, I can't complain about any of it. Nice check raise from Gabe there. Oh, actually, I misread it. He had trips. I thought he just check raised with one pair. But either way, he takes it down.
Yes, if you want to play on the stream, all you have to do is look on the scroll at the bottom, get in touch with Skull Mike, go to the website, fill out the form. There's questions that we ask. When you're available, when you're going to be here, what you usually play. Simple questions that you can easily answer. And Skull Mike will make it happen. May not be right away, but we'll work with you to get you on this live stream.
Skull Mike is very organized and does a great job when it comes to running these games. I think he's got spreadsheets and all the stuff he needs to just track and sort of schedule all the games deep into the future. I mean, I think he's got tables filled 2 weeks from now. He's got like full tables or maybe a seat or two open just in case, but yeah, it's really great. But the one thing about that is you're not going to be able to just hit us up and say, hey, I'm coming into town tomorrow. Can I play on the stream? Most of the time, the lineup is already going to be set at that point, so just try to give us a little bit of lead time. If you can let us know a month in advance, that's wonderful. A week or two will sometimes suffice, but just keep that in mind. The more notice you can give Skull Mike, the better, and the better your chances are of getting into a game.
Absolutely. And Skull Mike will be dipping into the seat just vacated by King Kiah. In any moment, you'll get to see Skull Mike mix it up here on the felt. We've got about 30 minutes left in our little show today. Daddy Dev with a $20 super chat. Super chatting definitely helps. Yeah, for you it did.
Is it you? Oh my.
Skull Mike just sat down. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado.
All right. Skull Mike 8,000.
Skull Mike comes in for $8,000. He loves playing, Mike.
He does love the game.
Loves
I mean, I saw
game.
yesterday, the stream was over.
And he gets right in there.
Yeah, he was in a 5-10 game over in the main room here at the lodge. I was like, oh, look at you.
Well, truth be told, he plays a lot and was playing a lot, but the stream has cut into that. And so he likes anytime he gets a chance, he will go out there and mix it up. Be interesting.
Can I have that? Oh, I got it. Let's do it again. Good. Sure.
3 ways to a flop.
Check.
That's literally just my favorite hand
Check.
for whatever reason. Not a really good reason. Just
375. Fold. Fold.
Ace, queen, 9. Pair of aces for Brandon.
And just as we introduced Skull Mike to the table, we're going to reintroduce him to the booth. Welcome back.
What's up?
Documentary, yeah.
All right, this can't be right. It says cumulative winnings, Skull Mike, 12,900. They forgot to take King Kiah off there. You haven't
Running
played a
good.
hand yet.
Man,
Come on.
you do run good. You haven't even had to
Yeah.
play. You folded 9-3 off and you're up 12K.
They gotta make me look good, you know? Yeah, we'll get that right. First time I think we've had a midstream change here since the new stream has launched. We'll get that fixed.
There he is.
I only hopped in there. We only had about, 15 or 20 minutes of playtime.
Yeah.
Because sadly we didn't hit overtime, and we don't bluff from the booth. The chat should know that. That's why we got to hit that like goal when we announce it early on in the show. The sooner the better. That's why we get bonus poker.
Bunch of whatever you want.
Raise to
No
12.
whiskey though.
We'll see what happens as the stream comes to an end here in about 15 to 20 minutes.
A lot of good pre-flop hands here.
Wow.
T1000 in there for 300, opening it up. Gabe in the big blind, 3 bets 1200. Now Pierre is in the straddle. He's got 10s.
Sandwich bet here, Skull. I'll be the jacks.
I'm at the table, so I can't really.
He puts in the 4
Oh,
bet.
that's true.
Oh yeah, that is a little unfair, huh?
Yeah, I don't remember what happens, but I feel like that's a little unethical.
That's true.
What a guy.
And he throws me in the dirt all the time, saying I try to hustle him. And now I'm looking out for him.
Try to remember that next time, okay, Rick?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
All right, so now T1000 in a pretty tough spot. He's got Gabe behind who put in a 3 bet, and now Pierre who put in the 4 bet.
T1000 is going to write into Guinness Book for the world's longest massage.
You guys are going to want to stick around throughout the stream's entirety because there is some turbulence ahead. Did see it firsthand. A couple more big pots on the horizon. Possibly this one. Is your phone, Brady?
No, it's
That's
yours.
mine. I was just making sure. Yeah, the charger's a little whack.
Uh-oh, reaching for
A 5 bet.
a lot of bananas.
First 5 bet of the night.
In the old days, 5 bets always signified aces or kings.
I'm pretty sure in the old enough days, 3 bets always signified aces or kings, no?
Not the new age. New age poker here in Texas. But it is jacks versus 10s.
10s makes a quick fold. I actually really like the way Pierce played that. I don't like just calling. It's really awkward to do that. So he does put in the 4 bet.
I just gotta show you. I always show the best player.
Or you can tilt him a different way besides.
Last
15 minutes, we do 200?
We've been playing together. He's literally the best player, and I always show him my hand.
I might even
Cumulative winnings,
At 5,000.
And just like that, I'm back to 0.
0.
God, what a
Point
what a downside.
0.
Straddles on for 200.
Lost a big one there in my mind.
T1000 having the time of his life.
Quite the rub down there. Look at it.
I mean, it's,
In his ear.
well,
That's full service.
after
from
3
Victoria.
hours of massage,
Where else are you going to go? Yeah,
I guess, you know.
You could go other places.
I suppose. Maybe not in such a public sphere.
You're bluffing someone.
What places? What were you talking about?
I mean, I was thinking, like, inside his ear. That's reserved for the doctor's office.
The guy would just be scheming.
Victoria did stay at a Holiday Inn. You know, she might be certified.
Tampa trip, they always did.
Here comes the flop. I trade deuce. Don't know what T1000 has.
What do we got there?
Gary C knows the truth. Got to show off the fade. Of course. Fresh cuts.
I'm doing a queen.
Queen high.
Queen Jack high beats Queen 10 high there.
Around the twos here.
Yeah.
CJ, how is he at the table and commentating with 27 question marks? We're watching on a 30-minute delay here in the booth. So the game finished up. Skull popped back into the bunker to commentate on his own play. What better person to analyze the play of Skull Mike than Skull Mike?
And Skull Mike.
We'll see how many playable hands I get. It might have been a little nitty. Or I might have just blown up my entire stack. That's also a possibility.
Probably our last look at the Lodge Cam for the night. A lot of cash game tables running on this beautiful Saturday evening in Round Rock.
Saturday's a huge night, one of the big nights.
Yeah, 400.
Every night's great here at the Lodge, but some nights just kill it.
Oh yeah, it's a hot mic.
May 7th, Saturday, May
Fold.
7th.
Fold. Fold.
Do you have a lineup? Set.
Most of it, yeah. I don't know off the top of my head.
It's live, right?
Yeah, just live 400.
I haven't spoken to him recently.
He just asked me if I was playing.
So we had the triple straddle on here to 400. Pierre gets after it, raises 1.5. I think I wake up here with an offsuit ace.
Attacking straddle type stuff.
Not too killed.
Thought about firing in a 3-bet there or folding, just elected to fold.
You're in for 8, right?
Bought it for 8.
Yeah, so I mean,
you're
you, have
gonna
like
have
you essentially have 20 blinds with the 400 straddle on.
Kind of came in for 8.
He just texted me and said, "Are you playing the?"
Tough to do there with offsuit ace.
Yes, I mean, it's a decent hand to re-raise. We saw Doug actually re-raise that hand last night, but he didn't have
I gotta be
20.
deeper.
He didn't
I
have
gotta
20
be
blinds.
deeper for a
Yeah.
3-bet, yeah.
I mean, in your defense, you didn't know there was going to be a 400 straddle on.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Doug, right?
Players asking about the chat, of course, always interested in the chat, and they appreciate you guys watching throughout the stream's entirety. This was a crazy hand as well.
Spoiler alert, let's see what happens.
Crazy in my mind. Let's keep in mind what my holding comes up to be here.
So Hyde just calls the 200 straddle.
I lay down the Jack 7. It's not great, but I want to try and be a little active, but hard to do again in my stack depth when these gentlemen are so deep. But Hyde comes along for the 800.
Surprised to see the fold from T1000 with King Queen. I suspect that was a card read error.
And look what flops. Who had Jack 7? Oh, somebody folded it.
That was me, Rick.
But that was good fold. Look at that.
I'm sitting here right now kicking myself like I wanted to get in this pot. Would have doubled up. My life would be so sweet. And then Hyde checks, and Ludo continues to bet here.
The greatest fold you ever made.
And you're looking at that 600 across the table, and you're thinking, that could have been mine.
I'm looking at his 600, then I'm looking at my 8K stack. I'm doing the math. 8 plus 8 is 16.
And now, a check raise from Hyde.
I'm like, God,
Ludo is thinking about the Mirage right now.
Very nice spot to get check raised by your opponent with 3% equity when you have the nuts. Good work if you can get it.
Probably the best feeling in poker. I would say somebody betting into you when you have the nuts. Does it get any better?
I was putting Ludo on like jacks here or something like that. Not just flopping the entire universe. Ludo here debating between a flat or a raise. I would much rather prefer seeing flats, but the board is wet, dangerous, might just want to shut down the action, and he elects to rip it. Still would have preferred seeing the flat there after High shows the aggression, but
Yeah, it's an interesting shove because what he's basically kind of trying to do is be like, I hope you have pocket 8s or 7-6 and you just can't fold, right? That's basically what he's doing. That said, though, High just called the 200, so does he really have 8s, 9s, 10s? I don't know about that. So yeah, I agree with you. I think even better than a shove would be just like a smaller raise.
Right.
Like make it like 5K.
Still prefer just the flat.
Same, but if you were to re-raise, like I think smaller makes sense. Just given the fact that High just called pre-flop, it just doesn't make sense for him to have like very many 2 pairs and sets because those hands likely raise pre-flop because they're good hands. 10-9 suited, etc.
I'm talking with Ludo. I'm like, did you really have Queen Jack there? Like, don't lie to me. I'm gonna see it. He's like, yeah, that Queen Jack. He's telling me his hand. I was like, oh my god, thank goodness I wasn't involved.
Yeah,
in
good
that
thing you didn't get frisky.
Like I just said, now I would have got stacked on my first hand. Wouldn't it be the first time that's happened?
It would have been good TV.
Well, F you, Rick.
Yeah, for all but 1 or 2 viewers, Skull and his girlfriend, etc. Maybe your mom. She's watching.
Like, I don't think my mom's watching.
Maybe your dad then.
He probably is. That would have been rough for him.
Nick from Yuma says, Skull, did you buy those salmon shorts? They did Nina. King 10-7.
It's a good eye. I think these salmon shorts has made an appearance on stream before. They're fire.
I was going to say the exact same word, funnily enough. I was going to say fire.
And enjoying
4s and 8s here. 8s in the lead.
Canadian warrior. Interesting.
We should have bet on the game, Ken. You were scared.
Terrified.
I'm not saying that
Lose again.
T1000's massage has been going on a long time, but now the massage girl needs a massage. She is getting massaged while massaging T1000.
They're
7
used
of
to these
spades.
things. Just a normal day at the lodge.
Check. 2 pair.
Thought you had nothing.
T1000 thinking that High was full of it there probably would have paid off more.
I would have called. A lot on I was just I was not calling.
V-Pip's at 0, folks. I just sat down.
But
I see 3 hands.
That's a great 0 V-Pip when one of the V-Pips could have been Jack 7 suited losing on 10-9-8. That's a professional 0
V-Pip could have been 100% there and being felted. 0% on 3 hands. Just relax. I don't want to hear any trolls about that 0%.
I mean,
Can you
blame him?
Will be ignored. Gabe here opens the action with pocket 8s.
I think both of his 8s just got folded.
Action Adam wants to get involved with his buddy here. I wake up with ace-10, again contemplating a 3-bet, but multi-way, knowing that these gentlemen don't like to fold. I just elect on a flat. Let's see a flop. Hopefully outplay these gentlemen. Post-flop, definitely see a case for a 3-bet, but again, just elect for the flat here.
2,200 in the pot.
Completely whiff. Queen 6-4, the 8s in the lead.
I think this is a hand that, occasionally likes to bet for Gabe. Accomplishes a lot of protection, but a check also makes sense multi-way. As I've said many times this stream, you got to play pretty defensively in multi-way pots, unless you're the in-position player. Gabe goes for the second check. And there's Skull.
Get there on the river like the river rat that I am. Don't really want to show this hand down. Feel like I have the best hand the way the action went, so I go for just under half pot 1,000. And don't get any callers. When I sat down, I asked Adam, I said, I've noticed you were past couple days getting active with Queen 4, Queen 3 offsuit. Is Queen 4 your favorite hand? He looks at me, says, yeah. Queen 4 is my favorite hand.
Did he get even more specific? Because he has a more specific answer to that.
He just he said, I don't really know why it's my favorite hand. It just kind of is.
Queen 4 with the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, he did say
Is
he's the
his-
queen of
is
hearts.
his favorite,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah, that's what he did. He did say that. Yes.
Anything that wrong with meditation?
Don't quite know why. I like queen 9.
It's hard to imagine a reason for such an opinion.
He didn't have an answer.
Go back and your notes.
See you back to the lab then. I need to do some breath work.
Ben, did you meditate before the run or after the run?
Smart.
What's that?
Did you meditate before the run or after the run?
Action Adam knows the night is winding down. Looks like he's ready to start getting in there with some trash again. 7-6 off, worth a call in this double straddled pot. Folds around to Ludo, who's got a nice little suited ace. He's not going to be able to stay away from that. And Gabe, 7-4 off. There it is. So we got the 2 Chicago boys in there with trash. And the 2 guys from Europe, originally, with the good hands.
Typical.
So typical. Let's see if Pierre, from Italy originally, correct?
Correct.
He goes for the bet with Jack-10. Makes a lot of sense to bet this hand. He's got some really nice turns, like a queen or a heart, etc.
Pierre's been playing well lately. Getting some respect from the local community, but he is in the red.
Cumulative
now.
winnings. T1000 up to 10,500. Ludo 7,800. High 4,000. Skull Mike up 12.
Did I miss a big one in between when I was out of the booth between Ludo and Adam? I feel like I missed a big one.
Ludo.
Or Adam wasn't stuck at 24. He was more.
Adam lost like a couple middling sized
kinda
spots.
bleeding.
I don't think he lost a big one.
Bleeding slowly.
The last big one I can remember that he lost was that flush draw against King Kai, which was a decent amount of time ago.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Right. I think that's the last like actual fat one he lost. He lost a few, 2K here, 1,500 there.
Raise it up. Make it 600. Hold.
I'm not sure because of the speed coming
Pocket kings here for Pierre. Ace queen from the T1000. He makes it 600. Gabe flats and Pierre wants to play for a little bit more.
There's no wonder why. He's got kings. T1000 could definitely continue this hand. I could see it going either way with kind of a 4-bet. I hesitate to say bluff, but just a 4-bet with a good hand to 4-bet or a call. He does decide to call. Now it's on Gabe to decide whether he wants to gamble for about a 1/5 of his stack with 8-7 suited, and he does.
Stream's winding down, wants to provide that action.
And that's action, I
That
would say.
is a good flop for action with 7.6 in the middle here. Gabe. Standard check to the aggressor pre.
Pierce goes for the check.
Sneaky check there, elects for a little bit of pot control here, multi-way. Thinks maybe that board favors some of his opponents, perhaps 5s, 8s, etc.
It's funny because T1000 kind of has a decent little betting hand here.
I
But
think
does
he
decide
really
to check.
considered making a bet there, but wise on him for checking.
Now Gabe picks up a double gutter. Of course, the top end of that, the 10, is dead to T1000, should T1000 also see the river.
But he doesn't know that.
He does not know
He's
that.
thinking about it, perhaps, but doesn't know for sure, and he elects to reach for some chips to start building a pot here. 11.8 behind, 7.6 in the middle. What type of sizing will he come with?
Wow.
Goes for 2,500. That's going to set up about an 80% pot-sized river shove. Should Pierre call, which I expect him to. He does. Now, T1000, this would be a very ambitious peel, but we have seen crazier on the Lodge Live.
Taking out the deuce to 7 game really changed the game.
Did you get tilted a bunch, or? I got tilted twice. Literally the first hand I said, right before everybody got tilted.
He does let it go. So Gabe does have that 10 as an out now. Good for him. And let's see a river.
Deuce of diamonds.
Deuce of diamonds. Now, so now it's on Gabe to decide whether he wants to try to bluff at this pot. hand like pocket tens, he could maybe get to fold. He does check, though. Essentially waving the white flag.
Looking at his chips.
Pierre really trying to see where he's at. What does his opponent have? Probably targeting a jack, 8 or 9, I'd imagine. And only that. And he rips it all you can eat, applying max pressure to Gabe. This pot, one of the largest of the night as we come down the stretch. It's for Gabe's entire stack. Gabe holding hearts, figuring out what type of bluffs Pierre has, but seems to be believing in his pair of 8s. And only a pair of 8s.
What kind of hands do you think Pierre could be bluffing with here?
Ace-10.
Makes the call.
Makes the call, and he has been felt it. Massive pot there for Pierre, and he was stuck now well in the green, and that's going to probably do it for Gabe's night as he takes the final sip of his Upswing Poker sponsored White Claw. Unfortunate for Gabe, the Chicago boys getting crushed here on this weekend's visit, but they're having a good time. And Gabe will exit stage right. And I believe this is the final hand of the stream, folks, so we thank you for tuning in as we are peaking right now at 1K. It's really unfortunate, but again, folks, we do not bluff. Must hit that overtime number in order for the cameras to stay rolling. So when we tell you that on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday on future shows, please get us there. But lucky for you, with the new stream setup, we are streaming much longer than we normally did. So technically speaking, we're probably already in overtime if you're still used to the old schedule. But it's on with the new. And this is the final hand of the night.
That's it, right?
Heads up.
T1000 and high. Heads up. 779.
That was the last
Notorious TJ. We will see you hopefully on Monday. Don't forget, folks, Wednesday night, the big stream. Doug, Andrew, Brad, along with DQ, Chase, and Coins. I believe that's the last hand of the night. Mike and Mike Skull. Final thoughts on tonight's show?
Yeah, good show. Thought we were going to get a little bit more action from Adam, but nonetheless, he's on top of that VPIP scale, of course. A good game, went on for a number of hours here. That last hand was a large one, quite shocking there, but fortunate for Pierre. And I'm excited that these boys came down, some of your buddies. Mr. Brady, you know them well. I'm sure you'll see them again down the road, and hopefully we will too here on another episode of The Lodge Live.
Yeah, if I had to give some final thoughts, I'd say if you're from Chicago,
stay away from the lodge.
Don't stay away from the lodge, but when you come down to the lodge, maybe be careful.
Be prepared.
It seems like the action flies a little bit faster down here. They say everything's bigger in Texas, so is the action. These guys just weren't ready for it. Unfortunate for Gabe and Adam, but they're gonna have to get over it. That's poker, and it was great to be here. Thanks for having me, Mike and Rick.
Yes, and we want to thank all the great moderators tonight and the greatest chat in the game, the people of Chatsville. Maestro Matt Sweeney on the keyboards, making everything happen. Chase on the action tracker. For Skull Mike, my partner in crime, and Mr. Mike Brady, who will be back on Monday with us. My name is Slick Rick. We will see you Monday at 3 p.m. Central on The Lodge Live.